So, oops. Yes, Spidey. I put that on as main screen. Like and subscribe and also be a member if you're not a member yet. So what I'll do there is present this one, extra camera. I will be here, um, after make some food, but this is now fully on. So if I'm not here, is audio is on, everything's on, so don't have to worry. I will be back in, yeah, about 25 minutes, something like that. See you in a bit. Hey guys, I'm still eating. Give me a couple more minutes. By 10 past every day. There's no verdict yet. I think it's just more of a case of they're practicing. They've done it a couple of times since I've been here, so give me a few more minutes and I'll be back on. Love you all. Hi, Erin. Heidi's there. It's all right, Heidi. No worries. Hopefully, you can come on tomorrow or something. Right, I'll be back. No worries, Erin. See you in a bit now, right? I'll be back now. Literally a couple of minutes. Oh, I moved that camera. Hello. Right. What's going on? So there's no verdict, so don't worry, no verdict. Um, just to get that up to thing. Um, get that up, get that up. Gotta go get it up, gotta get it up, gotta go get it. So, so Erin has popped in, maybe popped out. Oh, Helen D. Helen D. I think Helen D is a first-time viewer. So welcome, Helen. If that's your first time here, lovely to have you. Thank you for commenting. I hope you're still here. Toxic, how are we? Hello to you and Banshee. I got a cough now. I ate some chicken. Jesus. Oh, jeez, that was nice. I ate my chicken so quick to try and come back. uh, None of these 12 jurors, anything under is six in Florida. Oh, okay, I didn't even know that. See, we're learning. That's what I said about this chat. We're always learning. Always learning. Thank you, Toxic. I'll give our love to Banshee as well. Hope you're feeling okay as well. Excuse-moi. It feels like I got a chicken stuck in my throat. Jesus. Oh, jeez. I'll give it another 4 minutes before we start. So anyone that is here, just so you know, our main priority is this Peterson trial. We got it. You can see the small camera. We got it on small camera there, covering the law and crime. Excuse me. Just have to mute that. Um, so we're on trial watch at all times. Any movement we're in, and then we're watching Johnny Depp day 8 as well. I hope Helen D is still here. I'd love for you to say hello again, Helen. I'm sorry I missed your hello for the update. It's all good. Okay, thanks, Toxic. Oh, you put Spidey in, didn't I? Forgot about Spider Girl. Hope work's not going okay for you, Heidi. Oh, hello. It's your first time here, I believe, Helen. Or am I wrong? There's so many new people, I forget now who everyone is. The reason I say, "Are you new?" is, there's a woman that came here from Chesterfield, and I've gone blank now on her name. Gone blank on her name, so it could be Helen D. I'm not sure. But yeah, I forget names. Do you know what I mean? I'm bad. So yeah, I think you're a new viewer, Helen. So welcome. Had to off RA for a bit. That's all good, Toxic. Don't worry, it's all good. I don't think anyone here really watches RA. He's not a bad guy. Heidi's here. 3 shifts already, Heidi. No worries, Helen. Oh, you're in bloody hell, another one from Iowa. We get everyone from Iowa in here. What are you here for, Helen? Are you here for Johnny Depp or are you here for the Parkland trial? Because, we covered the Parkland trial and we're all on edge now waiting for the result. But I don't like watching a screen, so we put Johnny Depp on because I've never seen it before. So everyone makes fun of me, basically. 3 calls, Hayley. Jesus. Jesus. Do you go out in an ambulance then? Or is it like, do you go out in like a car or Jeep or something? Brain bleed. Oh no, dehydrated patient and heart flutter. Jesus. What's the best thing for dehydration then? If I was at home now and found someone with dehydrated, is it like giving them water or something? What get liquid down them, or is there anything you should do? You have an ambulance. There we are. Here we are. Helen's on the big. Hi, sorry, Helen. Heidi's on the big one. Goes out in an ambulance. So, Helen T, I hope you don't mind us playing Johnny Depp, but we definitely are. Um, we definitely are watching the Parkland here. I'm not sure what you're here for. John, o'n i'n meddwl bod gorffen.
Wel fi na. Sa mam yn gweud efo'r doi ar ôl dro.
I got my little cornetto. Often the only thing that works for elderly and kids. IV, geez, right, okay, so not good enough just to stick some IV fluid. Okay, so it's not good enough just to stick some water down the throats, like. Oh, happy days, Helen. Happy days. Happy days, Helen. That's what we like to hear. If you if you come here for like, intellectual hosts and stuff, then you come to the wrong place. But if you're here for a bit of fun and a bit of, bit of bants, then you're definitely in the right place. Um, it's lovely to have you here. I hope you've been stalking us for a while. Hardest bit, right, is to get people to chat. Do you know what I mean? Um, so you're out saving lives here. Thank you for your service. Yes, thank you for your service. Are there husbands out there saving lives as well? Well, putting bad guys away as a detective. Do you guys have cornettos in the US? Shelley, no way does Heidi drive. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, mine goes back, so I'm fine then. Hey, I don't know what BLS is. I was gonna say, I bet you do drive, Heidi, because you're a fucking lunatic. Fucking lunatic you are, Heidi. So you would probably everywhere in the traffic. Fucking everyone's on the way for you. Heidi's on the way. Ambulance. Oh fuck, who's driving? Heidi. Oh fuck. Pull in quick. Okay. Happy days. Right. Let's support. Oh Jesus, it's impressive. I've seen you on stream now, and I can. Do you know what I mean? Whew. Working. It's all good, Erin. We love having you in here. Shirley, that's class. Happy days. Right. We'll get Depp on 20 past 1 minute. Oh shit, I'll get it ready. Oh, I haven't even got it ready yet. Jesus. What am I doing? I'm sitting here eating ice cream. I've not even got the bloody stream ready. Um, YouTube. Alright. Oh, fuck, what was that? Bloody Discord, it keeps going. I'm trying to mute the bloody thing. Um, Johnny Depp. Johnny. Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp. Spider Girl loves Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp. Spider Girl loves Johnny Depp. Spider Girl loves Johnny Depp. The eighth we're on, I think. So we got, yeah, we got Johnny Depp and Ben King, house manager. Beep 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 beep. Right, hang on. Oh, right, hang on then. I vote for hung just at this point. What? Or and Depp. Or we talking about hung something else is hung, Erin, eh? I'm glad you put a jury in there then. I vote for hung. I bet you vote for hung. Erin, dirty bitch. I love it. Um, right, let me get this on screen then. Remove, add, no, stop screen. Oh, Young is here. How are you, Young? Oh, I thought you talked about your husband. Where's the other IO one? Oh, Jesus. Helen D. Meet Young Min Shelley. She's from Iowa as well. So, her name's Helen D. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fair. It's okay, Erin. As long as they can't hear me, it's fine. Oh my God, look at her. Spider Girl. That's all you got in your mind. Depp, Depp, Depp. I don't know. I don't know. But Heidi made a good point this morning. Heidi made a good point this morning by saying they've just been given 6 hours worth of videos to watch. So maybe they want to go through all of that. So they might look at that. I don't know. We'll see. If it is mistrial, I hope that they never come back for another trial. But we'll see. All right. So Young, you see Helen here? Helen's here. Ah, earpods. That's right. So I can. So basically, what you're saying, Erin, I can still be dirty then. That's all right. Right. Where's it? Share screen. Don't need that. GUI trial going on live. Yeah, that's all. We're just stuck in this now. I think we're just going to do this now until we finish. Oh, we're all good. We're in. Hey, if I stop playing Depp now, I would have one very unhappy Spider Girl. Yeah, that's fine. I just found, we just found this. Helen, just so you know, Helen D, in a few exchanges, she'll be asking for your address, your phone number, everything. So just stop there. It's fine. And in half an hour, she'll be in your fucking door knocking. But we love you. Love is nice. So, I can imagine that. Loads of corn in there. Yeah, basically, Helen, she's bloody asking me for my address. I thought she was gonna um, bloody turn up at my door. Right, let's play it. Mm. Hang on, we're not playing it. Erin's got a question. I know you have your heart set on it. No, Theodore Edgemore tries fucking hilarious. I don't. No, I don't have my heart set on it at all because I know now, like Mo's covering it as well now. There's no audio, Keaton. It's fine. Um, I don't mind another try like Theodore Edgemore. I'll have to look it up. I'm not sure how long it's for. Hopefully my next trial um is going to be the live trial somewhere. Do you know what I mean? That's my aim. But then if there's spare time, I might do the remind me Theodore Edgecombe. Okay. No, so I don't have a heart set for Zachariah at all. Now that Mo was doing it, I'm not going to do it. Um, Jesus, John. I'm actually going to look that up now. Um, oh, I've just we just, I don't. I'm not ready for Alex Murdoch. You know, we've just done it. Do you know what I mean? As in, it was only a couple of months ago. It was done. So analytics. I will do it, though, Keaton, but I will do it again, but not yet. Um, Theodore Edgecombe. Put that into Google now so I can have a look what it is. And then what we'll do, we'll play Depp now. Um, okay, it already looks good. So yeah, okay. I think that's on the next one then. Right. Jesus. Right, I need to do that. Right. Channel, no. I need where is it? Live stream, no. I don't know where my bloody stream has gone. Oh, here it is. About Joe, Clyde, Daniels, and that was so. You are a big Depp fan. If I was to say to you now, only got one person to think about, it'd be him. Like, right, I'm playing. and then we'll see, right? I think it's on the list. I want a live trial first, though. No, it's just camera. It's camera. It's just the camera. It's all good. It's all good. Just a shake. They've been shaking it for ages, so it's just a shake.
He's gonna choose
Oh.
bloodbath
Bum, bum,
over
bum.
walking away. Obviously, if you're given the option between the two,
then why has it been chosen so
We'll have to remember Judge David's live court. Oh,
that's snowball. It is not a
okay.
distinct choice.
Remind me. I
Either
don't know
one
where.
is
Where is that?
discernible
Tennessee.
point.
No, it's stubbornness and it's all
You know,
kinds
and
of
it
shit.
builds, right? Like you build, I build. You know, it isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign a contract, or say, okay, now a bloodbath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a bloodbath. I'm asking you, over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a bloodbath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
Can you please pull up Defense Exhibit 161, which was admitted into evidence on Thursday, Your Honor, I believe.
Okay. Yes, it was.
Thank you. Now, that recording that we just heard, Mr. Depp, isn't the first time that you refer to an argument as a bloodbath. In fact, in this text exchange that we saw on Friday, when you inform Ms. Heard that there exists a book entitled Disco Bloodbath, and she asks you if it is about last Friday night by any chance, you say, "How can you make me smile about such a hideous moment?" Yes, it is. Funny bitch. Did I read that right?
Certainly did, sir. Thank you.
Can we pull up Exhibit 586, please? Your Honor, the only the portion of this exhibit that we would plan to play, it's a recording, is minutes 7:35 to 8:20.
Okay, but I already have a 586A.
So this would be 586B, if
735 to what?
8:20.
Thank you. No objection to 586B?
No objection.
All right, 586B.
Well, yes, you do, because you wouldn't have used that as a way to hit me. I was pouring my heart out to you. What do you do? Let me get it. Let me get it. Stab in here. That's what you saw, huh? You listen to me cry, and you're like, now I get her. So what you think? You just do it without thinking. You do it without thinking, huh? You don't. Get a stab in when you can. You throw a swing when you can. And what win better than to win on the floor? Because that's when it's really good to hit someone.
Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 366? This is another recording, Your Honor, that we would propose to admit all of, although we will only be playing minute 320 through 338.
All right, so no objection to 366 in its entirety, is that correct?
That's correct, Your
All
Honor.
right, 366 in evidence. He's only playing part. Oh, plaintiffs, I'm sorry.
You're a flower. Every other man I know, every other relationship I know, there's man. And it's like, oh, yeah, shit. And you're a flower every single time you get it. Because you're a fucking cunt!
I'll do it. That'll do it.
Can you please pull up plaintiff's exhibit 396? Your Honor, portions of this were used on Thursday, so with your leave, we'd like to introduce this as 396B with the following excerpts. 2:44 and 0 seconds through 2:44 and 16 seconds. And then 2:49 and 30 seconds through 2:49 and 55 seconds.
All right, any objection to 396B?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 396B.
Please, what? This is no. This is your last please. This is your last please. This is your last call. Last one. This is not helping. You stupid fuck. This is not helping.
If you could please go to 2:49 and 30 seconds, please.
I don't fucking care. You shut up with that. Possible. I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later.
You heard Ms. Hurd say, "Get off me," right?
No, I did not. I heard distant screaming and I heard, I'll talk to you later, I'll talk to you later. I
Let's
was
look at
thinking it
exhibit
sounds like
857,
me.
please.
He cuts him off every time. My pleasure, Erin. My pleasure.
It's another audio file.
It's not.
Only speaking the truth, Erin. And why did he
Mr.
cut him
Depp, I'd
off
like to
full
direct your
time?
attention to the second to last text on this. This is a text from you to your agent, Christian Carino, on August 15th, 2016, correct?
That's correct, that's what it looks like, yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and prejudice.
Here we fucking go. Let's approach. Bloody hell. What a surprise. Oi, stripping. Let's get it on. Look at Spidey coming to defend him. Coming to defend him. Go, Spidey. It's your birthday. Go, Spidey. It's your birthday. But what happened to the chat? What chat? Beautiful Erin. What happened to the chat? What's happened to the chat? What? What? What's everyone on about chat? Where's it gone? I still got chat. I think. No. No. Hi, Kim. Hi, Shelley. It starts with you saying, "Oh, has it gone? Is it?" Oh, at least I said beautiful, Erin. I had no idea what happened to this chat. I got mine. I got it from the start, I think.
Your Honor, for the sake of time, I'll go ahead and may I ask the witness about the portions that we discussed, and then we can provide a redacted version.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, in this text message from you to Christian Carino, your agent, on August 15th, 2016, you tell him, you You go on at some length about Amber, but you say, she will hit the wall hard, 4 exclamation points. And then later down you say, I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Did I read that right?
Objection compound.
I'll allow it. Mr. One.
You read that correctly.
Rock the chat.
And this wasn't the first time that you talked about Amber hitting the wall hard. Let's pull up Exhibit 213, please.
Hitting the wall hard based on the
We'll just take a look at the
accusations
next
that she
exhibit, Mr.
brought. I'm sorry, I was talking. Is that all right?
You'd answer my question. We'll take a look at the next
Oh,
exhibit. Thank you.
yeah. As long as you're happy, sir.
Mr. Depp, this is a text that you sent to Bruce Witkin on February 4th, 2014. The
Where,
text at the top
where
of
am
the
I
page.
looking, sir?
On your screen, please.
I
sorry.
figured that out.
The top
Thanks.
text on the screen.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a specific, if it was third from the bottom or somewhere around the corner. What would you like me to do?
This is a text that you sent to Bruce Witkin on February 4th, 2014, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of this exhibit with just that text displayed.
With the redactions applied and also the identifiers. That's
Okay,
Yep,
redactions and
we have that.
fires.
We have that ready.
All right, 213 and evidence with redactions.
I hate it when I bloody speak and I'm on mute. You cannot silence the YouTube. No way you can silence it. They try to. So I get limited every time now for all my videos. I get limited. But then as soon as they're over, like my last video was limited, but now it's green. So they don't want me to, they won't play any ads. This is what I figured out. It doesn't matter what I do, they just won't play any ads. I might be under contract, as in not suspension, but probation, I think, which I'm failing at the minute. Let's get this. I want to try to do this. See if anyone got an ad. And if not, whoa, bugger it. No, I don't think so, Erin. I think I've been probably flagged. But I don't think we're that bad, do you know what I mean? So I can't even find where the stream is now. Oh, Heidi got an ad. Happy days. Lou didn't, though. Oh, damn. Did he get any ads on the way in? No, mine's not regional. Mine's, I don't have a choice on it. I think got an ad. THC gummies. Happy days. Heidi got one. This is weird because I'm Amber Limited, but I've not, like, God as my witness, I've not sworn in this stream. I don't think. So it must be like either a Depp thing or I'm on probation. Because what I've noticed as well lately on my videos, like to thank my mom, Dylan chat, yes, you win the award. Um no, you won't get them there, no, but Heidi got an ad, which is great. Only person, but it's still good though. Play it all the way through, whatever you do, because God help me, I need it. And you should have all gotten, oh no, do you want to kick people over here? You don't get an ad, do you? Damn, I forgot about that. What was my point on this? No, so no, I've noticed lately that people have been disliking my videos. So I don't know if people are reporting my videos or not. Do you know what I mean? And I'm on like a don't know watch list or something. So I don't know. We'll see. But it's just weird. But I've noticed that lately for the last week or so. Um, the dislikes and stuff. So although it's engagement, still are they reporting the videos or something? Because I instantly go now, I've noticed, straight to Amber. So anyway, that was just a story. I just want to say that story anyways, because hey, it's my stream, so fucking I'll say what I want to. I'll say what I want to. Right, let's go back to this then. I'll play another ad later to see. If you ever get an ad off me, don't skip it. I may make 2 cents out of it. Bum, 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 bum.
Move for the admission of this, permission to publish, Your Honor.
It is in evidence,
Thank
you can publish it.
Mr. Depp, on February 4th, 2014, you tell Mr.
No, you won't, Shell. But I still, do you know what? My highest payment is from YouTube Premium. As a rough guess, right, I've made, I think, say $16 from YouTube Premium this month, and I made about say $12 from um those that don't have premium. So it's about $28 I've made this month on ads, where you got the big channels who, if you get over 100 viewers, you're making hundreds and hundreds of dollars, So although it's a little bit annoying, it is what it is for me, I'm not gonna change the channel. But so if you got premium, it's not a problem whatsoever. I get more from premium than anything. So I just need the ads to work. That's all. Just need it to work. Right, here we go. Here we go. I might have to. I'm sure people are complaining about me because I didn't swear in this stream. So anyway,
Witkin, Amber and I hit the wall hard. You see that?
I do, sir.
And that's the same phrase that you used in your text to Mr. Carino from 2016 that we just read, correct?
They are similar words, but they have different meanings. If,
Can we
I
pull
don't know
up
if that makes sense to you, but
exhibit 498, please?
no, yeah, but what you do with hours watched is if you're watching a stream, there's ads. So say you're now not
Mr. Depp,
premium.
is this a text exchange that you had with Miss Heard
Hang
on
on,
about
fucking hell. I just says when you watch a trial back, yes, I get the hours, but there's nothing for the hours. It's all about the number of ads. So no, I don't go anything for watch hours. But it still doesn't harm me. Do you know what I mean?
October 28, 2015?
She broke the chat.
yes,
Erin broke the chat.
And I'd like to direct your attention to the third text
Gummies
down.
are illegal
yes.
in the UK.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of defendants exhibit 498 with identifiers redacted.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor. May we approach?
As they approach, I'm going to make a quick cup of coffee because I am thirsty. So I'll be back. Jesus.
Can you pull up exhibit 330, please? Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the middle text on this page, which is a text from you to someone named Ryan A. On January 12th, 2015. Do you see that?
January. The second one from the last.
Yes.
January 12th?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is that Ryan Adams, the singer?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move for admission of defendants exhibit 330. Just plan on asking about that text.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm happy to approach you on.
Yes.
Can you pull up exhibit 620, please? Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to text number 40.
Okay,
It's the third one down.
yes,
This is a text from you to Malcolm Connolly. Is that right?
that's correct.
Your Honor, I move for admission of this document with the third text down.
If I just,
I'm happy to approach to discuss if Your Honor would like.
relevance objection again, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to approach?
Motherfucker. What are you doing? Cookies and coffee. So the chat's not working now then. Erin. It is working because people are typing. Cheney's there, Dave. Off Dave's here. Sarah. Is Sarah here? Did she come over? Sarah? Sarah P.
Mr. Osborne, if that's coming in, we'd allow like the contextual text messages as well. If we might take a look, please.
I'm sorry.
We would like to take a look and just make sure the contextual text messages are coming in with the one that you're directing Mr. Depp to.
I'm just going to address the court. That was the text message that I would like to get in. If they're, I'm not sure what she's asking, Your Honor.
We'll just go forward with that text message for now. Okay.
Mr. Depp, you remember last week, the jury saw the video of you, as you called it, assaulting the cupboards in that kitchen on Sweetser Avenue?
Yes, sir, very well said.
And that was on or about February 10th, 2016, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you need
I
to.
I don't know when that's from. I have asked for the metadata. I've asked for the date and received nothing.
Okay. This text you sent on February 10th, 2016 to Malcolm Connolly. Malcolm Connolly is one of your security guards, correct?
Yes, he is.
And in this text, you say, "Thanks, dear Mal. I'm just at the point where I feel like I'm going to puke all the time. Once I get this shit moving and get myself out of her level of shit, I will never mention this cunt's name again, ever again. And the first prick that asks about her gets a warning. Should the single-celled prick decide to push it, he never forgets me and will always be remembered throughout his life as the guy that got his fucking nose bit off, chewed up, and swallowed by Johnny Depp. While I do have some civilized bones in my body, just on a matter of principle, I must force him to watch me fulfill this promise of mangling his motherfucker of a beezer. Love you, X." Did I read that right?
You did.
I'd like to turn to your views on Ms. Heard's career. Can you please pull up Exhibit 195? I'd like to direct your attention to the second to last text from the bottom. This is a text message exchange between you and Ms. Heard on October 29th, 2013, correct?
It looks like it is, yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 195 with the appropriate identifiers redacted.
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is him expressing his views on her taking a meeting about the movie, her career, his views.
Oh. Keeps trying to get irrelevant text into. Yeah, I know.
So
Toxic. No, it was
195
Erin.
was
Erin broke it.
redacted with the identifiers.
Mr. Depp, you see the text that from Amber that says, "I'm at a coffee meeting now." You see that?
I do,
It's
sir.
right there. So she tells you at 12:41 p.m., "I'm at a coffee meeting now. We'll be home soon." And then you respond, "Holy crap, whores. No goddamn meetings. No movies. Why? Why do you deviate from our agreement? What species of meeting? Fuck it. Just tell me when you get home." Did I read that right?
You did, but a coffee meeting.
You didn't want her to take the meeting that she was taking that day, correct?
It seems as though we had an agreement what seems like we had an agreement to do something together. I'm actually asking what species of mating. So this is not necessarily an angry text. It's just, why do you deviate from our agreement? It's not about her doing films. How do you think she got Aquaman, sir?
You tell her no goddamn meetings, no movies, because you didn't want her acting. You wanted to control her career, correct?
Objection compound.
That's
And I'll-
patently
hold on,
untrue,
Mr.
and it's a
Mr.
great
Depp,
guess.
sir. All right, yes, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Sorry.
We can move on. Exhibit 394, please. Defendant's exhibit. Mr. Depp, if you can take a look at the fourth text down. This is a text from you to Dr. Kipper on, it's in the timestamp issue, I believe it was sent on March 8th, 2015 in Australia, timestamp March 7th, 2015. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of 394.
No objection with the proper redactions of the rest of the text messages and the identifiers.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
394 evidence with redactions.
Permission to publish?
All right, yes, yes, sir.
Mr. Depp, on this date, right after you had suffered an injury to your finger, you text Dr. Kipper and you say, "Hi, fucked, man. Had another one. I just cannot live like this. She is as full of shit as a Christmas goose. I'm done. No more. The constant insults, the demeaning, belittling, most heartbreaking spew that is only released from a malicious, evil, and vindictive cunt. But you know what? Far more hurtful than her venomous and degrading, endless educational ranting is her hideously and purposely hurtful tirades and her goddamn shocking treatment of the man she was meant to love. Above all, here's the real deal, mate. Her obsession with herself is far more important. She is so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was acquired, mate. Although she has hammered me with what a sad old man has been I am, Cowan has done me the most cruel of favors. I'm so very sad. I cut the top of my middle finger off. What should I do? Except, of course, go to a hospital. I'm so embarrassed for jumping into anything with her. Fuck the world." Did I read that right?
Yes, Mr. Rottenborn.
So even as you are ranting about Ms. Hurd to Dr. Kipper, even as you were talking about her ambition and expressing your objections to that, you still admit to him that you cut the top of your middle finger off, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, sustain as compound.
You're complaining about her ambition in this text to her, to Dr. Kipper, correct?
I'm realizing that her ambition is far stronger than her supposed feelings for me, yes.
And there's nothing about this text that's trying to protect her.
Protect her?
And-
From what?
And you tell Dr. Kipper, I cut the top of my middle finger off in this text, correct?
It's just the way it was worded. It doesn't mean that I actually literally cut my finger off after, at the age of 12, finding the only thing that gave me peace, which is playing the guitar. Very unlikely. Why didn't I start lopping off digits when I was 13 then?
Just the way it was worded. Now, Ms. Hurd wasn't the only one who had a problem with your, you can take that down. Ms. Hurd wasn't the only one who had a problem with your drinking and abuse of alcohol, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. if you
Ms.
want.
Hurd wasn't the only one who had a problem with your drinking, correct?
So if anyone had a problem with my drinking at any time in my life, it was me. The only person that I've ever abused in my life is myself.
In fact, you tried to hide your drinking from your daughter, Lily Rose, didn't you?
Objection relevance.
What's the relevance?
When your nerves are
What's-
pushed.
sir,
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Pardon.
Fuck, you know. Oh, this is what I mean. Like, get frustrated at this now. Objection, objection. Can we come? Oh, I'm getting a bit annoyed at this now. I think I'm getting annoyed with it because it's like, what else have we got to ask him? You've gone so through what many texts and stuff. I don't know. And he's not acting well to the jury. I liked him as
Can you pull
well
up Exhibit 207, please?
when he did the opening argument. Sorry.
Can you scroll down, please? Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the last text on this page. It's a text from you to Kevin Murphy. He was your state manager, correct?
He was.
This is a text from you to Kevin Murphy on January 21st, 2014, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of that portion of Defendant's Exhibit 207 with
Do you
redacted.
think, Lou?
With the
How
identifiers redacted, that's fine, thank you.
how do you say that, Lou? I'm genuinely asking. I don't know how Johnny's team doing excellent work. Maybe they are. I just don't see how they're doing it. That's all.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
And in this text to Kevin Murphy on January 21st, 2014, you say, just trying to get over my shocking discussion with Vanessa that lasted 5+ hours. Vanessa's your former partner, correct?
She's the mother of my children, yes.
The mother of your children, that's right. And then you say, I feel ill and have invested my guts into some side corner. Now, Lily Rose hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right. But I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. Come to master in main house. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1092, please? Mr. Depp, is this a picture of you passed out in a chair during daylight hours?
Again, isn't passed out. That's a very specific term. Sleep could be one. Passed out.
Let's try it this way. This is a picture of you in a chair, correct?
That is correct.
Move for the admission of 1092, Your Honor.
Any objection?
I'm relevant, Your Honor?
Your Honor, I'm trying to move this along, and when we stopped with
Well,
relevance,
do you want to lay a foundation? I just don't.
this is a picture of Mr. Depp. We've introduced another.
I'm
on
with you.
Thursday,
I'm
another
with
picture
you.
of that.
What is the date of this photograph? I'm sorry.
So they block it. Okay, I understand that bit. I understand that bit. Yeah, I get it now. I know what Lou was trying to say now. It's just like, be done with it, guys. Do you know what I mean? Be done with it. There's only so much you can take with this. And the judge should also step in and be like, look, Rotten Burn, or whatever his name is. They're stopping AH. Yeah, thank you, Lou. Not permissible and breaking up Rotten Bottom's flow each time. Thank you, Lou. Yeah, I agree. I didn't think of that, so
Can you take that
appreciate
down
you,
and put,
Spidey and
put up
Lou.
Exhibit
Thank you.
470, Michelle, please.
If
Mr.
I
Depp,
was a
this is the bottom text on this page, a text exchange or a text message from you to your personal assistant, Stephen Duders, on September 3rd, 2015.
That's what it looks like, yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of this exhibit with just that text.
No, you're both excellent saying it.
Exhibit 470.
Good. You both said it
Again,
different ways, but good ways.
And cumulative.
I'll allow this one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
With redactions.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, in the effort to move this along, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to start with the word main bits, which is 5 lines down. You write to Mr. Duders on September 3rd, 2015, main bits needed are Xanax and Adderall, and I want no judgment from Kipper or Debbie. Kipper means Dr. David Kipper, correct?
That's correct.
And Debbie means Debbie Lloyd, your sobriety nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Just found out from Joel last night how much I spent on having Kipper and Debbie around. Millions and fucking millions, mate. All the while, Debbie just hung around Broad, BCH, and gave me new meds like every 2 weeks. She was on set maybe 4 times. Wow. And 5 money symbols. Sorry, just how it is. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we pull up Exhibit 587, please? This is a recording, Your Honor.
I already have 5787A, so this is 587B.
587B, Your Honor. The excerpts to be played are 1940 through 1953 and 2304 through 2329.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
587B evidence.
was thinking I want to be able to talk to you. And not even be clean and sober, and we fix a lot of our problems.
I'm never.
I know.
In that clip, Mr. Depp, you tell Ms. Heard, I'm never getting clean and sober, correct?
It sounds like to me that yes, either that or I have never been clean and sober.
Thank
It's
you.
one of the
Let's
two.
play 2304, please.
See, he jumps in. That annoys me. He shouldn't be allowed to do that.
In the big picture, the big scheme of things, it does nothing but hurt us. And why? Because the coke and booze doesn't make it easier for you to see how clearly that is.
You gotta stop with coke.
All the coke you've done today, and all the booze you've drank today,
By the way,
has it helped you?
I just
Has it helped us?
just got the coke.
Has it helped us?
Sunday.
Yeah, I know, because yesterday you were 1,000 times better. Yesterday to be.
I'd like to turn now to a few more of your words around the time that you went into detox, about how you viewed Amber's role in that process, Mr. Depp. Can you please pull up plaintiff's exhibit 120_40? And Your Honor, 120_41 was admitted the other day, but I'd like to introduce this as a separate exhibit.
So 120B, and that would be _40, you said 40?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection to that?
If I may, just another.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, while they're looking at that, is the second text from the bottom a text that you sent to Amber's mom, Paige, on August 19th, 2014?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And this is when you were either in the middle of or finishing up your detox process from oxycodone, correct?
That is correct.
All right. No objection?
No objection.
Okay. 120B in evidence? You want to publish? Or
As
is, correct?
With the other
Okay, that's fine.
text messages redacted.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, with you, okay, yeah, sure.
Oh, sorry, Lou. Sorry, Lou. I can hear you perfectly. That's why I'm like,
Okay, publish.
this is, we should play 1.5 all the time because
in
I
this
can
text
hear you
message
perfectly.
That you write Amber's mom on August 19th, 2014. You say, "My dearest Paige, how unbelievably kind and pure your message was. I am beyond thankful to have you in my life. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you individually that I've gotten helps immeasurably. I don't need to explain the horrors to you. You know as well as I. What you do need to know, that your daughter has risen far above the nightmarish task of taking care of this poor old junkie. Never a second has gone by that she didn't look out for me or have her eyes on me to make sure that I was okay. YN words are truly feeble in attempting to explain her heroism in a text. Suffice to say that I have never met or loved a woman or a thing more. She has the strength of 1,000 men, and that is due to no one or nothing but you, sweetheart. Thank you. I love you. Your son, Outlaw." Did I read that correctly?
You did, sir.
I'd like to take a look at another document. Exhibit 272, please. Is this a text message that you shared, a text message exchange between you and Amber the following day on April 20th, 2014?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 272 and ask for permission to publish.
With the identifiers removed, we have no objection.
All right, remove the identifiers. All right, 272 in evidence as redacted.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified on Thursday that you saw nothing wrong with referring to Amber as a lesbian camp counselor when she was trying to get you to stop using drugs. But let's take a look at what you say in
She had
this
used
text.
that term before.
In this text, Mr. Depp, you say, "Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve." Did I read that correctly?
You did.
You can take that down. Now, you've brought this lawsuit about the op-ed specifically, but for years prior to the date that Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed, there were numerous negative news stories about you. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, I sustain its compound.
For years prior to 2018, when Amber wrote the op-ed,
Hey,
there
Farrell.
were numerous negative news stories about you that were released into the public, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
By 2018, you're saying?
Correct.
Yes, it all started with Ms. Heard going directly to a court to get a TRO, which is with a bruise on her face and paparazzi. That was the sort of beginning of the ball rolling down the hill and gaining momentum.
There were lots of
And
negative
destroying
stories
me.
about you prior to May 27, 2016, when Amber went into court, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Now it's 2016, I'll allow it if you can.
There were plenty of negative stories about you prior to that date, weren't there?
So I've been in the racket of Hollywood since 1984. My
Mr. Depp, I'm asking you a yes or no question. There were plenty of negative news stories about you prior to May 27th, 2016, correct?
from 1984 up until then, they're both. So of course people write negative stories.
Sure. And you just testified to the jury that it all started on May 27th, 2016. So that's why I asked you to clarify about the negative stories prior to that date. And you'd agree that there were, correct?
Can you be specific about the stories? Of course, there's been negative stories.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
All right.
Your Honor, I have here numerous exhibits in one sort of compendium, all press articles about Mr. Depp, if I may approach.
All right, yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, having received this, I would like to preemptively lodge a hearsay lack of foundation.
He hasn't got him in evidence yet. Are you moving?
No,
these
I'm happy
evidence?
to approach, but they're certainly not being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted, but I'm happy to approach and discuss.
Hold
them.
on.
I believe this was a pretty long sidebar.
Right. Right. I'm struggling. It's this part of the trial I'm struggling with now. Truth be told, I'm losing patience with all these objections. I'm a little bit fed up of it now. Spidey. Spidey. Oh shit! Sorry. My fault. I didn't have my headphones on. Sorry.
Yeah, I was already talking to you and didn't realize your headphones were off.
I know that's totally my bad. I just wanted the rest of my ears. But I'm genuinely struggling with this trial now. Oh
It's all Team Herd's fault.
yeah. Well, I'm not gonna go that far, but I am struggling. I'll be honest. I'm
How
struggling with it.
not?
What?
How is
Oh
it
no!
not
Oh
their fault?
no! I'm not saying it's not their fault. I'm not saying it's not. I just think it's a combination now of everyone's objecting for all sorts of reasons now, and it's like,
If they didn't object, then that would be bad lawyering.
no, it would be. You're right. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I keep no, Lou. I'm 100% that I'll get better. I'm just losing the will to live a little bit. With it, I've thoroughly enjoyed Depp up until now. Um, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Just maybe it's because I'm streaming so much of this. You know what I mean? That's getting a bit too much. I don't know.
I
Lefty,
think
how
it's
you do, mate?
I think it's
Yeah,
because Rotten Born should have been done a while ago with this.
possibly is. It's just stretching it for me. I'm just like, I don't know. I wasn't sure whether it's because we've been streaming so many of these now, 2 a days, that it's just getting to me the testimony that it's just like frustrating, or whether it's because of what you just said, that this should have been done. Like this shouldn't be even be, you know, Johnny Depp shouldn't even be on parade right now, or not. He shouldn't be a witness right now. So
I think they're about to wrap up because I think right after this, because this is going to be a rapid fire, nothing but tabloid headlines coming in. I think right after that it moves to redirect, and
okay,
then we
so
go into Ben King. Yeah, so this
okay,
should be almost over.
okay, that's fair. That's fair. But I'd rather be honest with people about it. I'm struggling with it, and it's not the trial itself. It's just more of a maybe it's my fatigue as well. Do you know what I mean? Building maybe it's my patience with it. That's
Oh
running a
no,
little bit low.
everybody lost patience with how long this cross is going on, but everybody also cheered at
Yeah.
Team Johnny kicking his
No,
ass.
He's been fantastic. It's just, I think you're right. He should have just been done ages ago now. We shouldn't be, Johnny shouldn't be on the stand today. It's, yeah, fine. Right, we'll continue with it, but I was a broken man there for a second. Oh no, Sarah, lovely. I gave you a wave on Discord, the Zachariah one. Sarah, I've been missing you. So you're right. I'm not giving up on the trial, guys. I'm not. I just think it's either what Spidey just said, that I'm just getting annoyed with Rotten Bottom because of, how far we're going with it, or I'm just getting a bit of trial fatigue with this actual trial. And it just means, do I need a break from it? Or because we're doing 2 a day, remember, as well. Do you know what I mean? And it is a lot. Um, but I'm not ditching the trial. I mean, I am enjoying Johnny, but today I'm struggling a bit with this bit. And I'm not sure if it's just this bit or overall, but we'll see. We'll crack on and see how it goes here anyway. So yeah, that's my rant for
Oh,
last time.
you didn't even have to pause for that rant either.
Well, if they're not talking, I'm skipping.
But when you
Right.
skip, you miss important parts. Like I missed that whole
No.
beginning part.
Oh, that's your fault. You're sleeping.
No, I wasn't.
No,
You started in the middle of an audio. I have no clue what
I
audio
did.
was introduced.
I did. Right. Well, hang on. If I skip there, are they speaking? No. Oh, they go on break. They go on break. So there we are. We're back. You see?
And her
Oh, hang on.
righteous,
Gone too far forward. Hang on. It skips like 3 minutes at a time. Here we go.
Mr. Depp, when did you see Ms. Heard's December 18th, 2018
No.
op-ed for the first time?
Nope, you completely missed
No, because it goes from 1890. So it's only a minute I missed.
No, you missed the whole end of his thing where he does the barrage of tabloids.
Right. So it was before the break then.
Yeah. I didn't think they went straight to break after. But you just confirmed that Rottenborn's done, pretty much.
Let me go back a little bit more then.
Answered?
It's not been asked and answered.
I became aware.
And she became.
Motherfucker.
We did.
November 4th, 2017.
No. Right, we'll go from here then.
Yeah.
We'll just have a little bit of boring thing.
Okay, now she just gave Johnny the updated list of the actual ones they're going to use.
Cool.
And they're going back.
Cool. So we're back. Fine.
Mr. Depp, if you could.
Yeah, you're
please
going to miss
take a
some
look
good
at the stack
lines.
of articles in front of you.
Oh, sorry.
Um,
We're here though.
Yes, it's a stack of hit
yes,
pieces
the first one is
generated
called
by
the.
Ms. Heard's publicity team.
Mr. Depp, we're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible.
I'm just
I'm going to ask you
stating
about
they
the
are.
first one, but we're going to talk about them. The first one is entitled is from the Guardian. You see that?
Apparently drunk.
Yes, and this is an article from November 15th, 2014, entitled "Apparently Drunk Johnny Depp Cut Off at Hollywood Film Awards Ceremony." Correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
And the next article is an article from May 7th, 2016. It's entitled "Johnny Depp: Friends and Family Seriously Concerned About Him. Here's Why."
Yes.
Correct.
How did they know?
The next article from May 1st, 2017, before Ms. Heard filed for a restraining order, a year and a half before she published. No, sorry, this would be after May 1st, 2017. The headline is "Johnny Depp has a clear and epic sense of entitlement, ex-managers say."
Yes.
In the Hollywood Reporter, correct?
I was in a lawsuit with him, sir.
The next article from May 10th, 2017 is entitled "Johnny Depp, a Star in Crisis and the Insane Story of His Missing Millions." Did I read that right?
That's straight from the same lawsuit, sir.
The next article, also from May 10th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published, says Johnny Depp reportedly drank heavily and was constantly late on the new Pirates movie set. Did I read that right?
You did, reportedly.
The next
These are
article,
all hit
also from
pieces.
May
These
10th,
are drags, sir.
2017. Mr.
This
Depp,
is a pathetic attempt.
Mr. Depp, please just respond to the question I'm asking you.
What's your
The next
question,
question,
Mr.
the next document, an article published in Vanity Fair on May 10th, 2017,
Yes.
is entitled Johnny Depp's Financial Woes Might Sink the Next Pirates of the Caribbean. Did I read that right?
You did. I don't know.
The
how
next
my financial
article,
woes would do
May
that.
25th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published, an article entitled Where Did It All Go Wrong for Johnny Depp? After a string of flops and a ton of bad press, Johnny Depp's star power looks as wobbly as Jack Sparrow on a plank. Did I read that right?
You read that very, very well.
The next one, Hollywood Reporter, May 27th, 2017. Headline, Pirates of the Caribbean, the diminishing returns of Johnny Depp. Did I read that right?
You certainly did. Hollywood Reporter were very nice to me at the time.
July 12th, 2017. Why are all of Johnny Depp's movies bombing at the box office? Did I read that right?
You certainly did.
November 4th, 2017. A year and a month before Amber published the op-ed. Headline, Johnny Depp allegedly showed up drunk to movie premiere, reports say. Did I read that
Allegedly,
correctly?
reports say.
Seen a bit, Erin.
June 21st, 2018,
word.
6 months before the op-ed was published.
Hi, C swept.
Vanity Fair article. The real reason Johnny Depp used an earpiece on a
Enjoy
film set.
yourself, Erin. See you later.
I think that was
Did I read
explained in
that
court the
correctly?
other day. Oh, you did, yeah.
June 21st, 2018, 6 months before the op-ed was published. A
Mhm.
Rolling Stone article entitled The Trouble with Johnny Depp. Multi-million-dollar lawsuits, a haze of booze and hash, a marriage gone very wrong, and a lifestyle he can't afford inside the trials of Johnny Depp. Did I read that right?
You did. You should read the article. It's
And the
wonderful.
last one, June 22nd, 2018, the Daily Mail, vodka for breakfast, 72-hour drug binges, and spending sprees that beggar belief. Alison Boshoff reveals why Hollywood's reeling over what's being called Johnny Depp's career suicide note. Did I read that correctly?
You did. Who's Alison Boshoff and how does she know?
Mr. Depp, you can't name
Oh,
a
it's one
single
house, I see.
actress who has benefited in her career by coming forward and stating that she was the victim of domestic violence. Can you?
I'm sorry, what was
Objection
that?
calls for
I'll
speculation.
sustain the objection. Next question.
When Amber made abuse accusations against you in May 2016, fair to say it got a lot of press attention, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
When Amber made abuse accusations against you in May 2016, you became aware that it got a lot of press attention, correct?
Very quickly, I became aware.
And she became associated with those abuse accusations that she made against you in May 2016, correct? To your knowledge.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You became associated with those domestic abuse accusations that she made against you, correct?
I think that's clear.
And
yes.
you understood that she became associated with those same accusations that she made, correct? You testified to that.
Well, she had a choice. I didn't.
And you talked about the immediate impact that those accusations on May 27th, 2016 allegedly had on your career, correct?
Yes.
You testified earlier in your examination on direct that when Amber made those accusations in 2016, you said you lost, quote, nothing less than everything, correct?
That's correct, sir.
But you didn't try to get the restraining order lifted in 2016, did you?
I don't. If she wanted
It's a
restraining
yes or no
order,
question. You didn't try to get the
No,
restraining order.
why
lifted,
would
did you? And you didn't have a divorce trial where you could respond to Amber's accusations of abuse in 2016, did you?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm asking if you had a trial. That's a
All right,
fact.
I'll allow-
You didn't have a divorce trial where you could respond to Amber's accusations of abuse, did you?
no, there were no charges pressed against
You
me.
chose
She didn't
not
tell
to-
the police that I had done anything. She didn't mention my name.
And you didn't have a California divorce judge decide these facts, did you?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll
You
sustain the
chose
objection.
you
Next
chose not to try to clear your name at that time through any sort of legal proceeding, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection.
And you chose to sign a divorce agreement in which you stated that Amber had not made any false statements about you for financial gain. We looked at that, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Asked and answered. I'll sustain the objection. Next
In
question.
fact, you waited until Amber wrote the op-ed in the Washington Post in December of 2018 to file a lawsuit against her, correct?
That is correct.
Can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, please?
It was the only time that I was able to
Permission to publish,
speak and use my own voice.
You chose not to sue the Washington Post in this lawsuit, correct?
Objection relevance asked and answered.
It's not been asked and answered.
Hasn't been asked and answered, but I'm not sure what the relevance is.
You chose to sue only Ms. Heard and not the newspaper that published this article, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain the compound.
You chose not to sue the Washington Post, correct?
Objection relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
You only sued the author of this article, Amber Heard, correct?
Which seems she was the one making the statements. Yes, I had the opportunity to fight back.
Permission to publish Exhibit 2, Your Honor?
All right, Exhibit 2 is already in evidence. So
Mr. Depp, you realize that the only job for this jury to decide,
Yes, sir.
its only job is to determine whether this op-ed and this op-ed alone is defamatory.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'll sustain the objection.
This is the only writing that's the subject of this lawsuit that you brought, correct?
Same objection.
It's facts, Your Honor. Keep
I'll
throwing
allow
across the
that
lawsuit.
question. I'll allow that question.
This is a version of that story of the op-ed that I've never seen. The one that was published before, the only one I've ever seen is the one that was published prior to this. They changed the title because they were in fear of trouble.
Well, I moved to strike that last. testimony, Your
Well, I mean,
Honor.
it's clear.
Whether it's the online edition or this edition in the paper, this article is the only statement, the only publication of anything that's the subject of the lawsuit that you brought, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection.
This op-ed, Mr. Depp, does not discuss any of the details of your relationship that we've seen in texts and emails and recordings over the past few days, does it?
Objection, compound, and asked and answered.
I'll sustain both objections.
In fact, this article doesn't contain any details of your relationship with Ms. Heard.
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the
The
objection.
only thing that this article states, Mr. Depp, is that in 2016, Amber made accusations of domestic abuse. Correct.
It was clear that she made allegations in 2016.
And she
so
did that when
then,
she
yes.
obtained a restraining order against you in 2016, correct?
Yeah, I suppose, yes.
And even if you disagree with the accusations that she made against you in May 2016, it is a true fact that she did make those accusations in 2016 and got a restraining order against you, correct?
Objection, compound, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objections. Next question.
To your knowledge, the words that Ms. Heard used in this article about getting a restraining order against you in 2016, those are true, correct?
I'm sorry?
The words
Objection,
that
it
Ms.
states
Heard
the
used,
document.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
can you go to the third paragraph, look at the third paragraph, please. The statement that then 2 years ago, Ms. Heard became a public figure representing domestic abuse, that is true, isn't it?
I'm not sure what we're looking at.
Objection.
Oh, I see.
Calls for a legal conclusion.
I'll sustain the objection.
It's-
I'll
it's not.
sustain the objection.
And in 2016, for the first time publicly, Ms. Heard accused you of domestic abuse, correct?
In 2016?
Yes.
That's correct.
No further questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes? Do not do any outside research and do not talk to anybody about the case, okay? We'll come back in 15 minutes. All right, ready for the jury?
Fucking hell. Keaton, I have no idea what the jury are thinking in that. You might be well right. I have no idea what's going on anymore. I've lost the will to live, I think. Zach, what? Yeah, it's annoying to hear him testifying like that. Even though that obviously he knew what he's doing. He's got things in that should never been put in. The jury have heard it now, and in some ways, I'd love a judge just to pull him up and be like, "No more testifying." You just, you know, you just testify the whole bloody thing there at the end. So it's always going to stick with the jury, isn't it? But it's annoying. Right. I know everyone's raving about this judge, but I'm like, don't see it yet for this judge. Don't see it. Keaton, we watched every minute of every day. I think it's not guilty. Yeah, I know everyone seems to love her, Shelley. So I'm glad you said that. I'm not that impressed with her so far, but I'm sure she gets. Also, she's got a tough job. I'm only criticizing her. I'll say this, right? I'm only criticizing her because everyone tells me she's the best judge ever, and I'm like not seeing that yet. If no one had said that to me, I'd be like, yeah, she's okay. She's nothing special, but she's doing a good job. You know. So that's why I say that I'm not seeing it yet. Before everyone starts going, she's the best around. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. She's the best around. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Judge
Good afternoon, Mr. Depp.
Penny.
Hi.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1? Mr. Depp, is this the version of the op-ed that you recognize?
Yes, ma'am, that's the one.
I would move Exhibit 1, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 into evidence and ask that it be published to the jury.
Any objection? All right, one in evidence and publish.
Mr. Depp, when did you see Ms. Heard's December 18th, 2018 op-ed for the first time?
It was presented to me by one of my team, I can't remember, but it was within a day or so of it, a couple of days of it having been written, I believe.
And what was your reaction when you saw it?
Shock.
Why were you shocked?
Alright, hang on. Spider says I disliked her first performance as whole. That gets praise. In the end, you see she was incredibly balanced. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'd say she's probably similar to most of the judges. Well, not most, but a lot of judges that we've seen recently. I'd compare it to, oh, what's his name? The Gwyneth Paltrow judge. I thought he was very fair and balanced. I think she's similar. Actually, interesting. That was a civil case as well. So, um, yeah. Ultra Quarter, is it speeding intentional? Yes, we have to speed it because otherwise I'll be fucking livid. Um, that's why the judge is Kim. That's why the judge A is the best. You said just nothing special. That means she's remaining by. Yeah, I mean, I probably can say, but 2 or 3 other judges I would say are very similar. That I ended up going, yeah, they're okay, but I forget about them now who they were. That's the only problem. I think I would. She's not memorable yet, which is a good thing. By the way, that's a good thing. Was perfectly unbiased, endlessly polite and calm. I loved how she ran her courtroom. Lou, I would never disagree with you. Again, I'm not criticizing her. It's just that I've had it from fucking everyone going, Judge Penny, she's the best. She's the best. So that's why if no one had told me that, I'd be like, yeah, she's doing all right. You know, she's doing good. I thought the Paul Judge is one of my favorites. Spider Girl. I thought he was very fair and he was very on it. He'd no messing with time or anything. Everyone knew where they stood. I'm sure it's a Paltrow, and I'm 99% sure it's a Paltrow judge. Court reporter, oh, she was so cute. Right, let's get. Was she allowed praise for court reporter, etc.? Oh, was she allowed the praise for? Okay.
Because at that point, it had been a good solid 2.
Right, I've fucking gone too far, haven't I? Not deliberately, though.
All right, be seated and redirect.
Good afternoon, Mr. Depp.
Spider Girl, you hate everyone that's not Depp
Can we
or
please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1?
Judge Penny.
Mr. Depp, is this the version of the op-ed that you recognize?
Yes, ma'am, that's the one.
I would move Exhibit 1, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 into evidence and ask that it be published to the
All right,
jury.
any objection? All right, one in evidence and publish.
Mr. Depp, when did you see Ms. Heard's December 18th, 2018 op-ed for the first time?
It was presented to me by one of my team, I can't remember, but it was within a day or so of it, a couple of days of it having been written, I believe.
And what was your reaction when you saw it?
Shock.
Why were you shocked?
Because at that point, it had been a good solid 2 or so years of this, of the accusations, of the allegations, planted firmly on my back. So something that I had to carry with me. And I just couldn't believe that it was continuing. That it was continuing in such a way that it was clear that the more bad press, the more hit pieces that came out on me, the more of these stories of Ms. Heard and her righteous chase against me it wasn't stopping, and it's difficult to once you've chewed on it for a couple of years, it becomes pretty difficult to swallow anymore. It, as it was completely untrue.
How did you feel when you saw the op-ed for the first time?
Objection asked and answered just now.
My prior question was about his reaction.
All right, I'll allow it.
Hurt. Yeah, a blinding hurt. It was like somebody hit me in the back of the head with a 2x4. And as I said, I had no ability to speak prior to, because even if I had done an interview to try to explain myself, it turned into a hit piece. So my mouth was shut. And this was the opportunity where I thought, something's got to be done. It's just got to be done. I couldn't take it anymore.
When did you first learn that Disney was not going to recast you in the Pirates franchise?
It was probably 2 or 3 days after this op-ed appeared. One of my crew, again, I don't remember who had sent me, excuse me, had sent me a piece that was in some magazine, and Sean Bailey, who was the number 3.
Objection hearsay.
I don't know yet. I'll overrule it at this point.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sean Bailey, who was the third in line, I suppose, in the upper echelon of Disney, just basically said in the
Objection hearsay.
Your
What
Honor,
Sean Bailey
this
said.
is about him
It's in
learning
an
about this. It's
article.
not for the truth.
It is the truth. She's
Maybe
asking.
I'm gonna approach.
Here we go. Who's asking him questions then? Spidey, who's asking the questions to him? 'Cause I don't really know who she is.
Jessica Myers again.
Yeah, I don't know who she is. Fine. I liked Rottenbaum, right? I did like Rottenbaum. I thought he had the best opening out of all of them. But yeah, since then he's annoyed me. But I do still stand by that. I think he gave the best opening arguments, but he's annoyed me since then.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury who Sean Bailey is? I think you were starting to.
Yes, I'll try again. Sean Bailey is the number 3, or was at the time. I don't know what his status is anymore, but at the time he was the number 3 sort of upper echelon of Disney top dogs, and Sean Bailey was quoted as saying that.
Objection hearsay.
Mr. Depp, where was Sean Bailey quoted, without getting into what he was quoted as saying?
He was quoted in whatever the article was that that was brought to my attention.
And can you please just clarify what article you're referring to?
I don't know what journal it came from. I don't know what magazine. I don't know any of that, so I don't know who did the interview with him.
Objection lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel when you learned that you were being dropped from the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise?
Well, it was the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. It was the character that Captain Jack Sparrow was a character that I had built from the ground up, and was something that I of course put a lot of as you do with all characters, but you put a lot of yourself into the character. So, and also having worked on these films with these people and having added much of myself, much of my own rewriting of the dialogue and scenes and the jokes and whatever they are, I didn't quite understand how that after that long relationship and quite a successful relationship, certainly for Disney, that suddenly I was guilty until proven innocent.
Up until the point that you learned that you were not going to be in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise any longer, what was your intention with respect to future Pirates movies?
The last thing that I knew from I said that there's the producer team, there's the creative team, and there were many discussions. I, in fact, had been approached to take part in writing
Objection to
Pirates
hearsay.
6.
Mr. Depp, what was your intention with respect to future Pirates movies, aside from what you've been asked to do?
My feeling was that these characters should be able to have their proper goodbye, as it were. A franchise can only last for so long. And there's a way to end a franchise like that. And I thought that the characters deserved to have their way out of, to end the franchise on a very good note. I planned on continuing until it was time to stop.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn asked you about a quote where you said you wouldn't come back to the Pirates franchise for $300 million and a million alpacas. Do you remember that?
I do.
When relative to learning that you would no longer be a part of the Pirates franchise, did you make that statement?
I think long before I made the statement, there was a very deep and distinct sense of having been betrayed by the people that I had been working with, the people that I'd worked hard for, people that I delivered a character to that they initially despised, but somehow, even I stuck to my guns with the character and it seemed to work. So.
Do you recall when specifically you made that statement about the $300 million and the 100 alpacas?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
I believe I made that statement during a press conference in the San Sebastian at the San Sebastian.
No
Film
worries,
Festival,
love.
and
That's fine.
I was asked about my situation.
And what year would that have been, if you can recall?
I believe it was last year or so.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 804? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
As soon as my eyes go on, I hopefully will. Scott Brothers, yes. 4 and 5, yes.
What is this document?
I don't quite know. I'd have to read it to get some
Could we,
understanding of it.
could we scroll through so Mr. Depp can look at the rest of this document?
Oh, there it goes. It looks. This appears to me to be some species of contract. No?
Is this a contract that you entered into?
With Disney.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Plaintiff's Exhibit 804 be moved into evidence and published.
Any objection?
I think it's outside the scope of direct or cross-examination.
I'll rule on that objection.
Okay, and I'll reserve other objections to portions of the document, depending on what she's going to ask about. Could be hearsay.
But she's asking to put it all in evidence right now.
Well, then I would object to that at this point.
Are you going to come forward?
I forget I bloody mute myself half the times. Beans, beans, Heinz. Green, green beans. The green, green grass of home.
Yeah,
Spidey,
he's the-
Spidey. What?
He's losing this objection, and I'm not posting this one to Discord. It's a 30-page document, and I have to do screenshots. So
Yeah, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. If you feel lazy, it's fine. Do you know what I mean? We understand. It's fine.
I'm gonna see what it is she points out on this, and then put that part in there.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
I'm just going to copy that at some point. Okay.
Mr.
That's
Depp,
fair,
I'd like to direct your
Spidey.
attention to Section 6 of the contract, which is on pages 8 through 10 of the document. Mr. Depp, what does this reflect?
It appears to be the agreement of Pirates 4 and 5 compensation and merchandise.
Mr. Depp, at this time, how many other franchise films have you been a part of?
At that time, Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland. I'm so pathetic when it comes to knowing what movies I've done. I'm sorry. I just I don't watch them. I feel better not watching them. I couldn't. What was the question again?
How many
many
order in the
other
court, or I will have you removed. Understood? Thank you.
How many other franchise films had you been a part of at the time of this contract?
There was a third. There was Pirates. There was with Warner Brothers, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and then Crimes of Grindelwald.
And how does the compensation reflected in this contract compare to that what you receive for the other franchises that you've been a part of?
Objection Foundation.
He just established that he was a member of other franchise films at this point.
He hasn't established a foundation that he knows how he's compensated.
I'll rule the objection if you can answer.
I believe the compensation, obviously, all the pay and back end and all those things are negotiated by agents, lawyers, and this was comparatively this is my salary on that film, and other salaries were of a similar status, I suppose.
If I could direct your attention to the 12th page of the document.
Yes. Cool.
Is this your signature, Mr. Depp?
Yes, it is.
You can take this down. Thank you. Mr. Depp, I recall that you testified that you don't know during a given period what movies you were working on. So my question is, who would know that?
Well, first and foremost, it's my agent or agents. I do recall a couple of the other films that I'd made after. One was initially called Richard Says Goodbye, and that was they changed the name to The Professor, and during all of the the nastiness over the past 6 years, that film went straight to pay-per-view. There was another film called Minamata that was produced. It was my company, Infinitum Nile. We had developed a film called Minamata about Eugene Smith and the Minamata, the mercury poisoning of a very small fishing village in southern Japan. There was that one, and then there was a film called Waiting for the Barbarians with Mark Rylance and Robert Pattinson. Those were 3 films that I had done.
Mr. Depp, during your cross-examination, Mr. Rottenborn showed you a number of text messages between you and Paul Bettany. Do you remember that?
I do.
Could you please explain to the jury what your relationship with Mr. Bettany is?
Mr. Bettany and I had, we'd met while I was making a film called The Tourist in Venice, and we were, it was an instant connection. He's born and bred in the UK and has that English sort of dry, kind of obtuse, abstract sense of humor, and that was one of the things that we connected on. Is taking, even if it was a difficult or unpleasant situation, we would
I've never been the kind of
do our
person
best to deal with it with humor,
anywhere.
as opposed to just a constant complaint or whining or anything of that nature. We dealt with it with humor, albeit sometimes as these are private texts that have been, there was a lot of in context. It's important to know that none of it was ever intended to be real, and the language that's used, which I am ashamed that that has to be spread on the world like peanut butter. For example, the text that is about burning Ms. Heard it's directly from Monty Python in the sketch about burning witches and then drowning the witches. This is a film that we all watched when we were 10, and it's just irreverent and abstract humor. That's what we were referring to in those texts.
The text message that you just referenced, other than Mr. Bettany, who else saw that text message at the time that it was sent?
No one, of course not.
Based on your own observations, how would you describe Mr. Bettany's relationship with Ms. Heard while you and Ms. Heard were together?
Abominable.
Why was that?
Ms. Heard despised Mr. Bettany mainly because we had become such close friends, and for her he was a threat, and would take me away from her with regard to if Paul Bettany was getting the attention from me. That was a showstopper. It would cause all kinds of unpleasantries, to the point of where when we were on the island with Mr. Bettany, his wife, and his 4 children, Ms. Heard and Mr. Bettany got into some debate over lunch, and I just remember that whenever Mr. Bettany tried to make a point, she would talk over him, and then it started to get quite rude. She got mean, and she got loud, and then I believe it was his 18-year-old boy who was getting ready to go to a very bright, brilliant kid. He entered the conversation because this was something to do with what he'd studied in school, and he knew quite a lot about it, and he voiced his opinion. And Ms. Heard demeaned that young man to the point of where he burst into tears and walked away. And it was at that point that I had spoken to Ms. Heard and said, that's just unacceptable. That behavior is unacceptable. You have no right to demean that boy. You cannot always be right. You should try being wrong sometime, because you might learn something. And then I asked her to, I thought it was best that she leave the island.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245? And Mr. Depp, I believe this is another text message with Mr. Bettany that you were shown on your cross-examination. And directing your attention to the text message at the top of the page from May 30th, 2014. Do you recognize this text message you sent to Paul Bettany?
Yes, I do.
And could you please describe to the jury what you were conveying to Mr. Bettany in this message?
This again is, I suppose, an example of the way that I write and express myself. That is to say, you stretch your situation out to give him the understanding that you're drowning, essentially. So everything that I say here is, in fact, an impossibility for the human body. I would have been, well, I would have certainly at least had to be rushed to the hospital for a stomach pump. There's a line here that, if you don't mind, I say that when I say I'm done, I am admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love, for little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. The pills that were referenced were the pills that I was coming off of, and they were the only thing that could give me some semblance of the same numbing effect that I searched for as a child with my mother. And saying that I was too messed up in the head was, it's kind of like if you've been told since you were a child that everything you do is wrong, and that I shouldn't have even been alive, or whatever, joyous little treats that my then very sick, very ill mother brought to me. Ms. Heard was well aware of my past, my childhood, therefore was very adept at knowing exactly which buttons to push. So at this point, I felt like, well, I was that little boy again in my head. Like, I guess I am incapable of doing anything right. I guess I will never be happy. I guess that this is who I am. I can't get along with this person. But it's confusion. It's nothing that it's nothing that anyone could sustain for any length of time. It's nothing that anyone should have to sustain for any length of time when you're being demeaned, berated, judged, and treated like a lesser animal. I'm treated as if I'm only surrounded by yes men and that I'm a bad father, and that it was, these things are endless. They were endless, and there was no call for them. It's hard to understand why someone that is supposed to love you could be that cruel. And there's also times where you just say, okay, I'm gonna try to not have I won't fall for the argument. I won't participate in the argument, because I knew where it would go, into her circular pattern of psychological abuse.
Mr. Depp, what do you mean when you use the term blackout in this text message?
Blackout. Yes, because I'm talking about 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, 1,000 of them, 2 bottles of champagne, no food for days, half a bottle of whiskey. Those things, had that been all absolutely true, would have not only caused a blackout, but it would have caused a severe alcohol poisoning, overdose. I would have had to have gone immediately. If that were true, I would have had to have been taken to a hospital, or I'd just die. So, no, blackout is when someone gets so drunk on alcohol, essentially on alcohol. But the pills that I had my addiction, that I was addicted to, the roxycodone, which are very, very powerful opiates. Two of those would knock me out. That is to say, so there's blackout, which is a person can be wide awake and wreaking havoc, or having a giggle in a blackout and never remember it. But when you've taken the prescription medication, it knocks you out. You are certainly not, well, you're not in any condition to, first of all, swing at anyone. You are out. You go on what's called the nod, and then it takes you away into sleep. It's just very deep sleep. And I found that much more accepting than having to hear constant badgering and insults.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you a Defendant's Exhibit 153, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing this during Mr. Rottenborn's examination of you last week?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you the full text exchange, which is in Plaintiff's Exhibit 120. And since there's been a number of text messages drawn from this document, this would be Plaintiff's Exhibit 120C.
Which page would that be, or underscore?
This would be 4 and 5, Your Honor.
4 and 5, thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize these text messages?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's 120C into evidence and ask that it be published to the jury.
All right, 120C in evidence, publish.
Mr. Depp, who are you communicating with in these text messages?
In fact, though it says Marino, these are texts between my ex, let's say Vanessa Paradis, the mother of my children. And this is again, abstract humor that we're conveying back and forth to one another. This was all, it was a joke. It certainly wasn't about Miss Heard. We didn't speak of her much together.
Do you recall what you were talking about?
I don't recall who it was. I don't recall who it was, but it was someone who had, for some reason, I think it was, I think the possibility is that 2013, it might have been, we had a nanny at one point, who we found her she was caught stealing, even from my, at the time, maybe 10, 11-year-old boy, Jack, who was bright enough because he knew it. He was bright enough. He had a $5 bill that he wadded up and put on his desk in his bedroom. And when he came home from school,
Your Honor, I'm just going to object on relevance. The question was who was this about?
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, I'd also like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 143, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week. Do you remember seeing this email exchange? You could scroll down as well, please. Thank you.
oh yes.
Who are you exchanging these emails with?
Stephen Duders, who was at the time was my assistant.
And what are you and Mr. Duders discussing here?
Gobbledygook, essentially. It was as I remember, it was a day of work, and there were times when I would send a text to Mr. Duders, because he's the worrisome type. I would send him a text in jest, of course, and to get a rise out of him, to get some reaction out of him. So I would tell him things like, I woke up and I'm bleeding profusely from the inside of my ear. Is that normal? It would be things like that. So this is exactly the same kind of thing. I think we were even referencing The Hangover, the film The Hangover, in part of this, about the Mike Tyson and sort of bizarre circus that I was telling him that I had in my room, and that there was blood everywhere. It was a joke to just sort of throw him off, worry him, and ultimately it was a joke, and we were laughing about it.
Mr. Depp, what if any portion of this email exchange is literally true?
We're all set to leave here at approximately 1:30 p.m. Hope you rested well.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to talk to you about some text messages that Mr. Rottenborn showed you where you refer to the monster, and this is in the context of in conversations that don't include Ms. Heard. Do you remember seeing some of those communications?
Yes.
First, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 427, please, which is a text message from you to Jerry Judge. How are you using the term monster in this context when you're communicating with Mr. Judge?
The monster could essentially, it could be two separate things. The monster in her eyes was my
Objection as to what the monster was in Ms. Heard's eyes, Your Honor.
All right. And this is stays to her eyes, if you want to.
Okay.
Yes. Rephrase.
the monster was defined by Ms. Heard as this out of control
Same objection,
thing.
Your Honor. What Ms. Heard's view of the monster was, it's not for this witness to say.
Mr. Depp, how do you know how Ms. Heard defined the word monster?
She said the words to me.
And what words did she say with respect to the term monster?
It was her go-to phrase, and it was the go-to phrase for me being, again, as has been embellished and elaborated, the drug use or the drink or whatever. But the monster was, for me, and again, you start to think about these things and you put it in your own head and what the real context is. The monster was sobriety. The monster was trying to be sober, because I was plagued by these requests to stop drinking. But the monster could also be if a conversation, if something starts as a conversation, which would quickly ramp up to quite an antagonizing argument, if I responded to her, if I took part in the verbal back and forth where people do in life end up saying obscenities, screaming obscenities at one another, or calling them names, or when it gets to that point, I mean, the monster was just for me, was just the guy who actually was dumb enough to continue to take part in arguments that would ultimately get nowhere. So that is one of the reasons why I would try to get away from Ms. Heard and not participate in her debates and her the knowledge that she wanted to express to me, and circular and painful insults that were constant. It was rapid fire. So I stopped participating in those. I tried to walk away. I tried to go to another room, even to the point of locking myself in rooms so that she just could pound on the door and scream. That was clearly a mistake. I should have never fallen for that or taken the bait to allow myself to get into a conversation which led to an argument, which led to physical violence. It was not going to be good. So I just walk away, which drove her through the roof.
So, Mr. Depp, why would you use the term monster when communicating with people other than Ms. Heard?
Well, because I heard it all the time. I mean, it was, as I said, that was her go-to. The monster. The monster's here. The monster's back. Monster. So I would refer to the monster again in terms of with Elton or with friends Patti Smith. The monster was like with Elton. It was just a monster. Was I let the monster creep back in or something. That is sobriety. That's what I'm telling him is I have failed, and I've had a drink, or I've been drinking. But my drinking again was not to excess. I would never went into blackouts or anything of that nature. I was disappointed in myself for not staying there. Although when you are constantly in a position to be harassed by your beloved other, what else could I do? I wanted to be numb. I didn't want to hear that. I didn't want to feel that, especially from one who had professed such love for me, but gave me mostly hatred.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch subjects, so if this would be a good time for the lunch break.
We started a little later, so I don't mind going a little further.
Okay.
If you want to do that, go ahead.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. I believe Mr. Rottenborn showed you this last week and again today.
Yes, yes,
Do you recognize these text messages as between you and Ms. Heard?
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Why are you informing Ms. Heard that there's a book called Disco Bloodbath?
When I texted her, 2:30 in the afternoon, I was in a bookstore, a used bookstore, or a bookstore that had a lot of first editions and things like that, which was sort of a passion. And I saw a book called Disco Bloodbath, and I thought it was a funny title. I can't say that I was necessarily referencing anything other than I thought it was a funny title, Disco Bloodbath. It sounded like a sort of a bad slasher movie to me. So I said, just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. That's all. And then she said, we need that book. And then she asked me, is it about last Friday night by any chance? And then my answer to her, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? The fact is, this is a lighthearted exchange. That she's even saying, we need that book. Then she makes a reference to last Friday night, which I don't recall what last Friday night was or whatever. So I just, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? A hideous moment could have been some grotesque thing that we saw on television. It could have been anything. I don't recall now, but all I was saying is, and it even says at the end of my text, that's all, Disco Bloodbath, you know. So this was not we were not butting heads in this exchange whatsoever. It was very lighthearted.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 375, which is another document Mr. Rottenborn showed you last week.
Yes.
Could you please remind the jury what's reflected in this photograph?
This is from Australia. On March 8th, I believe it was, where after my finger had been, the tip of my finger had been taken off, I began to, I was in such shock, I just started writing on the mirror, on walls, and basically what these were for me, to Ms. Heard, were reminders of moments in our past where I had caught her where it was revealed to me, even by her, that she had been caught in lies that she had told me. So that's what these are in reference to. The red, the lipstick that says, call Carly Simon, call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe. In reference to You're So Vain, I am imagining. But that's not, I didn't, the Carly Simon message is not mine, that's Miss Heard's.
So let's just break this down a little bit. Who wrote the text that's in black on the mirror?
That would be me.
And what does that say?
She loves, I think like naked Hollywood or something. An artist of, I don't know what the rest says, but what that is Ms. Heard had come to me, and she was seemed to be seriously concerned about how she was being portrayed in Hollywood. She was concerned that because she had done films where there was kind of arbitrary nudity and things of that nature, she had voiced to me that she did not want to be, she didn't want to be looked upon that way in the industry. She wanted to be able to escape the chains of being objectified by the Hollywood system, which is a difficult thing for any woman, certainly, unfortunately. But she asked me, how can I avoid being stereotyped as the beautiful blonde who gets her breasts out or goes naked and has to shtuck people in movies? And I gave her my advice on it, on how to avoid it, which I thought was pretty accurate. And her ambition was stronger than what she received from my advice, is what it was. My advice that I thought long and hard about, because I did care for her and I did understand. I didn't want her to have to do that. And early on in my career, I was put in a position where, you know, I could have gone on, I could have been just a guy who was on a TV series for a couple of years, and then, you know, what was going to be left of me was would be on lunchboxes and thermoses and posters and teen idol things, and I fought that tooth and nail because I didn't. That's not who I was. So I'd experienced something similar in terms of being looked upon as something that you're not, and so I fought against it in the very beginning, and it worked out for me for a while there, and I was giving her basically the same advice.
Now, Mr. Depp, you said that you did not write this portion that's in red here that says Carly Simon said it. Call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe. Is that right?
Yes. No, that's not mine.
How do you know that it was Miss Heard that wrote that?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled, though. You can answer it.
There are well, first it doesn't. It looks like it's trying to match my handwriting, but my handwriting is a lot more of a scribble. And also, there's another photograph of this where she went in to make sure that there were that the red was more prominent. I believe there's also a napkin down there where
Objection,
someone.
Your Honor, lack of foundation. He's referring to exhibits that aren't in evidence and
All right,
have no idea whether they even exist.
I'll sustain the objection now. Next question.
Do you recall whether the lipstick writing was on the mirror when you wrote in the black paint?
No, of course not. No.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you one of the text messages that Mr. Rottenborn showed you concerning the injury to your finger. So if we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 398. This is a text message from you to Dr. Kipper that I believe Mr. Rottenborn showed you on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And why are you apologizing to Dr. Kipper in this message?
I believe that at that point in my brain and in my life and in my heart, I was completely and utterly frustrated with how I was living my life, and I had some disagreement with Dr. Kipper, and I was apologizing to him for having gone against his wishes or gone against his advice, let's say.
What did you mean when you said, I have chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should never cut my right finger off again?
It's my way of dealing with a painful situation. It's my way of dealing with a painful situation where I resort to humor. So I had lost the tip of my right finger, and so I'm saying to him, I've now cut off my left finger to remind me never to cut my right finger off again. That's not, I mean, when you say I got my finger cut off, or I cut my finger off, or this or that, it doesn't necessarily mean that you did it yourself. And again, I'm a guitarist and have been since I was 12, and that was the only piece that I found in my life at the age of 12 where I knew what I knew who I could escape into music and learn music. And the last thing, I'm a guitar, I mean, I still play the guitar with, it's still my first love, aside from my children, it's still my first love. There's no reason in the world why I literally would cut my own finger off to ruin this beautiful opportunity that I was given at 12 to learn how to play the guitar. And again, why would I start lopping off digits in my 50s? If I, as Mr. Rottenborn suggests, am a kind of, a walking tantrum. When I was younger, why wouldn't I just start chopping off fingers or some kind of, why would I ruin the only thing that was really good in my life aside from my children? So when this finger went, the tip of this finger went, the only thing I could think in my mind was, thank God it wasn't the left hand, which is the fret hand. I'm right-handed, so that's the fret, that's where the fretboard is. If you lose a finger from your left hand, I'm not Django Reinhardt, who had only 2 fingers to play with. If I'd have lost a finger from here, I would have had to relearn how to play the guitar all over again. It's just not the case. Even though I say I've chopped my finger off, it's like saying, I bumped into a knife or something. It's not. I'm not admitting. I think if I was going to admit to someone that I actually chopped my finger off, this text wouldn't be as it is. I think it would have been a long explanation as to why I got to that point. But no, I can't take responsibility for what I now call Little Richard, my chopped finger.
Mr. Depp, at the time that you sent this text message to Dr. Kipper, had you told him what had actually happened to your right finger?
Oh yes.
And when did you tell him that?
He was aware of that day, the day that it happened. Malcolm was aware of it. Jerry was aware of it. Stephen was. Everyone was aware of it. And of course, yes, when I went to the doctor, the emergency room, I lied to them because I didn't think it wise to cause a ruckus, implicate Miss Heard, and then have 8 million stories out in the press about how she'd thrown a bottle of vodka at me and it smashed all the bones in the tip of my finger and cut off about, it was all sliced down through. You've seen the pictures. It was pretty horrible. It was, and I didn't want to put her in that situation. I didn't want to put any of us in that situation. I didn't want to put the film in that situation. That was why I said it was crushed in an accordion door, and it was only the second doctor who actually told me what he was.
Your Honor, hearsay?
I haven't finished my sentence. How do you know?
I'll wait for a moment. Go ahead.
Actually, thank you. It was the emergency room doctor was first. The next day, I went to see a specialist, a hand surgeon, and this was still in Australia, and he had recognized that my excuse for the finger being gone.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay, what the doctor conveyed to him about his thoughts on the finger injury. That's classic hearsay.
Your Honor, it's in the context of medical treatment.
I'll sustain that objection.
Your Honor, I think this is a good stopping
All
point.
right,
Yes.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess again. Do not do any outside discussions, and don't talk to each other about it, okay? And we'll see you after lunch, okay? If everybody in the courtroom could still be quiet, please. Court is in session. Thank you.
Oh, she's pissed. Oh, my days. I feel like I've been through a marathon so far. I'm tired as well, so that's not helping. But we've got another 3 and a bit hours to go. Oh,
Yeah. How much longer left on Johnny?
on Johnny, 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 Johnny. Johnny finishes there
About an hour.
5:32. Less than an hour because we were doing 1.5. So
Yeah.
about 45 minutes. Yeah, 4:20. So another 40 minutes in Parkland, but I don't think we're getting anything tonight. They're finishing at 5 in Parkland. Johnny be good. Ba 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 ba. Ba da ba 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 ba. Oh, ba. I don't remember the whole song. Johnny be good. Spider, sing along. Come on. Johnny be good. Are you watching the verdict for the school? Yes, Kim. Yes. And we get once we get movement there, even though they're closing for the night, we shall still go there just in case there's anything that changed. But now I don't think there will be a verdict, considering that, well, they've only got another 40 minutes to deliberate. So yeah, there we are. So we'll hopefully time it so that we finish this with Johnny up until then. How long have we? It's about 12 and a half hours now, something like that. Oh, hang on, I could tell you now. I could tell you now. Damn you. It says here. Fucking hell, what's wrong with that? Jesus, why is it going all the way? So 13 hours, 37 minutes. 13 hours, 37 minutes. See there. You can't see it. Oh, no, Shelley's, it's under 14 hours. 13 hours, 37 minutes. Because you've got to take the lunch breaks out. They'd be having like hour and a half lunch breaks on both days. So, according to Law Network, it's 13 hours, 37 minutes, which is about right when you take lunch breaks out and stuff like that. Uh, yeah, maybe, but oh, actually, yeah, you're right because they've come back from lunch, haven't they? Sorry, they've come back from lunch. I forgot that they come back from lunch. You're right. I was looking at that for lunch. Um, oh, actually, they've not changed it. They've not changed it. But yeah, you're right then because they've had. Uh, you're probably more accurate with that, Shelley. I think that was there just before lunch. Okay, Spidey, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm about to share something.
Oh,
I didn't think you could hear it.
yes,
It
I can
wasn't
hear it
registering.
loud and clear. Don't play it too long because fucking hell, it's copyrighted. Uh, do you do a poll of guilty or not? Yeah, we got 20 people voting, Kim, and they all said not guilty. 20 people said not guilty.
Should,
Oh,
shouldn't worry about any copyright. It was a cover.
well, that's all right. I'm
But
always only joking anyway.
I know. But I wasn't posting it on like YouTube or anything. I was putting it on
My channel, which is on YouTube. That's good.
eh,
It's all good. Right, let's play this then. Um, we'll shut Spidey up. I'll mute Spidey. Oh, she's muted herself.
All right, thank you. Be seated. Your next question.
Mr. Depp, before the break, we were talking about how your finger got injured in Australia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'd like to pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, please. Mr. Depp, do you recall Mr. Rottenborn showing you this exhibit during your cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
And can you please explain when relative to your finger injury, you sent this text message.
That's the day before. Am I correct?
At the bottom, it says, I cut the top of my finger off. What should I do? Except, of course, go to a hospital.
Australia, exactly. The time difference, sorry. Yes, that's what I said.
And so when relative to when your finger was injured, did you send this text message to your best recollection?
This looks like it's at the time to me.
And in the middle here, it says, her obsession with herself is far more important. She's so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was a choir mate. What did you mean by that?
Unfortunately, I meant exactly what I said in this text. It seems it had become clear that there were she seemed to take more care and importance in going on auditions, going to the Met Ball or going to any sort of premiere or opening or whatever, where she could be photographed. Sorry?
I believe he was responding to what he meant by what he wrote in his text
And
message
then he
about
said, I
her.
meant exactly what the word said, and now he's going to be.
All right, let's stay the judge. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn.
So if you could just answer the question, Mr. Depp, please.
Sure,
Direct your
sorry.
attention just to your attorney, okay?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn showed you an audio recording where you referenced your finger getting cut off in Australia. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to play a different portion of that recording that came before the portion that Mr. Rottenborn played. So if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, and we will be playing the portion from at 1 hour, 54 minutes, 11 seconds to 1 hour, 56 minutes, 10 seconds.
It's early, it's quick, it's so not, you're not interested in not fighting. You are guaranteeing a fight. When you do that, and I've told you this so many times, you guarantee if you were interested in not fighting, you would be respectful if you needed the space to make, you would be careful not to perpetuate the fight longer by saying, I need a few minutes, and then actually honoring that. How can I trust you that it will be a few minutes when you've done this in the past and disappeared for hours? You know, I got mad at you in Australia about this. I said, baby, I want to trust you. It's hard for me not to try and work it out. If you want to be the person that's like, I need to cool down, help me do that, give that to you. But I can't give it to you if you always let me down and fuck up and forget.
Because I give you a time limit, because I said I'll be back in 3 minutes. So I'm just,
No, it's
if that
different.
happens, if it happens,
It's different. You never,
if it happens, I'm just gonna say, look, I need some time. That's it.
I'm telling you, that will make it worse.
No,
I guarantee you it will.
if you're stuck in throwing punches.
I'm not talking about throwing punches. I'm talking about an argument.
Right. In arguments, you tend to throw punches.
I'm talking about arguments. I'm not talking about the times when it's quite physical. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments.
Yes,
Talking
in our
about
argument.
fights. Earlier and earlier and earlier. Now you split. You take off right away. You don't deal with the issue. You don't deal with the confrontation, and you split. Whether it is, and then you do it for an undetermined amount of time. You do it without actually respecting. When you do give me a time, like say I need a few minutes, you never.
Mr. Depp, whose voices can you hear in that audio recording?
Ms. Hertz and myself.
And there was a mention about Ms. Heard getting mad about something in Australia. What did Ms. Heard get mad at you about in Australia?
There were many instances where Ms. Heard would get upset, angry, and argumentative and violent in Australia. There were many times. The one that was the day when my tip of my finger disappeared. That had to do with a phone call. When she arrived in Australia, she complained that an attorney who was explaining to her the
Objection, Your Honor, is hearsay as to what he alleges her attorney was explaining to her. That's clearly.
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
In the context of this audio recording that we just heard, what to your understanding is Ms. Heard referencing when she says you split?
I would excuse myself from the situation. I would try to get away so that nothing escalated. Because if given the chance to allow things to escalate, Ms. Heard would take it to the very extreme, which ended up with my finger being chopped off. So I rather thought it was the best idea to avoid things like that.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 272. I believe this is another document that you saw during your cross-examination. Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes,
And these were after your detox on the island, is that right?
that's correct.
Now, where it says here, this was the right thing to do to speed up the process, what are you referring to there?
When we were on the island and I was going through the process of detoxing from the opiates, which was a very unpleasant and powerful, painful process. It wasn't working with Miss Heard there. I could not properly detox, as every day was another problem or this or that. So I asked we leave the island and go back to Los Angeles, and I asked Miss Heard if she would please allow me to get a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel where she and her friends could go for, I needed 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, anything I could get where I could finish the detox by myself without any unnecessary interruptions or unpleasant interruptions. To which she replied that she was felt like I was throwing her out and abandoning her, and after all she had done for me. When the fact is, though, no matter what I wrote to her mother and to her, I needed the time, because I would have gone straight back to the pills. I would have not been able to detox properly without that time alone. And she reluctantly gave me the time, and I sent her and her friends to a Beverly Hills Hotel and in a bungalow, and went through the detox by myself in Penthouse 3 for the next 5 or 6 days.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn showed you a video that was taken of yourself where you're slamming some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
First of all, where are you in that video?
That's the kitchen at a house that I've on Sweetser that I've lived in since mid-90s.
And do you recall what you were upset about in that video?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I don't recall, as I don't know the date of, there's no metadata that I'm aware of for that tape. Also, apparently looking for any metadata is impossible, as it is
Your
now
Honor,
owned
beyond the
by.
scope of the
I'll
question.
sustain the objection. You want to ask the question
Mr.
again?
Depp, what do you remember, what, if anything, do you remember being upset about that resulted in what was seen in that video?
I can't recall if it was bad news about my mother's health. I can't recall if it was something to do with my former business managers, finding out that they'd taken me for a very nasty ride. I don't recall exactly what it was about. What I do know is that it didn't have anything to do with her.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled, I'll allow it. It's fine.
There was nothing between us before she entered that room. It was me alone.
Okay. Do you know where Ms. Heard was before she entered the room?
I assumed that she was up in the, she'd gotten out of bed and gotten dressed and come downstairs.
Mr. Depp, earlier today, Mr. Rottenborn played a recording where you can hear Ms. Heard seeming to claim that you put a cigarette out on her. Do you remember that?
I remember hearing that, yes.
I'd like to play you another recording, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 365.
Okay.
And this.
Right, Spidey. Sorry, put the vibrator down, Spidey, and come back online, please. I know I'm a nuisance, I know. There we are.
What?
I know I'm a nuisance, sorry. I know you're enjoying yourself there. The videos they're about to play now, are they the same, or the audio? Are they the same audio, or are they different audios now?
They are the same audios. They're just different portions of the audio.
Fine.
Like,
so more context.
Yeah, because Rottenborn put out what made him look bad and left out the rest.
Fine.
So they're adding context to it.
Fine. Perfect. That's what I want to know, if they're from the same audio, or if they're completely different. So that explains it. Thank you very much. get back to that vibrator. See you in a bit. Right, here we go.
This is, for the record, an 11-second recording, so we'll be putting in the entire.
All right. Any objection to 365? All right, 365 in evidence. Couch, couch, couch. You give me one couch. I gave you 3 other couches. Two couches. Give me one, please. Please give me couch. Couch. I want couch. I want couch. Agree, please, though. You said you agreed before we started talking. I want to stop right.
Have I been fighting?
Yes.
Your Honor, she said this was 11 seconds.
Nasty and provoking, mean-spirited, and no, I'm not saying that. You asked about.
I'm sorry, I think I misspoke it. I may have been 45. I may have misremembered. I apologize. I misremembered.
All right, it's in evidence.
Okay, it's
Well,
45.
actually, she told me we didn't publish it.
Okay, love.
Okay.
Let's slow these down for Lou. Hang on, I'll slow these down because Lou likes these ones to be normal speed.
Can we play that? Thank you.
Couch, couch, couch. You give me one couch. I gave you 3 other couches. Two couches. Give me one, please. Please give me couch.
Sorry, just to say, she sounds drunk. To me there, she sounds very drunk.
Couch.
What do you want?
I want couch. I want couch. Agree, please, though. You said you agreed before we started talking. I want to stop fighting.
Have I been fighting?
Yes. Everything you've said has been nasty and provoking and mean-spirited.
Not yours.
And no, I'm not saying that. You asked me yours. By the way, you just threw a fucking cigarette on me.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's in that recording?
Do I recognize what's in the recording?
Yes.
Seems pretty clear that she's ordering me to the couch. And I didn't want to go through with any, again, avoiding confrontation, trying to avoid confrontation in any way. I can certainly say that without hesitation, there is no way under the sun that I would flick a cigarette at her or burn her with a cigarette. If I flicked ashes and an ash got on her, but she's certainly not screaming out in pain as if a cigarette is being put out on her. That's ludicrous.
Do you recall the situation that's reflected in that audio recording?
I believe that's Montreal, Toronto, which was right after the Venice Film Festival. We were at the Toronto Film Festival.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to ask you about a couple text messages from May 22nd, 2016 that Mr. Rottenborn asked you about earlier.
Yes.
And before I do, could you please remind the jury what was going on between you and Ms. Hurd on May 22nd, 2016?
On May 22nd, on May 21st, I hadn't seen her since the 22nd of April, her birthday, which was when I left at 4:30 in the morning. I believe,
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative. He's already gone through all of this in his direct examination. And she asked him what was happening on May 22nd. And he's getting into what happened on May 21st. We've already been through this.
I believe that he's providing context for where they
I think
were
we
on the
can- we can
22nd,
go to
but
the 22nd.
if you could Mr. Depp, please explain where you were on the 22nd of May in 2016.
As far as I can remember, on May 22nd, 2016, I was preparing to leave for New York for rehearsals and then a tour with the Hollywood Vampires. I was either preparing to leave or I was had left.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 736, please? And do you recall sending this text message to Ms. Heard on May 22nd, 2016 at 6:19 p.m.?
Yes, I do.
What did you mean when you told her nothing I have to say to you should elicit anything but a sense of ease?
It was essentially, for me, I was bringing up what I'd spoken to her about before, which was a peaceful resolution to the problems, a peaceful resolution in terms of a peaceful and private and quiet and calm divorce. And so that's why I say it shouldn't elicit anything but a sense of ease, because it was not about, I didn't want to argue. I didn't want anything but to end the marriage in the kindest way possible for all, her family, my family, her, myself, etc.
And what did you mean when you said all my love and profound apologies?
Profound apologies is that it just didn't work. We just could not work. There was no way. And I had to try to put a peaceful end, a peaceful stop to the endless opportunities for these constant arguments. If I didn't put a stop to it, then, I mean, if I didn't try to put a peaceful stop to it, peaceful end to it, then if you don't stop it yourself, it'll stop you. It'll stop you, and you don't know what that could be, but it was horrific, and I wanted her out of it, and I wanted out of it. No one deserves to live like that. No one deserves to live like that. Not her, not me, not anyone. So I just wanted a smooth exit for both of us. That's all I was looking for.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn played a clip from an audio recording where Miss Heard told you that you vomit in your sleep a lot. Do you remember that recording?
Yes, I do.
And what's your response to that?
When someone tells you that you vomit, she didn't tell me. I heard it in court. When someone brings up the fact that you vomit in your sleep every night, and, well, first I think you'd be aware of it. And also, I think the first thing that I would do is seek medical attention. It didn't exist. I'd never vomited in my sleep every night. There were times when I would get, yes, physically ill from the endless uh, shots that you take when you're just, you can't, you're unable to take it anymore. And it does affect you physically after a while. So I would have to leave and go and vomit in when fights got into these surreal and absurd and horrible places. But it still confounds me as to why she would record that. I don't know why anyone would record that.
Mr. Depp, the clip that Mr. Rottenborn played was from Defendant's Exhibit 839. And just for the record, this is a portion of a larger recording, which is reflected in Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. So with the court's permission, I'd like to play a clip from Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. And the portion I'd like to play is at 19 minutes, 40 seconds to 25 minutes, 25 seconds.
Right, do we have 342 already in evidence? Or
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
no? So you want to put 342, just the entire audio in?
Yes, I don't
Evidence.
believe that there's anyone else in this audio recording, Your Honor.
I don't believe I hear this before. Okay, 342, any objection?
As long as there's no one else in the audio.
We can confirm afterwards. So if Your Honor would, if it's more comfortable, we can put it in as 342A.
Okay. And what was let's put 342A, and what's the part that you're going to?
It's 19 minutes, 40 seconds to
Okay.
25 minutes, 25 seconds.
All right. And there's just the two of them in this excerpt, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, that's 342A in evidence then, thank you.
I don't care.
Do you understand why 10 minutes downstairs
I don't
didn't seem real?
I don't care.
Did you hear what I said?
I don't care. I don't care.
You do.
There's plenty of things you've done, things you've fucking done, that were absolute fucking lies.
I didn't
I'm not even
ever.
fuck with you about it. So anyway, don't leave. So I'll see you in a bit. okay?
Is that what matters?
You're lying.
Is this what matters to you, your party?
Your lies, man.
I never led you. And what we're talking about tonight is what? Who are you? Why? Why are you doing this?
Leave. Leave back.
Why?
So leave.
What is it that is so important always to run away to? Why?
It's a run. Yeah. I run because I'm a cop.
Why don't you stay? You asked me once not to leave, and I'm asking you. So why every 5 seconds do I'm leaving because there's a fucking movie party I gotta go to. I have never prioritized you behind that. And you, of all people, all this talk about not being that guy, you have done nothing but over the last 2 days but tell me that your movie parties were more important, including the night before last. When I said to you the same thing, stay. And today you apologized, said I love you, I'm so sorry. And then today it takes you 2 seconds. It takes you 20 seconds at most to go, fuck that, I hate you, I don't want to be with you, goodbye, I'm leaving, I'm running away. But I'm not running, I'm walking away.
One thing is for sure, I don't want to be with you. I don't. I really don't.
Then if you don't want to be with me in life,
Goodbye.
then you need to actually do it. You need to actually take off your ring and forget that 5 hours ago you said the opposite. Otherwise, you can't keep throwing that around. You can't keep saying to me that this is something you care about. Is that what it's worth to you?
Yeah. Yeah. For you,
Rules? Because I asked you to stay.
Because
Because I asked you to stay.
No, because you're fucking
What was
hard.
it? What was it when you asked me to
Because you're a
stay?
pain in the ass.
What was it when you asked
I
me to
can't
stay?
stand it. No.
What was it when you asked me to stay? In Australia, you said you promised me not to leave. You said you promised me not to leave. What did I do?
I thought you would change.
What did I do?
Not change.
What did I do?
Not
Did
change.
I stay or did I leave?
You changed.
Did I stay or did I leave?
You stayed and you didn't change and you were a fucking
I stayed.
pain in the ass and you were a cunt.
So I stayed. And I've been a cunt ever since, which is why you told me
Pretty
about every other day how you couldn't imagine your life without me, including today. So
When
which
you
guy,
cried-
does that seem normal to
when
you?
you
Does that
cried,
seem
you
normal to you? The guy, you told me tonight
Let
that
me-
you couldn't imagine your life without me, and now you're throwing your ring on the ground. Does that seem normal?
Let's have you tell me.
That seems sober? You seem normal?
The definition of normal. You.
Does that seem normal?
You.
Does that seem normal to you?
Borderline personality disorder.
I'm borderline personality disorder now.
Without question.
When I've been consistent all night saying, don't go, don't fuck this all up. I'm not fighting with you anymore. I've been saying this to you the whole night. I'm really sorry we disagreed. You're not perfect. I said this 2 hours ago. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect.
I love that you put
But
me
we
first.
don't have to do this every time we disagree.
No, we don't. We do.
Please,
We do.
please, come here.
And you have
Please come here.
every insult.
Please come here. I'm not insulting you. I have not been insulting you.
Back.
I love you. Johnny, what do you need me to do? I love you. Stop.
Smack me on the ear again.
I love
I'll smack my ear again. So it fucking resounds in my fucking cranium.
you.
You like that? Huh? What do you say? No. No. I don't love you that much. No, I don't. I do not love you that much. To give of myself? No. I do not. I will not give of myself. And you want me to fucking be some kind of cursed goddamn parrot or a fucking weird frenzied dog? No, I won't be it. No?
Frenzy dog, I'm trying to talk
Or
to
your goddamn
Calm
fucking lover,
down. Calm
Fantasia,
down.
Fantasia.
Calm
I'm not gonna be that shit, man.
Baby, stop.
No, I don't want to be with you. If these are the fucking
Stop.
rules, fuck that.
Rules, you're making this whole thing. You're doing this whole
Oh,
thing. No one's fighting with you.
I'm making this up. That, above all else, is an insult.
Mr. Depp, what are you and Miss Heard discussing in this recording?
It is another argument that is apparently not an argument to her. The screeching of her voice, the demand that things go her way and only her way. I was done, and I think I stated clearly, I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be with you. I'm not going to be a parrot on a, or some, little dog that runs through hoops for you. I ain't going to do that. And I wanted out. She said, take your ring off. She still wouldn't let me leave. I did, and she still wouldn't let me leave. So it's just another example of kind of being nailed in one spot and not allowed to do anything but react to her screaming and screaming like a banshee, and then telling me to calm down when I had been pretty calm. I thought,
Where were you trying to go, if you can recall?
anywhere, away.
And why did you ask Miss Heard if she wanted to smack you in the ear again?
She had given me a good chop in the ear, one of those where leaves you ringing, and it was not long before that, and so I thought, maybe this will make you happy. Will it make you happy would you like to hit me in the ear again? Would that make you feel better? Will that make you stop this? Would have done anything to have stopped? Outside of taking anything to some physical level. I disagreed with that wholeheartedly. That's not me. It's not who I've ever been. It's not who I'll ever be.
Mr. Depp, I'm going to play another audio recording. This is a different portion from what Mr. Rottenborn played for you today. It's DX 598. I believe the portion Mr. Rottenborn played was designated 598B, so this will be 598C.
Okay.
And first, I'd like to play the portion from 31 minutes, 14 seconds to 33 minutes, 4 seconds.
Any objection to 598C?
No, Your Honor.
And then we will go on and play the second portion, which is 56 minutes, 27 seconds to 59 minutes, 54 seconds.
All right, 598C in evidence.
You know, and it builds, right? Like you build, I build, you know, it isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now bloodbath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a bloodbath. I'm asking you, over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a bloodbath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
Right, but if
At least that's how I see it.
indeed,
You know?
but if things get heated
Yeah.
and it looks like it's going somewhere nasty, and the name calling begins and all that stuff, I've got to get away because I don't want to be ever in a situation again like that. Never.
Me too. Me too.
Never. So
Me too.
that's don't freak out if we do have a fight and I walk away.
I'm not going to do that. I'm asking you to stay when you feel you are also in the interest of working it
I
out.
think it's a good idea for us to take a moment or two, take some time. Take some time to think by ourselves without being, barraged by each other's fucking bullshit, whatever's. I just let's take a break from it, and then come back, try and be calm, and walk through the thing. But I'm not gonna stand and fight with you. I will not. You can call me a coward.
I don't
You can
want
call
that.
me anything you want. All those names, do it. But I will not do it again.
Please stop asking. Please, can you stop for the sake of this conversation?
I'm just saying I won't do it again. That's all. Okay, great. Then let's take our space and let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop, I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me go and you go and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop.
Why are you saying stop?
Please,
May I go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Then say goodbye.
So obviously, just coming back to this, it's just going to be send them home for the night, but I think it's important that we watch it anyway. It won't be long now. And then we can turn everything off. Stop camera. Spider Girl, you saw it eventually, did you? Spider Girl loves Dick. I love Dick Spider, yeah? Ah, she's got the finger up. No worries, yeah.
166 CF10A. I have Ms. Gomes, Mr. Kilburn, Mr. Klinger present for the state. I have Mr. Igars present with Mr. Peterson, who likewise is present. We're outside the presence of the jury. It being 5 o'clock, it would be my intention to bring the jurors in, give them the same admonition and instruction as I have done the last 2 nights. Send them home for the night, ask them to stop deliberating at this point, and have them come back tomorrow, which is Thursday, June 29th at 9 o'clock. And as soon as all 6 are back, we'll put them right back in the room and they may continue their deliberations. State, anything?
Nothing has happened that's been done wrong or any complaint that's doing. State feels it should be reminded to all the parties to be mindful of the jurors. If they happen to be nearby them, to not to look at them or at least say try to stay away from them. Been informed that it's a parking garage, that the jurors are trying to get to the cars. There's been defendant or his family members have been near the elevators, and the jurors are there.
No, Mad World.
Okay, I'm sure everyone will heed that. Defense, anything you need me to address? Okay, please bring the jury back in.
No verdict, just send her home for the night. Um, Sending home for the night again. And delete that. Alani's a cunt. Hey, you had I Love Dick for ages. Bye, Shelley. Bye, Shelley.
I don't watch my picture, thank you.
Well, maybe learned a lesson from doing it to me, maybe. Call it quits, maybe.
I did that like day one and it was nothing bad. I didn't change your name.
I don't remember what you did, but
I put Amber Simp on your headline.
there we are. There we are. I think some people got it. Uh, I know that Shelley got it. She's laughing about it. What does tar mean?
I'm trying to find a picture to put up for when Amber's testifying.
Right, right. Won't go into that too much now. Um,
Well, there's the
Also, as
Yorkie.
10. Oh, what are we now? Day 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you said day 16, Amber's on, or 14?
14.
So 14, 15, and 16, or just 14?
14, 15, and I believe 16.
So I'm not going to stream on Sunday because I'll tell you why. Because that means 15 and 16 will fall on July 4th. So I'll watch it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on. Once you're back at those seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, again, sticking to the same schedule that I gave you back when I first met you, we're going to press pause on the deliberations at this point. I'm going to send you home for the night. Same admonition as always. Now, again, deliberations are going to stop at this point, even though you might walk out of the building together, you might be in the parking lot together. Tomorrow morning, you might walk in the building together. Again, the deliberations have to remain paused until all 6 of you are back from the deliberation room. Again, again, we'll seal that room up, all the evidence, all your notes, everything will remain in there. No one else is going to go in there. I'm going to remind you to please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. Do not do any research involving this case in any way, shape, or form from any source whatsoever, directly or indirectly, nothing on the computer, nothing on the internet, nothing on your phone, social media. I'm going to ask you to do not watch news, do not read the newspaper as you continue as you have been doing. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to be back here tomorrow, which is Thursday, June 29th at 9 o'clock at the jury room. As soon as you all are back, we'll go right back to the deliberation room. And once all of you are present, you may resume your deliberations at that point. We're going to be paused until then. I hope you have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
No worries, Kim. I understand. We'll just wait to see if there's anything else. Oh, don't put that picture up. That's disgusting. I'm taking you off. Don't put that up there. I don't want to look at that. Change it. There we are. No, no, never. Do not put that up there at all. That's disgusting.
Okay,
I
we're
don't want
outside
to
the
see
presence
that.
of the jury. State anything you need me to address before we recess.
It's a
Ugh,
cartoon. It's an emoji.
I know, but
Okay, so
still.
the trial will be in recess until tomorrow, which is Thursday, June 29th at 9 o'clock. Division FX will be in recess until tomorrow, which is Thursday, June 29th at 8:45 a.m. I hope you all
Okay.
have a good rest of your night.
Right, that's gone. That's gone. Back to this one then. So, thank you. Is thank you. Present, share. Yeah, thanks, Lou. Day 8. Here we go there. So, because Shelley's asked for um to see the yeah, we know Keita. Yeah, we're watching it. Because Love has asked for the herd stuff to be on, but is it? Oh, we're doing it anyway. You can watch it back, right? So the Tuesday we'll do all the herd stuff. Monday evening and Tuesday. I'll have Sunday off because I'm getting fatigued of this trial already. So we'll take Sunday off.
Stop pushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then pulling me with this dick and then saying very easy words for me to say. Stop poking me! Stop pushing me! Stop doing it! It's wrong. Like, what? You don't like the ball? You don't like the ball? Stop pushing me!
I don't want this conversation. In space. I will take this space. Whether you like it or not. I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing
this
anything to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop. I'm stopped. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay? I'll give some kind of revelation makes you feel better. You know? I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk or we won't talk or we'll finish this or we won't finish it. But this is not, well, this is not happiness. This is not,
Please stop. Please, you're causing me so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please. I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop. Please stop doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why are
You're a
you with
fucking
me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just be loud ourselves, have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
Sean, could you, please, I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
Mr. Depp, in the beginning, well, first of all, do you know where you are when you're having this discussion with Ms. Heard?
The only, excuse me, the only clue that I have is that Sean is being called. I'd called Sean and said to drive her home, or I believe it was probably at Sweetser So then she could drive back, he would drive her back to downtown Penthouse 3 with, she didn't seem in any shape to drive. To me.
And earlier in the clip, there was a reference to a bloodbath. What does that mean in the context of that conversation?
I don't know. Again, it seems like some word that was the key
Objection,
part
Your
of it.
Honor, he said he doesn't know.
All right, I'll sustain objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, at the end of the day on Thursday, Mr. Rottenborn played an audio recording for you where you were heard saying you were going to hurt yourself. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I'm not going to play that audio recording again. It seemed upsetting to you, but I do want to ask you a couple questions about that, okay?
Sure.
Could you please tell the jury when that recording is from?
That recording is from July of 2016. This was a few months after the restraining order had been put on me. I had been on tour through Europe, and then coming through the States, I got messages from Christian Carino, who was both of our former agent, saying that Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me in San Francisco because we had one of our last dates on the tour was San Francisco. And I was confused as to why Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me, especially since I was under a court order not to come within, I don't know, 100, 200 feet or something of her. So at first I said...
Objection, Your Honor. The question was simply, do you remember when that was from? Just beyond scope.
Okay. So where were you when that recording was taken?
That was in San Francisco at a hotel room. So we went to a hotel room so that we could finish the discussion that she wanted to have with me.
And how did that discussion go?
Not particularly well. I was quite confused as to why I had been summoned to her at that point, since all the news was just about the fact that I had allegedly done all these horrible things to her. And so I was talked into going there. I went and met with her in hopes that she would retract her lies that the world was now had been fed. And in no way was she ready to do that. And I couldn't understand why I was there. Everything had been taken from me. My children couldn't escape the fact that all this had gone down. So
Objection,
I was
Your Honor. The question was, how did the discussion go? He's talking about his children. It's maybe on the scope.
just talking.
Sir, just wait for the objection.
I think he's describing the context around that conversation.
It's way beyond the scope of the
All right,
question.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, why were you threatening to hurt yourself in that audio recording?
In fact, I wasn't threatening to hurt myself. I thought that Ms. Heard had brought me to San Francisco. At that point, it was clear she was under false pretenses. I don't know what she was after. So I had a knife in my pocket, and I just took the knife out and I said, "Here, cut me." That's what you want to do. Ultimately, you've taken everything. You want my blood? Take it. Have my blood. And then she said, "No." And then I said, "Look, if you're not going to take it, you want it. I know you want it. That's all I got left. Take it." If she wasn't going to do it, I would have done it, because that's psychologically, emotionally where I was. I was at the end. I was broken. Not only had I had to deal with everything from coming in from, arrows from all over the world, but now I don't know what she was trying to do. So I just thought the only answer is, here, cut me, take my blood. That's all I've got left to give you. And obviously there was no threat to Ms. Heard with that knife. It was about spilling my blood, because I thought that's what the only thing she didn't have at that point. And I was broken, and really just at the end. I couldn't take it anymore. I thought, everybody, I know that that's his job, but that was quite a cruel.
Objection, Your Honor. We're well beyond the
No,
scope.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Finally, I'd like to play a portion from Plaintiff's Exhibit 357, specifically the portions at 18 minutes, 43 seconds through 21 minutes, 46 seconds.
357, is that correct?
357, yes.
All right, so is this going to be another one where it's going to be an A, or is this going to be all that's going to be offered?
Why don't we go with A to
We're
be
going
safe?
with A. Okay, could you give me the numbers again, just so I have them for the record? What are you going to play?
It is 357, beginning at 18 minutes, 43 seconds through 21 minutes, 46 seconds.
All right, any objection to 357A? All right, 357A in evidence.
It's been going on too long, Amber. Maybe we just gotta stop this. Just gotta stop it.
I don't know how to get my reputation back.
We write a letter together.
Sorry.
Saying that we're gonna take this out of the public eye. Saying that we're gonna try and work this out on our own. Saying that the media has created such a fucking hateful storm that it's sickening, that we love each other, and that we want to make sure each other is okay. Have we had fights in the past? Have we had this or whatever? Fuck it, they already know all that shit, don't matter. Here's the deal.
No, it matters. It makes. You have no idea. Every ounce of my credibility has been taken from. I mean, and done so in a dishonest way. You know.
Amber,
You know.
the abuse thing is we've got to deal with that. Yeah, we've got to deal with that,
don't
Amber.
have any way of my credit is my credibility. You know what?
And why did you put that out there?
I did not. You forced me. Your team forced me to by going on the offense.
I didn't force you to.
I promise. Look up the timelines to these things. Everything is. Forget it. Forget it. You don't believe what I say. You don't believe what I say. But I did not choose this. Every step of the way has been an offense.
I did not put this anywhere. I didn't. Let me talk to the fucking team.
I did not call the cops. I made them so statements.
IO called the
I did not
cops.
call the cops.
You told IO to call the cops.
I did not call the cops, and I did not give them any statement when they came. I've been trying to protect you.
You told IO to call the cops.
While it was happening?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, because the last time that it got crazy between us, I really did think I was going to lose my life, and I thought you would do it on accident. And I told you that. I said, oh my God, I thought the first time.
Amber, I lost a fucking finger, man. Come on. I had a mineral can of mineral spirits thrown at my nose.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
It doesn't matter if it's a fair fight. My ass.
Exactly, because you're.
Mr. Depp, when did you have the conversation reflected in this recording with Ms. Heard?
I don't recall exactly when it was.
What's your best estimate?
My best estimate is that it was long before quite a while before the meeting in San Francisco in July. Excuse me.
How far after May 21st, 2016, do you think that conversation was?
Objection, calls for speculation. Sorry, he said he doesn't remember when it was.
I'm asking for his best estimate.
Allowed if you can answer it this way.
Sorry, could you ask it again? I was distracted.
How long after May 21st, 2016, do you believe that conversation took place?
I would say that it was not too far, maybe a couple of months. It was far enough to where the world media was already bombarding me. So it was an attempt to try to make all the,
All right, that's the standing objection. Next question.
What are you referring to when you said you and Miss Heard will write a letter together?
I was trying to make a peaceful settlement.
And what are you referring to when you say you lost a finger?
A very large bottle of vodka severing my my middle finger in Australia.
And what were you referring to when you said a can of mineral spirits was thrown at your nose?
One of the arguments on the island where Miss Heard had been howling at me with some argument, and she picked up a can of mineral spirits about yay big and heaved it at me, and it struck me on the bridge of the nose and right there, the forehead.
And what did you say in response when Miss Heard said, "Tell the world, Johnny, tell them Johnny Depp, I, Johnny Depp, a man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence"?
I said, yes, I am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorney, please.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
That was a bit of a flat ending. I was hoping for a bit more of a oof ending. I didn't. Don't know. Obviously that's just me.
That was an emotional mic drop. Yes,
Did it?
I
Oh
am.
fuck! I didn't see that. I didn't see that. I thought it was a bad ending. Not bad ending. I don't mean a bad ending. No, I just was like, is that it? I've obviously I'm an emotionless prick. I
I'm
didn't,
starting to see that.
and I'm not. I'm not. I'm normally quite an emotional guy. Maybe I'm. Do you know what? Maybe I just zoned out on that one too much. I don't know, or maybe I was just lost in it. I also I'm just like I think he's great. I think he's done fantastic here. I don't. If I didn't know that she did badly, I'd be like, Jesus, she's got a lot to explain. Um, when she goes in there. So, um,
Um,
Chungbin's like, yes, rewind, mic drop. I think it was genuine, as in she was genuinely upset. She wasn't getting her way. She felt like she was losing her grasp on him. Yeah, I think both of them were like. Someone said that they both looked upset. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't see the mic drop then personally, but
this audio is definitely paint a picture of her.
yeah, no, definitely. But I think they painted a picture throughout, so that's maybe why I don't see as a mic drop at the end. I think I'd come to that conclusion before that ending. Do you know what I mean? So for me, as maybe a bridge too far. Did need to go so in depth. I mean, we'd heard it, or at least I'd heard everything I needed to hear before now. And it's just probably because it was a one all day yesterday. So it's 2 days basically of Johnny Depp, wasn't it? Do you know what I mean? That's a lot. That's a
Blame
lot.
Ron Boy.
Well, I mean, I think you blame both because, well,
It's
no,
their
yeah,
case though, so they're supposed to spend a lot of time with him.
no, you're right, you're right. But he's obviously trying to discredit. He probably looks at Johnny as right. He's our target. He's the one that you know we need to spend the most time with. So I don't know. It's their tactics. So
They're going
uh,
to regret it later when they run out of time for their own case.
well, you shouldn't say that. Don't spoil it. Um, Spidey. Oh, Spidey's
I
got a
didn't
mouth
say they're
on her.
not going to have a case.
Spidey's got a mouth on her. She can't keep secrets. Neither can I. So it's all good.
And we've been saying that since the beginning too.
Yeah, you
So
have. You have. You have. If she indeed does have borderline PD, she should have some deep pain. She's the ultimate Picasso when it comes to painting a picture of herself. The next witness will be a pick me up. Fine. Well, before we get on to the next witness, I really need to get a coffee, so I don't want to miss the next witness. So, um, if it's okay, I'll just yeah, I'll just go grab a quick coffee and I'll be back. So literally 2 minutes, all right? I'll be back. And just chat for 2 minutes. I'll be back.
And the zookeeper was very afraid. Usually they're afraid, isn't it? So you know how to line the zookeeper? Ah, it's the alligator twins. Alligator very nervous. You were this way? Thank you so much. Kids clearly love having you. Thank you. It made my day. You know anything about the mom this morning? Thank you, class. I'll see you next Thursday. See you on Thursday. Oh, that's what I used to be down there. Hey, after these two work clothes. Oh, cool. Mommy, can I go out with this? Well, we're gonna have for what? Another 20 minutes? No, no. Okay, but just for dinner time, all right? Yeah. Tomorrow, to school tomorrow. Over. Bye. And then I'm home. 1 minute. Hey, that's it, yeah.
Oh shit. They want to connect, look at it. They want to connect, okay? Good luck. Right. Five minutes until I can stop pretending to be working. Good. Um, good. Dylan's a dear. Haha, see, he's five right. I'm not taking too much abuse here. Uh, oh, could you hear my muted? Or was it muted? It's only me, so it's all good. I'm gonna take a coffee. I drink tea. I drink Tetley tea. Um, oh, yeah. There's Netflix in the other room. Um, how do you take a coffee? I take instant coffee and then milk and then boiled water and stir it and done. Tea, I take Tetley tea bag, put some milk in, dip it a few times, and then obviously pour the boiling water, put in it. TE, I'll put it in here now. Hey, Erin! How is England? Fuck off, Erin. I love Erin. If people actually thought I hated Erin, I don't. I like Erin. Um, Bog water, no tea bag. Yeah, but to be fair, Spidey, you're a posh bitch. Like, Twinnings. I'm not. I only have maybe one, maybe two mugs of tea every day. The rest is coffee. Rest is coffee. Right, they're going to be on a break now. Yeah, the tea's not. What tea do you have in Northern Ireland, Mad World? Any other brands? So right, fuck me. Right, here we go. Let's have a right. Yeah, PG tips. PG tips. I'll drink PG tips. So, what kind of milk? Semi-skim milk. Oh, I've never heard of that, Mad World. Never heard of them at all. Never ever heard of those at all. Ooh. Um. So cold semi-skimmed milk. I do not. Um. The the milk is cold. Everyone makes it differently, but I just put the milk in because I like a lot of milk. I like a lot of milk. I don't like things too hot. So put my milk in, say quarter of a mug, then put my coffee grains granules in, then put the boiling water in, and the same for the tea bag. I just dip the tea bag in or get it out. But um, we also do what do you call it? Um, what do you call them? Oh, like milky coffee. I like milky coffee. Like milk, put it in three quarters, put it in the microwave for 2, 3 minutes, pull it out, put the coffee and stir it. Off you go. Oh, nice one, Maddie. Yeah, I need to. I've not bought anything yet for it because no one liked my stuff. So I got to go back on the um. Carl Pilkington is at the lands by the sound of it. Yeah, Lou, I'm not the like. I'm the odd one out in my family. Um, I've been nice. Do you know what? I'm not a huge tea fan, but my mother, I'm my father, but my mother especially is a huge tea fan. Um, so yeah, Carl Pilkington. Is it a dab, or a dob, or a dribble of milk? I take a lot of milk. Uh, So yeah, not like Carl Pilkington. My mother is like just a little dab. She's a dabber, but I'm keep filling it with milk. Keep filling it with milk. Also, my coffee, my family they drink their teas wherever in about quarter of an hour. Say mine lasts me like 3 hours. Um, my last coffee I made it like what 7 o'clock. I just finished it at 10 o'clock. Um, Lipton iced tea. Nah, I don't like iced tea like that. I don't like Lipton. I like triple better. Yeah, I fucking bet you do, Spidey. Iced tea has to be Lipton. I'm not a big fan of iced tea. You were not muted. When was I not muted? Oh, I don't know when I was supposed to be muted or not. Um, but anyway, look, we've had some answers there now. Let's go back to this guy then. Otherwise, we're going to be here all night. And I need to be up quite early in the morning. I'll have to learn how to make the Lonnie's coffee and tea.
And I manage his property at large.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Oh, I just can't. I just can't. Oh, this geezer is a fucking posh toff. He's a posh toff. He's I just 2 seconds, bang. Yeah, freezing. He's he's from probably London um and he's just yeah, he's he was born yeah, he was definitely born into money. He's went to private school. Um and I know, no, young, I know he's like that. It's just more of a I wasn't prepared for that. That's all. I wasn't prepared for this. I can tell you what he is. He probably went to Eton or somewhere like that. Paid schooling, posh upbringing, um, cucumber sandwiches. Just basically the complete opposite of like how I was brought up. Um, so yeah, here we go. Yeah, you say he's the sweetest spider. He's not UK. He's not a proper like English guy. Is your neighbor? No fucking way, Erin.
Apartment in central London, take care of the daily needs and running of that oversight of their staff and traveling with him when needed and things like that.
And how long have you been in this occupation?
Ooh, since about 1991, I started in private services, if you like, in-house management in Butler.
Okay. Okay. I like him already. I like him already. I like him. I like this guy already. He's a posh twat, but when he went, ooh, it's I like him already. It's all good. I don't think he's that bad actually. He's not as bad as I thought he was gonna be. Um, so I like him. So here we go. Let's go.
In all that stuff.
Typically based around London?
Correct. I started work in London. It was my first big job at Buckingham Palace, funnily enough.
Oh,
for years, and then
shut
continued in
the
different positions, full time and
front door.
Self-employed, freelance capacity for many years as well.
Palace.
Just generally, can you
Oh,
tell us,
shit.
without getting into any specifics, but what type of people would you say you typically provide these services for?
Generally high net worth people, individuals or families, residencies.
Are you familiar with the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with Mr. Depp?
I met and worked for Mr. Depp in 2014.
No, absolutely. When you said Buckingham Palace as well, I laugh because like you can't get posher, so sure, sure. You don't get those jobs. I couldn't apply for that job, so Jesus. But I do like him.
And subsequently a couple of times after that.
Okay, and can you briefly just explain to the jury how it came to be that you were working for Mr. Depp?
Sure. Yes, at that point I was working in a freelance, self-employed capacity. A lot of my jobs came through friends of friends, personal recommendations, etc. And I was asked by a friend of a friend on this occasion, would I be available to go and manage a property where Mr. Depp was going to be staying for about a month in central London? Was I available? Would I be willing to do it? and I was available at that point, and so I said, yes, yeah, absolutely.
And just to make sure we're on the same page, what time frame are we talking about here?
That was August 2014.
And did you in fact end up working for Mr. Depp in that time frame?
I did, yes.
Now, just to clarify, were you employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
So who was your employer?
I was paid through a large hotel which was close by to the house, who also, they provided the housekeeper who was working with us for that month as well. So I was paid through them.
Can you just generally explain to us what kind of work you were doing for Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in this time frame?
Sure, yeah, it was the setup of the house, basically. Sorry, setting up the house initially, which meant ahead of the principals arriving, which meant making sure all the linens were in place for the bedrooms. It was a sizable property, and just organizing everything ahead of their arrival. Once they arrived, it was the management of that property, the oversight of it, and the day-to-day running, some service, like butler service, and managing the housekeeper day-to-day through that whole month.
And when you refer to the principals, who are you referring to?
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
Where exactly were you working in London at this point? Just kind of describe for us the house. I guess.
This was in Mayfair. It was a large townhouse in an old building, but it's very contemporary inside, modern, furnished, very modern sort of way. Quite spacious, maybe 4 or 5 bedrooms, I think. A small indoor pool, a small gym, quite an open plan layout throughout the house.
And how long were they there?
For the month, essentially, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us just generally what hours you would typically work in a day while you were working for them in London in this time frame?
Yeah, approximately. It depended on what was going on, but I mean, generally 7 or 8 in the morning till 7 or 8 in the evening. Typically, there was a chef employed as well. Russell, brilliant chef. He tended to stay after I left in the evening. He would cook dinner, serve dinner, and thankfully cleaned up after dinner, so I could leave sort of early to mid-evening, usually most days. Unless we had guests, unless there were guests or other things going on.
During your time managing the house for Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in 2014, did you have occasion to observe the interactions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
How often?
Most daily, I would say. Pretty much most days through that period.
And did you yourself interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes, also daily, I would say.
Which of them would you say, or did you see one of them more often than the other?
Ms. Heard was there. Mr. Depp was, the reason I think they rented the house was because Mr. Depp was working at a studio. I think it was Mordecai, the movie. So Ms. Heard was there at the house most of the days. Mr. Depp often went to work and came back later on in that evening, that day.
How would you generally describe the interactions that you observed between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Initially, very sort of loving towards each other, nice couple. Mr. Depp was always a gentleman and keen to make sure Ms. Heard was taken care of, anything she needed, often pour a glass of wine for her. Just nice, pleasant.
How about your own interactions with the couple? How did you get along with them both?
I think very well. Yeah, they were really open to me, and I mean, my background's quite formal, so it was quite an informal setting. I was able to ask questions to either of them. Ms. Heard especially, it was really helpful to get information about what time they wanted dinner, basic stuff like that, or anything. It was good interaction all the time with the both of them.
Okay. Now you mentioned wine. Can you tell us to what extent did you observe either of them consume alcohol over the course of these 4 weeks?
Sure. When I started that job, or when I was taking that job on, I was told, I think by Mr. Depp's assistant, that he was. Oh, sorry.
Can you answer without telling what you were told?
I was made aware that Mr. Depp was.
Could you put your microphone on?
Okay.
Same objection. He's explaining what you've been told. Now he just said I was informed.
I don't think it's offered for the truth, Your Honor. I think it's just offered to explain his own behavior towards the couple.
No, it's can we approach?
Okay.
So what? He doesn't work with him now either. He doesn't do anything with him now. Spidey.
No, they only worked with each other twice.
Oh,
There was the time in London, and then he was there for Australia.
okay, fine. Might as well look at your DM
so
as well.
Moving past the conversation, let's not touch on that. But just in general, can you describe the alcohol consumption that you personally observed and what you personally witnessed?
Sure. I didn't see Mr. Depp consume any alcohol during that time in London. There was a large consignment of wine that had been delivered to the house at the start of the visit. Many cases that I had to store, I had to find a place to store. And generally speaking, on a day-to-day, about 1 or 2 bottles of red wine were consumed per day. I think that's fair to say.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp drink any of the wine?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe Ms. Heard drink any of the wine?
Yes, I did.
Regularly?
Daily.
Now, I think you already testified that you observed interactions with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, and you generally found them to be friendly. Is that fair?
Very much so, yes.
Were there any exceptions to that?
Towards me?
I'll rephrase. Did you ever observe any arguments between the two?
Yes, I did.
Oh, that was fine. Good.
You can answer.
Oh, yes, I did, yeah.
Okay, and can you describe for us the arguments that you observed?
I can describe two of them, certainly. There were a few arguments on that during that month.
Let's just start with those two.
Okay. The first one I remember was an evening. Actually, they were both the ones I recall were, and I was close to, were evenings. This first particular evening, the couple were due to go out for dinner, I guess. I know the car was waiting in the little courtyard there, ready for them to go, and security were waiting to take them. I was waiting to see them out into the car. I was at the foot of on the ground floor level, to wait to see them out, essentially. And I heard, the first thing I heard was Miss Heard shouting upstairs in the master suite where they were getting ready to leave. I heard her shout something, I don't recall what. I was in the vicinity, I wasn't really there to listen. And I heard footsteps, loud footsteps, sort of going across, there's like a corridor, if you like, to the top of those stairs that went around the master suite. Loud footsteps, and then more footsteps following, more shouting. And that sort of went on for some time. I mean, I knew that what time they needed to leave. I don't recall what time that was, but I knew they were supposed to have left already. And it went on for a bit.
Do you recall how that first fight or argument resolved?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I know that they left eventually, albeit late. I don't know how it really resolved, because I made myself busy, but not going too far away from the door to make sure I saw them out.
All right, and then what about the second argument that you mentioned?
Second one, I was pretty much in the same vicinity, the same room on the ground floor. Again, the couple were in the TV room, I think, which was off the main sitting room, early evening, and I was going about my early evening duties, replenishing drinks close by, lighting the fire, lighting candles, whatever it might have been. I was close enough to hear Miss Heard say, "Why did you take your hand away from me, Johnny? Don't you love me anymore?" Like, not in a playful way, I might add. And I think he replied, "Of course I do, don't be silly. Of course I do." And it kind of launched from that point. And at one point, Mr. Depp got up and went to the bathroom or went upstairs, and I was sort of scuttling around out of the way because I wasn't there listening. I was just there doing my stuff in and around them. Yeah, it was a strange, sort of banal way to start an argument. But
how would you describe Miss Heard's tone when she said, "Why did you take your hand away, Johnny?"
Accusatory, spoiled teenage child, maybe. Is that fair? Pretty, not playfully. Let's put it that way. More angrily.
Over the course of the 4 weeks in August and September 2014, when you were working with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in London,
yes,
did you ever observe any physical violence of any kind between the two of them?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe any injuries on either one of them?
No, neither of them.
Okay. After those 4 weeks, did you ever work for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard again?
I did. A couple of occasions. The following year was the first one. The following spring.
Okay, and where was that?
In Australia.
And was it unusual for you to be in Australia?
In Australia, maybe, but not unusual for me to travel for clients for my assignments to wherever it was needed.
Okay. How exactly did it come about that you were in Australia with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Towards the end of the London visit,
Hey,
Mr.
Mackie.
Depp kindly said, "Thanks so much for looking after us. We really like you. Maybe if you're free next year and we can arrange it, we can make it happen. Perhaps you'll be able to come to Australia with us. I've got a film, Pirates 5. So I said, "Great, I'd love to." Obviously, I was freelance at the time, so it was going to be about 4 months' work. I think it was billed as. So I thought, yes, I wouldn't mind some of that. Thank you very much.
And where in Australia were you staying?
It was Gold Coast. Yeah, it's all Brisbane area. Brisbane was the main airport, so it's about an hour's drive south of Brisbane.
And do you recall when you arrived?
I arrived on February the 4th. I know I flew on that day.
Okay. How did your job responsibilities in Australia compare to your job responsibilities in London?
Much the same, just on a bigger scale. The house was larger. There was a bit more setup to do, but essentially the same oversight of the house, responsible for it during the whole gig.
And were you employed by Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard?
No.
Who were you employed by?
Essentially by Disney, the production company affiliated with Disney, who were making the movie. I think their name was Herschel, was the production company.
And I think you said you arrived in Australia on February 4th, 2015. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. How about Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard? When did they arrive?
The setup for us was about a few weeks. I think they arrived towards the end of February 2015.
And between your arrival and their arrival, what had you been doing?
Just setting up the house. I lived on site. There was a guest house on site, a 2-bedroom, single-story guest house that I stayed in for those first couple of weeks, setting up the house and just getting everything ready during that time. And then I moved out to apartments, which we all had. I mean, a lot of the crew, the chef had an apartment. We all had apartments about a 30-minute drive south of the house.
Okay. And so we're talking about this house in Australia. So can you kind of describe that property to us?
Yes, it was a large house on a few acres of land, a 3-story house, 5 bedrooms, with 2 or 3 buildings on within the grounds as well. A good sized house, beautiful location.
How many entrances would you say it had?
Entrances, many. I mean, many on certainly on the lower ground level out to the garden. On the first or on the main floor level, there was many entrances. I mean, every room in that house had a balcony at least. Every room on the lower ground floor had a sliding door or a door out. The utility room, the garage, the gym, everything. Obviously, the front door. Many on the main level, the large glass sliding doors out to the pool area, which had a gazebo and steps down to the ground.
Okay, and once Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard arrived to stay at this house, was anybody else staying in the house?
Staying in the house, no.
Was anybody else staying on the grounds?
On the property, yes. I mean, there was a couple there, caretaking couple, Sean and his wife, Sandra, who worked for the owner of the house. They lived on site essentially all the time. They were there pretty much throughout. And their house was, whatever, a couple of 100 yards away from the main house. And yes, security were there also.
All right, sticking with the caretaker just briefly, about how long would you estimate it would take to walk from the main house to the caretaker's house?
Under 5 minutes. I mean, yeah, no more than 5 minutes.
Okay. And then you mentioned security. What was the security setup?
Security was set up by Jerry Judge. They were employed, they stayed in the grounds for the duration. They didn't come into the house. They had a little sort of shack around by the perimeter wall where they would start their patrols from, walk around the grounds, around the exterior of the house at certain times of the day, write their reports and go back and stay in their shack.
And how many security guards would be on site at any particular time?
I think one in the day and one in the night, so they did sort of 12 hours about, as I remember it.
But it was 24/7?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Do you know whether those were local employees or were they regularly employed?
I believe they were Australian, yes.
Okay. Now, I think you said you were not on the property 24/7, right? You had an apartment elsewhere?
Correct, yeah. I kept the same hours as I did in London, essentially, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, not quite, but 7, 8 a.m. till evening, till everything was set up and I could leave.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity when you were in Australia to observe Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's interactions with each other?
Yes, of course.
And how would you describe them?
Initially very good, like in London, it seemed very pleasant towards each other.
Did you observe any arguments?
Yes, I had several.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about those?
Yes, a similar pattern, it seemed, to London arguments. One in particular was very similar to the second one in London. Started in the TV room, funnily enough. Loud voices, and Mr. Depp leaving the room, shutting the door, going to another room to play his guitar or to a bathroom, whatever. And Ms. Heard closely following and opening the door or certainly rapping on the door. It seemed to continue.
Can you give us an estimate about how many arguments you think you observed in this time frame, approximately?
Several. I mean, we were there for several months, so certainly many more than in London.
Did you observe any alcohol consumption in Australia by either of them?
Yes, again, Ms. Heard, I was, again, part of my responsibilities was to provision the house and have everything set up for that. So I regularly brought red wine for Ms. Heard, which she consumed, the same amount as in London, I think.
And what amount is
Generally
that?
speaking, 1 or 2 bottles a day.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp start any arguments with Ms. Heard?
No.
So hold on, objection.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, could you put your record there? You go.
Leading, objection, leading.
I'll sustain this leading if you want.
Okay, we can move on.
New question.
Do you remember anything about Friday, March 6th, 2015?
It was essentially a normal Friday, if you like, end of the week. Yay. Nothing extraordinary about that day.
Did you come into work that day?
Yes, yeah, I was there.
Okay. Do you recall about what time you would have left the house on that date?
I remember taking a photo of a beautiful sunset over the pool. The sun was set over the pool and the creek. I took a photo of that around early evening, so 6:37. I would think I wouldn't have left much later than that.
Was Mr. Depp there when you left?
I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp was at the studio still on that day. I can't remember sort of seeing him to say goodbye. Have a good weekend.
How about Ms. Heard? Do you recall if she was there when you left?
Yes, she was.
Did anything unusual happen that weekend?
Yeah, I would say something pretty unusual happened.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I can.
Foundation.
All right, foundation. You want to lay foundation?
At some point, did you become aware that something had happened between
Yes.
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Extended call for hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain that objection.
All right, turning to the following Sunday.
Ms. Williams, how much more do you have? Because it's time for afternoon break. If
I think we can I have a little bit more, Your Honor, so I think maybe this could be a good time for a
All
break.
right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not talk to anybody at the case. Don't do any outside research, okay? You're excused. Thank you. All right, we ready for the jury? All right, thank you.
He's a trained butler essentially, so he's a honest guy, I think. I thought he was a rich twat, but no, he's not. Well, I knew that as soon as he said Buckingham Palace. But you know, he's been around people, wealthy people.
All right, have a seat. Your next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. King, before we went on break, we were discussing Friday, March 6th, 2015.
Right.
After you left the house that evening, when did you next see Miss Heard?
Sunday the 8th.
And where did you see Miss Heard?
At the house.
What were your typical hours?
Monday to Friday from 7 or 8 a.m. till the end of play each evening, early evening usually.
Why were you at the house that Sunday?
I was called to the house by one of Mr. Depp's assistants.
And about what time did you arrive at the house?
Around 2 o'clock, 2:30.
Who was there when you arrived?
Debbie Lloyd was there. David Kipper was there. Amber Heard was there. Jerry Judge was there.
And I think by now probably everybody's familiar, but can you just very quickly say who those people are?
Sure. Debbie Lloyd was a nurse. David Kipper was Dr. David Kipper. Miss Heard was Miss Heard, and Jerry Judge was head of security.
And when you arrived at the house on Sunday, March 8th, 2015, what did you do?
I just parked up and went into the house.
And did you observe anything when you went into the house?
Yeah, I mean, initially I walked into the front door. Initially I heard, rather than saw anything, I could hear pretty hysterical sobbing, crying, which sounded like Miss Heard to me. I heard Jerry Judge's voice. There's a few steps as you go up into the house, so you can't immediately see what's going on. But so I went up the steps. I could see then Miss Heard over on the right-hand side, over towards the TV room with Jerry Judge. David Kipper was in the kitchen area, which was pretty much directly ahead as you walk up those steps.
And were you able to visually see Miss Heard?
Yes.
And you were able to hear her as well?
Absolutely.
How would you describe her demeanor?
Hysterical, probably the best way to describe it. Crying a lot and, just crying uncontrollably, I think it's fair to say.
And how would you describe Jerry Judge's demeanor when he was speaking with her?
He was just keeping her calm, saying, "It's all right, love, it will be all right." Jerry was good, like a big heart. Jerry, he's a good guy. He was calm. Jerry was always calm, mostly.
And what did you do next?
I saw they were engaged across away there, so I went into the main kitchen area, which, as I said, was just directly ahead of those main steps, and spoke to David Kipper.
And following that conversation, what did you do?
Well, he told me that Mr. Depp had
objection to your second.
All right.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Spidey's got a crush on him. That brings the vibrator out again then. Yeah, he's not nice enough. It's probably another hour to go tonight, guys. An hour and 10 maybe. Just because we are family. Du-du-du-du-du-du-du. We are family. There we are. They're back. No point saying much there.
So you can answer the question. What did you do next?
So I spoke to David Kipper, who was in the kitchen area, seemingly rummaging through a bin. He said that Mr. Depp had sustained an injury to his finger, one of his fingers, and he was looking for the fingertip that it said it had been severed. So I said, "Well, shall I help you?" As one would. And he's
Him. That's fine. You can all have a crush on him. But I'm afraid to say, he's gay, so there's no point. I mean, lust as much as you want, but he likes sausage. He doesn't like tacos.
He said, yeah, that'd be a good idea. I left him in the kitchen. He said there was a lot more damage downstairs.
Thank you,
I went,
Young.
you know, we split up. He left him in the kitchen. I went downstairs to search.
Look at
At
that.
some
She's
point, was Mr.
she's
Depp's fingertip
moaning at
found?
the minute.
Yes,
Who found it?
I did.
And where did you find it?
Downstairs in the bar area, the games room bar area.
So can you
Just to confirm, that was part of the deal with Spider. She doesn't have to show her face. So I'm not muted now. Part of the deal with Spider was she doesn't have to um move to show her face, but hopefully in the future she will showcase herself. I see it like this when she's got the vibrator out and stuff, you know. I'll feel my will. You're looking for your will.
walk us through how you found it?
Yes, so I walked down the stairs. I mean, there was a bit of damage down the steps. A big chunk had been taken out of the marble staircase. On my way down, remnants of what looked like a plant pot or something around it smashed. Walking down into the bar, I could see the damage that Dr. Kipper had told me about. A broken ping pong table sort of collapsed onto the floor, and lots of glass and broken glass and cans strewn around the bar area.
And where exactly was the finger in the bar area?
Preach, Nuffathat, preach.
Directly below the bar. I mean, the bar was set up like a conventional bar that stuck out from a wall, and with a marble top. There was a big chunk out of that as well, like on the staircase. Directly at the end of the bar, there was a scrunched up piece of kitchen paper, if you like, tissue, with lots of blood around it, on it. So I thought that was probably a pretty good place to look. And it was within that scrunched up piece of paper on the tiled floor at the end of the bar, the base of the bar, by one of the bar stools.
Was there any property damage around the finger?
Yes, a fair bit. On the floor around the area, there were puddles of what smelled like alcohol to me. There seemed like several drinking glasses, a couple of bottles. One was a Stolichnaya vodka bottle. And at the end of the bar, as I said, there was a big chunk out of the bar itself, the bar marble top. At the end of the bar, there was plaster damage right at the end of the bar on the wall. Behind the bar, smashed and cracked mirror. There's a blue mirror that stretched that whole span of behind the bar. Lots of cans again behind the bar on the floor. Broken window at the end of the bar, and more plastered work damage on the wall above the sink. It was sort of a kitchenette bar, if you like, as well.
You mentioned a bottle of vodka. Was the vodka bottle intact?
No, nothing was really intact. The top of it, the top of the bottle was like, it had a label on it, which is how I knew it was a Stolichnaya bottle. It had that sort of squiggly S, sort of yellow top. There was a large chunk of a bottle, which I guess was the rest of that, and lots of other broken glass around the area.
After you found the fingertip in the bar area, what did you do next?
Well, I gathered it up in that kitchen paper and sort of took it upstairs. I might have shouted up to David Kipper, I found it. I'm not sure, but I walked back upstairs to the kitchen and got a bag, little plastic bag, put the fingertip in there, set it on top of some ice in this plastic kitchen container, and pretty much handed it over to David Kipper and Jerry Judge, I think at the time, who were keen to get it to the hospital quickly to see if it could be reattached.
Do you recall about what time you found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area?
It was about an hour after I got there, so it would have been around 3:30, I would think, 3:20, 3:30.
Now, you've told us a little bit about the state the house was in when you arrived.
Yes.
Can you generally describe for us, and maybe go level by level through the house, what damage you observed?
Sure. Do you want me to start at the lower ground floor in that bar area? I mean, I've described a lot of that.
Sure, that's fine.
It was pretty extensive down there, all that broken glass, the blood. There were a lot of blood drips across that floor. It was a kind of cream-colored tiled floor in that whole games area. As I said, the ping pong table was collapsed. Blood drips across the floor and around the bar. And the damage on the walls, as I said, the plaster work at the end of the bar, behind the bar, and the chunk out of the marble top. So on the ground, that was the predominant damage in that area, on that level. On the next floor, on the main floor where David Kipper was, in the kitchen itself, again, a few broken glasses and cans on the floor, soda cans behind the kitchen island, the chef's kitchen island, liquid puddles. There was a sitting room with a couch on a cream-colored couch, which had a fair amount of blood drips on the cushions, and that was obvious. The TV, which was directly in front of that wall-mounted TV, was cracked with, it seemed like remnants of a coffee cup embedded in some of it, and the rest was below, looked like coffee splattered behind and underneath the TV, and on the floor as well. Through there, we'd set up an art studio, so a lot of the art materials from that, paintbrushes, paint, various art materials were on the floor. A lot of paint on the floor, blood dripped throughout that area as well, especially over it was a vast sort of wooden parquet floor. There was a lot of oil paint and blood drips up to the staircase. In one of the bedrooms, there were two bedrooms off of the main kitchen area. One of those bedrooms had blood drips on the duvet, and a lamp had seemingly been broken. The shade was removed. There were a couple of lampshades in the art studio area on the floor. That was about the extent of the damage. Going upstairs to the next level, there was a few blood smears on the wall and on the drips of the stairs going up. Again, a cream-colored carpet, which is not ideal. And so that's the top floor was the master bedroom, master suite floor, and two bedrooms also up there. Outside the master bedroom, there was damage to the plaster work on a pillar outside on the wall. Blood drips into the master bedroom, across the master bedroom floor. Going into the master bathroom, there was a his and her sinks and a large mirror above each of the sinks that had writing on each of them. Again, one of the bedrooms, or both of the bedrooms, I think, had blood on the duvet covers, and another lamp was broken. And Mr. Depp's guitar was in one of those bedrooms, a blood-stained guitar. His iPad was standing up on one of the beds in one of those bedrooms. That's about the extent of it.
That's the damage
on each level, yeah.
Whose job was it to clean all that up?
That was mine. That was mine. My responsibility. The house was essentially my responsibility.
So were you familiar with the damage generally throughout the house?
I got a pretty good idea as I walked around and saw it all, yes.
Did you observe any damaged phones?
No.
Did you observe any damage to a wall where a phone might have been ripped off the wall?
No.
Bleeding. Oh, yeah. Right. Maybe the next one.
Was there any artwork in this house? Decorating the house?
The owners had left their art in the house, yes. Mr. Depp and Miss Heard had done some artwork themselves, yes. But yes, there was some that came with the house, if you like.
Focusing just on the artwork that came with the house, did you observe any damage to any of that?
No, nothing that I needed to repair or replace. Certainly not. Thank goodness.
Is there any other damage that comes to mind?
Just a lot of blood, a lot of repairs. The floor, as I said, was quite heavily with blood and paint. Yeah.
And in terms of bodily fluids, it was just blood that you observed, no urine or anything else?
Yes, absolutely.
I'll sustain. Strike the answer from the record.
No other damage. Does any other damage come to mind?
No.
Can we take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 375, which I believe is already in evidence? And can we publish this to the jury?
Okay.
Mr. King, are you familiar with the image that's on the screen in front of you?
Yes, that's one of the mirrors I was telling you about in the master bathroom.
And so, were you involved in cleaning any of this up?
I cleaned both of those mirrors at some point that evening, that night. Yes.
Were you able to tell what was used, or what substance what sort of the ink is that's used on the black writing there?
That was the same oil paint that was on the floor on the parquet floor downstairs and various other places. It was the same oil paint.
All right. How about the red writing that says "Call Carly Simon"? She said it better, babe. Were you able to tell what was used to make that writing?
Lipstick, I believe.
Foundation.
Oh.
Objection foundation.
He's testified that he was cleaning it up.
I'll allow it. That's fine. Go ahead.
It certainly seemed like lipstick to me, red lipstick. It was quite waxy. I remember taking that off. It seemed like lipstick.
Okay, we can take that down. Mr. King, about how long were you at the house on that Sunday?
Quite a long time. It actually went into the early hours of Monday morning, so at least I got there around 2 in the afternoon of Sunday. I don't think I left there until 2 or 3 o'clock the next morning of the night.
Over the course of the time that you were there that day, did you have any interactions with Miss Heard?
Yes, I certainly did.
Can you describe those for us, please?
Yes, not too much initially. She was very, as I said, quite hysterical and crying a lot, and Jerry Judge was taking care of her, keeping her calm. Later in the evening, it was suggested that Miss Heard go to a local hotel, to leave the house, go to a local hotel, which then became a suggestion that she go back to LA. And that's, I think, when I started interacting in terms of, at some point, I volunteered to travel with her to LA.
How did Miss Heard respond to the suggestion that she leave leave for Los Angeles?
She was resistant to both of those suggestions, very resistant. She really didn't want to go and said, I can't leave, I can't leave. You know, it'll be the end if I leave, those sorts of things. And so it was just, these went over a few hours, those negotiations, if you like. And eventually, Ms. Heard agreed that I would fly with her.
And did you, in fact, fly with her?
I did, on Monday the 9th.
Sticking with Sunday, when you were interacting with her on that Sunday, how close were you to her?
Very close, you know, like very close, in front of her.
And do you recall observing any injuries on Miss Heard?
No, none whatsoever.
Did you notice anything unusual about her physically at all?
No, I mean, she was obviously crying a lot, she had red eyes, and but no, otherwise no.
So what happens the following day, that Monday, March 9th, I guess it would be, 2015?
Right, so, I mean, it was eventually agreed that I would fly with Miss Heard, so I had to at some point go back to my apartment, drive to my apartment to pick up my passport, which funnily enough I hadn't brought with me, and some clothes, you know, a bag to take. So I think I left the house early hours, as I said, 2, 3, may have been a bit later, a.m. I drove back to my apartment, which was 30 minutes drive south, picked up those things. I mean, I didn't know how long I was going to go for, but I knew I was traveling. So passport, quick shower, pick up a bag of clothes, and I drove back up to the house. I don't recall exactly what time I arrived there, but I know we had to leave. All the arrangements were being made by the travel agent, and Jerry Judge was liaising with them to make the flight arrangements, and which I believe was going mid to late morning. So I think we had to leave the house around 7 or 8 a.m. that morning, Monday the 9th.
And did you travel to the airport with Miss Heard?
Yes, we were driven.
How would you describe her demeanor that morning?
Calmed down a fair bit. She was mostly on the phone, to be honest, for pretty much the whole of that car journey to various people, one of which I believe was Mr. Depp.
Do you recall her saying anything on the ride to the airport about what had happened the night prior?
Nothing really mentioned in that as way of an explanation, no.
What happened when you got to the airport, if anything?
We were running a bit late, but I remember that. Luckily, we were traveling first class, so the driver knew to pull up to a kind of VIP, for want of a better word, VIP check-in point. And so the car got pretty close to where the desk was. Miss Heard was still on the phone, and so we sat there for a bit with the driver, and Miss Heard was talking. I don't know who to at that point. And I was thinking, we need to make this flight actually pretty soon because we were already running a bit late. So I decided to go in, maybe I can go in, check in our bags ahead, and then come back and get Miss Heard. She should be finished by then, which is what I did.
And did you eventually get on the plane?
Eventually we did. It was a close call, to be honest.
Once you were on the plane, did you have any conversations with Miss Heard?
Yes, I mean, not initially, which took some time in the bathroom. She was on the phone again to the point where the cabin crew had to sort of tap on the door and say, we need to leave now. Everybody needs to sit down. And she did come to sit down, but, you know, after 10 or 15 minutes in there. And so eventually, and luckily, as I said, we were flying first class, which was lovely. She was in the window seat, like I think it was 1A, 1B window seat. I had the aisle seat. And finally, we could both sit down, and in way of conversation, wasn't a great deal, to be honest. I did sort of say, finally, so what happened? You know, obviously referring to the house. And I mean, she didn't give much explanation, if any. She did say, Ben, have you ever been so angry with someone you've just lost it with them? And I sort of said, no, actually, I'm pretty calm, you know, even-tempered guy. But she did repeat it. She looked pretty incredulous that I hadn't. And she repeated it. You mean you've never lost it with somebody, got so angry with someone, you've just lost it with them? And I said, unless you count the sort of time when I was 14 years old and I hit the light switch in my bedroom because I wasn't allowed out that night or something. With a person, no, never. And that was pretty much the end of the conversation. She dropped it then.
How would you describe her tone when she asked those questions of you?
To me, incredulous, would be fair to say. Surprised that I hadn't lost it with somebody.
Does anything else stand out about that flight?
It was fairly calm. After that, it was calm. But I mean, we were both exhausted. I certainly was. And I think, I can't remember eating either. Just slept most of the flight until obviously we landed, or were close to landing.
At any point, did you observe anything about Miss Heard physically on that flight?
Yes, I did. Right toward just before we landed, I noticed some marks on her arm, her left forearm.
How would you describe those?
Long, kind of uniform, evenly spaced, sort of long, thin marks. Very uniform, in fact.
And when did you first notice those?
On the plane towards coming into land, we're gathering the stuff up. I noticed them then.
What did you do after you landed in Los Angeles?
Once I'd fired up my phone on landing, I saw the arrangements that we would be picked up by one of Mr. Depp's security personnel, who I think was Travis McGivern. So I made contact with him, and he met us in the place that had been arranged. We walked through the arrivals lounge and met him at the end of that. Got in the car with him and drove to the Eastern Columbia building.
And how would you describe Miss Heard's demeanor in Los Angeles?
Yeah, pretty calm. I mean, she seemed, obviously a lot calmer from the house, but she's pleasant towards Travis. Certainly in the car, obviously they knew each other. When we got to the building, she was kind enough to show me around the apartment I'd never been before. She showed me around the penthouse, a little tour. She wrote down some restaurants recommendations because she knew I'd be staying a few days probably. So, and I don't really know LA that well. So she recommended a few restaurants. And then I left. I said, if you need anything, as usual, as I always did, need anything, give me a shout. I'll be staying fairly close by. Just give me a call or a text.
How long were you in LA?
Less than a week. I think I flew back to Australia on the 14th or 15th. So about 5 days, 6 days tops.
And when you got back to Australia, what were you doing?
Pretty much putting the house back together, repairing all the damage with the help of professional contracted vendors I brought in, and just getting the house back as it was originally.
At some point, did Mr. Depp and Miss Heard return to Australia?
Yes, they did.
Were you there when they returned?
Yes.
Did you observe them interacting with each other after they came back to Australia?
Yes. Yeah.
And how would you describe their interactions?
Again, initially, those first few days were certainly very pleasant, almost honeymoon-like, I would say. They strolled around the grounds a bit, and they seemed fine with each other.
Did you ever observe any arguments after they returned?
Yes. I mean, many. Several more, yeah.
And how would you describe those?
Not dissimilar to the London arguments in terms of the pattern of those, the sort of provocation and the reaction that leave the room, Mr. Depp leaving room, going to another room, playing his guitar, seemed to follow the same pattern as that, as I witnessed those 2 times in London.
All right, nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So to understand your testimony, is it your testimony that Amber and Mr. Depp arrived together in Australia in February of 2015?
Initially, together, I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp arrived ahead of Ms.
Right,
Heard,
Mr.
actually.
Mr. Depp arrived first, correct?
I think so, yeah.
And isn't it true that Ms. Heard, Amber didn't arrive until March 5th, 2015 to Australia?
I can't remember the date she arrived, to be honest.
But she could have arrived March 5th, 2015. Isn't that true?
Objection, foundation speculation.
I'll allow it if you answer it.
Sorry, what was the question?
Ms. Heard could have arrived on March 5th, 2015, correct?
It's possible, I suppose.
And isn't it true then that you didn't see any arguments between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp before the injury that occurred to Mr. Depp's finger in Australia?
I saw them argue.
You saw them argue when they came back, in April, correct?
I certainly saw them argue in April and through most of the months they were there, yes.
But you don't remember, you can't recall any arguments in February or March of 2015 between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, correct?
Specific days? Not necessarily, no.
Right, so that you don't know, you can't say that there were any arguments before you came to the house on March 8th, 2015, correct?
I think there were,
Excuse me, say that again?
I think there were.
But you don't even know when she arrived, correct?
Specifically, the day, not necessarily, no.
And you said when you arrived at the house on March 8th, when you eventually found the finger, it was wrapped in paper, is that right?
Wrapped, it was loosely wrapped. The paper was opened by that point. The blood had dried up, and it was sitting in the sort of nest of this paper, yes.
So like someone had put the finger in a piece of paper?
I don't know. It was in that piece of paper.
It was in a piece of paper, okay. So, but again, like someone had wrapped it up, is that right?
I don't know. It was within that scrunched up piece of paper, kitchen paper, tissue.
It was in kitchen paper, is that right?
Or tissue paper. It was white with a lot of blood on it.
So like a paper towel?
Like a piece of kitchen towel.
When you say kitchen towel, our language is made
I will be paying attention. Who is this on? Who's the attorney, Spidey? Can't see him properly.
Adam Nadelhoft. Baby
So
rock.
with this, okay, I'm with you, right? Okay. Enough of that. She's got a picture of herself on there now, so you can have a look. Yes, it is enough of that. See? Not shy now, are you, Spider?
Yes, still very.
No, you're not. Don't be lying. Enough of that. If you ask her really nicely, not today, but I'm sure over the next few months she'll gain the confidence to come on
Oh,
live. So
you want to see what happens if I take my camera, turn my camera on?
yeah. Oh no.
Cover it up.
Nifisa says you're beautiful. So yes.
Thank you.
See, you get. Oh, she's not embarrassed now. Nifisa. She's embarrassed now. But yeah, right. We'll get back to it. Like baby, right? Fine. But that's good. And you should keep the picture on, Spidey. Right.
Even though we both speak English, I may say a little different. Like a paper towel?
Yeah, like kitchen paper.
If I can show my ugly mug, I know you can get on Spider. Yeah, a camera doesn't work, ID. Otherwise, well, she still wouldn't come on even if a camera worked. But we're working on it. We're working on it, and hopefully she will get a camera because she's good at this. She just needs the confidence. She's amazing, and yeah, I can understand it. I was apprehensive coming on first time as well. So. But once she gets on a few times, she'll be very confident and she'll fly away with it and she'll probably start her own channel. Right, here we go.
Paper kitchen towel. Yes,
Okay.
like a tissue.
And was there that sort of paper towel in the kitchen at the house at the time?
Yes, in both areas, the kitchen and the bar.
You said you were in Australia starting in February of 2015, correct?
Correct. I arrived on the 4th of February.
And Mr. Depp arrived sometime after that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see Marilyn Manson while you were there?
No, I didn't.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was with Marilyn Manson in late February, early March 2015?
Objection, foundation, speculation, relevance.
Just asking if he saw. He said he saw. He said he saw him every day, so I was asking if he saw.
I'll allow the question to be answered. It's fine.
Marilyn Manson didn't come to the house. I didn't see him at any point.
Do you know if Mr. Depp left to be with Marilyn Manson?
I don't know. I didn't always know where he was going. If he went out, it was either to work or the security would go with. I wouldn't generally go. In fact, I don't think I went out with him at all in Australia.
And you didn't go out with Mr. Depp at all when he was in Australia, correct?
I don't recall it. I saw him on set once or twice. Yeah.
So you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing in Australia, unless he was on at the house or on set. Is that right?
I saw him at the house. Yes, every day.
But you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing when he left the house, correct?
Generally going to work on Pirates of the Caribbean 5 filming. Yes.
But were you with him?
No, but the security with him. I had to liaise with him for when he would go and when he would come back for the driver, etc.
But you weren't there. You weren't there when Mr. Depp left the house, correct?
Generally, I didn't leave the house with Mr. Depp on those days. No.
And I just want to make sure. I want to be clear. There were two kind of periods that Mr. Depp was in Australia in 2015, right?
Sorry, say again.
Mr. Depp was in Australia from sometime in February 2015 until about March 8th, March 9th, when he injured his finger. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
And then Mr. Depp left Australia too, correct?
At some point, he flew to LA. Yes.
And then Mr. Depp returned to Australia on April 21st, right?
Okay, that sounds about that time. I don't know the specific date. I don't recall.
And the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, right?
Objection,
That I-
foundation, speculation.
I didn't get. Oh, sorry.
Whose objection?
You recall testifying to that in the UK?
I'll open
Which
the
bit,
objection
sorry?
if you can answer it.
That the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, 2015.
I wasn't involved in the filming schedule. I don't know when it resumed, to be honest. I knew Mr. Depp would come back to resume filming, for sure.
You didn't live with Mr. Depp in his house in Australia, correct?
Live with? No, I wasn't resident there.
Now, when you arrived at the house, you saw a significant amount of damage, correct?
Yes, through the course of, yeah, or after I arrived, yeah.
Okay. And the scene was chaos, correct?
Chaos, I mean, there was a fair amount of damage.
The house was wrecked,
There was a lot of damage in the house, yes.
and the house was not in a good state, correct?
Asked and
There was
answered.
a lot of damage throughout the
You
house.
gotta object first, and then you have your objection. Mr. Moses.
Objection.
And then it helps. Okay. I'll rule the objection. Go ahead. Next question.
And you said there was glass on the floor, correct?
In a few areas, mainly predominantly in the bar, yes, down in the lower ground floor, correct.
Okay, and there was blood on the walls, correct?
In various places, blood on the floor, blood on the walls.
And there was blood on the walls throughout the 3 stories of the house, isn't that right?
No, I wouldn't say that was the extent of it. There were smears up the staircase going up to the master from the main level. There were smears and drips on the carpet.
So there were smears from the master level up to the bedroom area? I mean, from the main level up to the bedroom area, is that right?
Up to the 3rd floor, yes.
Like someone would walk from the main floor up to the bedroom floor, correct?
There was blood going up the steps, up on the staircase, and some on the walls, smears where you might have done that.
As if someone was walking from the main level up to the master bedroom, correct? Is that what the blood was like?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Or down. I mean,
Up or
there was
down, but
blood
from the
on
main
that
level to
staircase.
from the main level to the 3rd floor, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you said the sofas were damaged, is that right?
One sofa in that sitting room, which was just off the kitchen, was quite an open plan thing. So off that, there was a sofa with a large TV on the wall-mounted TV in front of that sofa.
And the sofa was on the main level, correct?
Correct, just by the main kitchen.
And where
Exactly.
the sofa was damaged, was that with what?
Blood.
Blood. Okay. And lights were damaged?
Some lamps, a couple of lamps, yes.
And there were bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge, correct?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Did you see bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge?
Yes, I mean, there was, I don't completely understand what you mean.
You saw that,
There
correct?
was alcohol bottles, yes, there was, in the fridge, I mean, maybe been a bottle of wine, I don't know.
And the floors were ruined, correct?
Ruined, I mean, there was a lot of damage on the floor, down in the bar area and the staircase and on the main floor area, on the wooden parquet floor, correct?
And the floors were gonna have to be sanded, correct?
I eventually got them sanded, yes.
And it took, you were there, I think you testified, it took you about 12 to 13 hours in the house cleaning up, correct?
Correct.
And you said that there was, is it your testimony that you didn't see any of the paintings damaged?
The existing paintings from the owners from the house, that no, none of them were damaged.
You didn't see any paintings with a painting of a penis drawn on it?
I did not, and thankfully, that was something I didn't have to replace.
Do you know if anyone else saw that?
painting.
Objection, speculation.
I mean, I would have seen it.
There's objection.
Oh,
Can you
I'm
just
so
need to
sorry.
stop? That's all
I'm
right.
sorry.
All right, if you stand, we can see you better when you do that.
Understood.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you said that Jerry Judge was at the house, correct?
Correct.
And he's the head of Mr. Depp's security, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Kipper was at the house?
Yes, he was.
And Debbie Lloyd was at the house as well, correct?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Now, you understood that Mr. Judge saw scratches on Ms. Hurd on March 8th, correct?
Objection, hearsay, speculation, foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you have, the cleaning lady was going to be coming to the house, correct?
The housekeeper?
Yes, the housekeeper.
Adele, the resident housekeeper. Yes, she was going to be. I mean, yes, she was employed through the week. Again, she wasn't there on weekends.
There was concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing everything that was in the house, correct?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it. You can answer it.
Thank you. Concern, sorry. what
There was
you-
concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing all the damage that had been done, correct?
I know that when I left to fly to LA with Miss Hurd, I told both the chef and the housekeeper they didn't need to be coming to the house because Miss Hurd, essentially the principals weren't there. Mr. Depp wasn't there. Miss Hurd was obviously with me at that point. So I said they didn't need to come to the house.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that you thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
Objection, hearsay.
It's his own statement.
His own statement. I'll allow it.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
I think I probably made a comment about, I should just come back and deal with this myself, if that's what you mean, and just get cleaned up.
And make sure that she wouldn't say anything, correct?
I don't know. I trusted her and the chef anyway. They were good team members.
As a house manager, part of your job is to, you said you work with high profile people, correct?
High profile, high net worth, I think is what I actually said.
Would you agree that one part of your job is to keep things discreet for your clients?
Of course, it's part of my job. Trust and discretion. Yeah.
And Mr. Depp was your client, right?
I worked on assignment on those occasions, yes. But I was self-employed at the time. Yeah.
But in March 8th, 2015 in Australia, Mr. Depp was your client, correct?
Correct, essentially, yeah. And Miss Hurd, both of them the principals.
Who paid, and you know who paid for your services?
As I said before, I was paid through Disney, who were making the Pirates of the Caribbean, their production company, which I believe was called Herschel.
And can we put up defendants exhibit 377, which is already in evidence?
All right. Good one.
Mr. King, do you see defendants exhibit 377 in front of you?
I do, yes.
And do you recognize this as a lampshade that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015?
Yes, it was, I believe, one of the lampshades that was missing from one of the lamps.
Okay. And did you see this painting on the lampshade?
I did, yeah, as part of my walk around to see what.
And what floor was the lampshade on?
This was on where the art studio was, on that main level.
Yeah, so on the main level, okay.
Yes. Excuse me.
And was this, did you notice it was dark paint that was on the lampshade?
It certainly looked like it, yes.
And did you take this picture?
I believe I did. Yeah, without seeing the metadata.
Okay. And can we put up defendants exhibit 374, please? And you recognize defendants exhibit 374 as a mirror that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Yes, I do.
And this mirror was in the bathroom, correct?
Correct. There were 2 mirrors in the bathroom above each sink.
And this was on the top floor, correct?
The master bathroom,
The master
essentially.
bathroom. And the master bathroom, just so I'm clear, was on the top floor,
Top
right?
floor, correct.
And this painting said starring Billy Bob. Is that right? Is that what you recall?
Yeah, I don't know. I was writing.
And was this in the writing? Was it in paint?
I believe it was the same paint, the oil paint that was used on the other mirror that we saw earlier.
And did you take this picture?
Again, possible. I haven't seen the metadata, but yes, probably.
And let's put back up defendants exhibit 375. This writing was also in the master bathroom, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And could you tell if the black paint was on top of the red or under the red?
I didn't really analyze it, to be honest. I just knew I was going to have to clean it up at some point.
Right, your whole concern was just cleaning up the house, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know who wrote what on the mirror, correct?
No, I know that one was oil paint and the other red writing was lipstick.
And lipstick, you're not even sure of that. You just saw it was something sticky. Is that right?
I'm pretty sure it's waxy, like
Waxy.
lipstick-like, same as the oil paint was oil paint-like.
Okay. Did you see paint? Did you see also any writing in blood?
Writing, no, not necessarily.
Okay. Now, did you have when Miss Heard was leaving to go back to LA? You were with her, correct?
Correct.
Did you help her pack?
I think I may have done at that point. Yes, I think I did.
Did you see weren't Miss Heard's clothes ruined?
I didn't see any ruined clothes.
There wasn't paint on her clothes.
Not that I could see, not so much. Not at that point of packing. I mean,
There was paint in the tub, correct?
say again, sorry.
There was paint in the tub in the bathroom, correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall being paint in the tub.
And it's your testimony that there was no paint or blood on Miss Heard's clothes. Is that what you're saying?
Asked him to
I
answer.
don't.
Out loud.
Now, you said you were in charge of the cleanup, correct?
Yes, it was my responsibility. The house was.
And you were working with Mr. Judge and cleaning up the house. Is that right?
On the night the day that I arrived there,
Yes.
Mr. Judge did help me at some point. Yes, sweeping up glass, etc.
And was there photos taken of more than the three pictures you've been shown?
Photos.
Photos of the house.
By whom?
Did you take any pictures of the house?
I took a few. Yeah, I mean, yes.
And did you take pictures other than the three that we saw?
I think I probably did as I was going around.
Do you know who you gave those pictures to?
No,
Do you know what you took the photos with?
my phone,
And who would you have sent those photos to?
and send them to anybody at that point.
You just kept them?
Yes.
Did you show the photos to anyone?
No.
Do you still have the photos?
Yes,
Were they on your phone still?
they're on one of my devices. Yes.
Okay. Did you take a photo of the vodka bottle that you said was broken?
Yes.
And you have that photo?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't give that to anybody?
There are a fair few photos. I can show it to you now if you want.
How many photos did you have on your phone?
I don't remember the number, but probably more than 10.
Did anyone ever ask you for the photos?
Several of them, yes. Yes.
Did you give them to the people who asked?
Some of them, yes.
Not all of them?
I don't recall how many.
Who asked you for the photos?
I was involved in a case in London a couple of years ago.
Did you give the photo of the vodka bottle to the people that you were involved in the case in London?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled all that.
Say again, sorry.
Did you give a photo of the vodka bottle to the people you were working with in London?
I don't recall which photos I sent. Given.
So did you take photos of the walls?
The walls, certainly the smears of the blood and the damage, the plaster damage. Yes.
You took photos of the walls with blood on it. Is that right?
Yes.
And you took photos of the plaster, right? That was damaged.
At the end of the bar and in the bar behind the bar by the sink. Yes.
And did you take photos of the ping pong table that you said was broken?
Yes, as part of the bar area. I'm
Did
sure.
you take photos of? There was a glass table that was broken too, correct?
The glass table. I don't recall the glass table.
Okay. Did you take photos of all the damage that was around the house?
Probably most of it. Yes.
And the only time you gave those photos to anyone you're saying was in the UK case a couple years back?
I'd never shared them with anybody else. Yes.
And it costs about $75,000 to clean up the damage, isn't that right?
I don't know the exact cost. I think I calculated at the time, after all the vendors had been and done their thing, it was about 50,000, I seem to recall.
I do like the fact that he just went, well, yeah, do you want to see them? It's on my phone. And he doesn't want to touch it. Because I don't think what?
Nobody in this case has asked him to present photos until now. They'll get them off of him now. Nobody thought to ask him.
Wow. So, but also, are they not scared to ask him now? Because
Depp's team's not. Heard's team should be. But they believe Amber, so.
Well, that's what I was saying. But also, do they get the pictures off him then? Or
Yes.
do we see them? Oh, fine.
Well, it doesn't look like long crime. I'm going to do some homework, see if I can find a better streaming and replace videos.
No, that's fine. To see if they're giving in or not. That's the main thing. I don't expect to see things, but yeah. Right, that's fine. Heidi's in there, yes. Heidi, you coming on tomorrow, by the way, if you're free, with me and Spidey. Right, we'll go back to it.
But also remember, every piece of evidence I am putting in Discord as it comes up.
Oh, what did you tell us then?
I've been telling you that. You were looking at it today.
I know, I'm joking. But I didn't. I was looking the other day. Yeah, happy days, Heidi. I'll send you a link. I was looking at it today, but it is. Do you know what I mean? When you hover, you have to hover over it, and
Or
I never knew.
if you're on the main page, when there's a new one, I notice it takes me directly to the top of the main of the Depp we heard. It's a pinned thread. So if you're on a computer, there should be a thing for like a tab that you click for tabs, for threads, or it'll be the first thing that shows.
Yeah, if I put my cursor over it on it, it'll pop up. But I have to leave it for like a second, and it comes up. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I saw that today. Whenever, because I forgot you made those other tabs for like questions and all that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's all good as long as I know how to do it. It's fine. So it's all good. Even I knew that. Heidi says, "Yeah, I know. I was teasing it. I was teasing it." Right. Okay. Right. Let's get back into it. It's about an hour maybe left. So
Now, you you said you flew back to Australia with Miss Heard, correct?
I didn't fly back with
I
Miss
mean,
Heard.
flew back to LA from Australia. Thank you, with Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were asleep for most of the flight, correct?
For a lot of it, I think it's a 14-hour flight, so I think we both slept for quite a lot of it, yeah.
You were exhausted from the 13 hours you were working on the house, right?
Correct.
And your testimony was that Miss Heard said to you, "Have you ever been so angry with someone that you just lost it?" Correct?
After I'd asked, so, what happened?
But you didn't inquire as to what she was referring to, right?
I mean, by what happened, it was pretty clear what I was referring to.
Let me ask again. You did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you?
With her answer,
Correct.
she didn't inquire as to my reason for asking, but it was pretty obvious to both of us what I was asking and what her reply was regarding.
Yes, that's fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. King, you testified on behalf of Mr. Depp in the UK, correct?
Correct.
And you provided 2 witness statements, correct?
Correct.
And then you provided testimony in court, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you take a look at page 1103 of your testimony, you see how the pages go in 4s?
Yeah. No.
You see it's actually on the
Bottom right?
bottom right. You see that?
Yeah, got it.
And if you actually look at, you see it starting at the bottom of 1102, this was a statement when you said you did not, you say, Ms. Heard asked you, have you ever been so angry with anyone that you lost it? Your answer, that's correct. And you specifically remember that, do you? Yes. You said it never happened to you. Answer, that is correct. Question, she did not, I mean, if it was said, nothing was said about who she was talking about, was it? Answer, she was asking me a question. Question, she was asking you a question. Answer, yes. Question, you did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you? I do not recall asking. I know that she was asking for a question and I gave her an answer. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and that was your testimony you gave in the UK 2 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know what Ms. Heard was talking about when she made that statement, correct? You don't know if she was inquiring, that she was making that statement about Mr. Depp, right?
Like I said, I'd asked the question, what happened, referring to the house, and she gave me that answer. So I think it was pretty clear to both of us what we were talking about. I mean,
And then you went to sleep.
at that point,
And then you went to sleep, and then you had the flight the rest of the
sometime after that, yeah.
Now, and you said you saw Ms. Heard with cuts on her arm, is that right? On the
That's
flight?
right, towards the end of the flight, yeah.
Okay. If we could put up 376G. Do you recognize this picture?
I've not seen this picture before.
Were these the cuts? Did you see cuts like this on Ms. Heard?
Is that Ms. Heard?
Why don't we put up 376C? You recognize the person in that picture?
That's Ms. Heard.
All right. And did you see cuts like that, which are on her left arm?
Similar to that, long, like I described earlier, long, thin cuts, pretty uniform cuts.
These were the cuts. The cuts were like this on her kind of wrist, forearm area. Is that right?
I don't know what the date of this photograph is, but they look pretty uniform like they do here, yes.
Like to enter 376C into evidence?
Any objection?
No
Okay,
objection.
376C and evidence.
What's it? And can we put back up 376G? Seeing 376C, is this consistent with the scratches on 376G? Are these consistent with the scratches you saw in Ms. Hurd?
I don't see a date. Is that the same time? Is that the same date?
Oh, my,
I mean,
my
these
question is, are the scratches similar to what you saw in Ms. Hurd?
These are uniform, kind of long, thin scratches. Yes.
I'd like to enter
scratches.
376G in evidence.
Any objection?
I mean, foundation, he hasn't authenticated the document through this witness.
I mean, I'm just asking if the pictures are consistent with
I'll
what he's.
allow it, 376G in evidence.
And can you publish it, please?
It is.
Thank you. Okay. Now, you were in the house, you said, for 12 to 13 hours on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Correct, going into March 9th, 2015.
Okay. And you spoke to Mr. Judge when you were in the house, correct?
You had interaction with Mr. Judge, yes.
And you had interaction with Dr. Kipper when you were in the house, correct?
Correct.
And you had interaction with Debbie Lloyd when you were in the house, correct?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And isn't it true that in the entire time you were there, you were not informed as to what caused damage to Mr. Depp's finger on March 8th?
Objection, hearsay.
Asking what he wasn't told.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You didn't know what could cause damage to Mr. Depp's hand while you were there on March 8th, correct?
Dr. Kipper told me
But you don't know what caused the injury to his finger.
one of his fingers.
But you don't know you don't know how his finger was injured,
I
correct?
don't think anybody mentioned it to me at that time.
Right, no one mentioned it to you at that time, correct?
I
Same
don't
objection, Your
recall.
Honor, hearsay.
Sorry, I'll allow it. Next question. He answered it.
Now, you understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording during the cleanup, correct?
Sorry, I didn't hear all that.
Did you come to understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording as people were cleaning up?
At that time, no.
But you now know that there was a phone that was recording people as they were cleaning up, correct?
Objection, foundation, hearsay.
I'm not asking for particular statements.
That's fine. I'll allow it if he knows.
I believe that came up somewhere later on. At that time, I wasn't aware, but I believe I became aware of it later, yes.
Okay. I would like to put up defendant's 378. It's a recording. I want to play a couple of times. 12:07 through 13:19.
Is that the only segment you wish to have?
And then I'd also like to play 1951 through 2138.
And is this going to be used again, or is this?
I think it'll be A.
Okay, 378. Any objection to 378A?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have an objection. I believe this is a recording that has the voices of people other than Ms. Hurd and Mr. Devon. On that basis, it's hearsay.
Okay.
Unless I'm incorrect about which document we're talking about.
Sure.
Hi, Lefty. Hope you're well. Hope the golf went okay. Hope you haven't got too much of a strain between the legs, as I know what you get when you walk. This is not a bad witness. I think he's quite truthful. I just can't wait to see the pictures. Okay, Spidey, that's fair. We shall see, we shall see, we shall see, we shall see. Lefty, they're all calling you anti-lefty now. Anti-lefty, I love it. So I might have to do an emoji, anti-lefty. I'm not. I won't do that to you, Lefty. I won't do that. I took one of your emojis away, though. Just left the, for fuck's sakes, Lefty on. Let it be, let it be, let it be. Oh, 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 it's magic, you know. Somebody is a hoe, it's magic, you know. Elaine is a hoe. Just making music up now, I don't know. You want an emoji? Hey, I can't have any more emojis till I get 8 more members. So I need 8 more members. Lefty never says hello to me anymore. I don't know what I've done to him.
Excuse me, sorry about that. Going back to the photos that you took for a moment, of that damage in the house, you recall giving that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Depp ask you for the photos?
No.
Did you give the photos to counsel for Mr. Depp?
Some of them, yes. Yeah.
Did you withhold any photos from Mr. Depp or his counsel?
Didn't withhold any photos from anybody. I didn't withhold.
Did you give all the photo? Did you give all of the photos you have on your phone to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
Not all of the photos on my phone, no.
All the photos of the damage that occurred on March 8th, 2015.
Probably not all of them, I don't think so.
You didn't give them all. You didn't give them all to Mr. Depp and his counsel.
I don't believe I gave all of the photos.
Why not?
Because there are a decent amount of them. I mean,
So you picked and chose what photos you were going to give to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I gave an amount of photos to them.
Do you know how many photos you gave to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I don't know precisely, no.
Could you give an estimate as to how many photos you gave?
I really can't. No, an amount. I don't recall how many.
More than 3?
Yes.
More than 10?
Possibly more than 10. Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Between 10 and 20?
Objection,
Possible.
speculation,
I mean,
and answer.
Overruled out loud.
Do you know?
Sorry.
She overruled you.
Oh, okay. Possibly more than 10. Yeah.
So, but somewhere between 10 and 20, is that right?
Possibly. I honestly don't know.
Could it be more than 20?
I don't think so.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel ask for all the photos?
I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or the other what they asked for?
I gave them some photos. I don't recall how many were asked for, requested.
And those were requested in 2020?
Correct. Prior to
the UK
that, yes.
trial? Did they ask for them in this case?
I believe I supplied some for this case also, yeah.
You supplied photos for this case to Mr. Depp's counsel?
I believe I did.
And was that about the between 10 and 20 photos that you're talking about?
I don't remember how many for this.
But was it the same amount of photos that you gave to Mr. Depp's counsel in the UK?
I don't know if it's the same amount. I don't recall.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel in this case ask for all the photos you had of the damage of March 8th, 2015?
All of the photos? I don't think they requested all of the photos.
They didn't ask for all the photos you had of that damage?
I don't know if they requested them all.
Was it Mr. Waldman who asked you for the photos?
Originally, I don't remember who called it. Shillings.
Did Mr. Waldman ever ask you for the photos?
I don't know if he asked me specifically. He was part of that team, I assume. So.
And you spoke to Mr. Waldman, is that right?
I did a couple of years ago, yeah.
Okay. And he was part of the team that was asking for the evidence you had of what occurred in Australia in 2015, is that right?
He was part of that team, as I understood it, yeah.
Okay. And as part of that team, he and others were asking for photos.
Hi, Terry. Hi, how are you? Hope you're well. You're normally in, but I wasn't sure. We're trying to do 2 a day at the minute, Terry, just to catch up. So we're doing another 2 tomorrow, starting at 1:45 Eastern, and then around 2 o'clock Eastern then for the second one. So, and yeah, so that's tomorrow and Friday, and then back again on Monday as well to try and finish it off next week, hopefully, unless there's a new trial. So, welcome, Terry. I love it when you're here and chatting away. So, nearly finished now.
Those from Australia from March 8th, 2015, is that right?
They requested them at some point, some of them.
And that's when you provided the 10 to 20 photos, is that right?
Photos, correct.
Okay. And then was there a separate counsel that asked you for the photos in this case?
Yes.
There was?
Yeah, I mean, it was essentially the same.
Who was it that asked you for photos in this case?
I don't recall a name specifically.
Was it a man or a woman?
I just, part of the team, I don't recall.
Okay. And when did they make that request?
When? I don't know a date. I don't know specifically.
You know what year?
This year, last year? I mean, prior to this, obviously.
So it could have been in 2022 that they asked you for the photos?
I think it was prior to that. I don't recall.
So maybe late 2021 or early 2022, is that what you're saying?
Honestly, don't recall which part of the year.
But it's either 2021 or 2022, is that right?
I would imagine that's probably correct.
Okay. And you gave them some of the photos you had?
As I just said, yes.
Okay, but not all of them?
Correct.
So do you have more than 10 to 20 photos on your phone of the damage that occurred in Australia?
Again, I don't recall the amount.
But you have a larger amount on your phone than what you provided to Mr. Depp's counsel.
Objection, Your Honor. Ask me to answer. Cumulative.
I'll sustain the objection. Just ask it.
Okay. Going to London for a couple minutes. You didn't live at the house in London, correct?
I didn't live there, correct?
Okay. Do you know if Ms. Heard had friends over to the house in London?
She did. They came to stay. Yes.
And they stayed from September 9th through September 22nd, 2014, correct?
I don't remember the duration, but that's possible.
Okay. And they were literally staying at the house, correct?
They were accommodated at the house, correct?
Right. And so you don't know who was drinking the bottles of wine that were brought into the house, correct?
At which point? What do you mean?
When Ms. Heard's friends were there, you don't know who was drinking the wine.
Oh, they were all enjoying the wine for
They
sure.
were all drinking the wine.
I took care of them as I would take care of any guests that came into any house.
And wasn't it 5 to 7 guests that were at the house with Ms. Heard?
I don't remember the number. It sounds about right.
Okay. And then at the end of the night, there was 1 or 2 bottles of wine finished, right?
When Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were there on their own, there was certainly that amount. Yes.
But you don't know how many bottles were there when it was Ms. Heard and her friends, correct?
But I would say more.
You don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't recall the count, but certainly more than when there were just 2 of them in the house because
you
there
don't
were
know- but you
7
don't-
extra people or 5 people.
Oh, you don't know the count.
Precisely, no, I don't.
And do you know how much time Ms. Heard was in London with Mr. Depp, not with her friends?
A fair amount of that time.
What
I
do
don't
you-
recall days. No, I don't recall.
So they were there for a month, correct?
Thereabouts, yeah.
And I mean, when I say Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp were in London for about a month, right?
Correct, around about a month.
And wasn't it true that for about 2 to 3 weeks, Ms. Heard's friends were also staying in London?
I don't think 2 or 3 weeks. I don't recall, but I don't think it was that long.
You don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't think it was that long. I
But you don't have anything to base that on, right? Just what your memory is saying.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know what happened in London when you weren't there, correct?
You mean after I left of an evening?
Yeah.
Usually the chef was there still when I left each evening, Russell, who would take care of dinner and leave later that each night.
And then after that, the chef left, you don't know what happened in the house, correct?
I wasn't there.
Right. And you don't know for certain whether Mr. Depp drank wine or not in London, right?
I don't believe so. There's usually, when it was just the 2 of them in the house, there was usually only 1 glass in the morning, either on the kitchen sink or on the bedside stand in the master bedroom.
But you don't know who drank from that. You don't know who drank from that glass when you weren't there, right?
When I wasn't there, correct. But when I usually left the house, I'd already poured Miss Heard a glass of wine before I left, invariably.
But once you left, you don't know if Mr. Depp drank wine or not, correct?
I wasn't there after I left.
Okay. And you don't know what started the fights you talked about in London, correct? Other than that one you said you heard about her hand.
The second one that I described, I was in the vicinity. I heard the first comment of this. That was the start of that argument.
And you don't actually know if there was an argument before what you heard, right?
Oh, that evening, I didn't hear another one. I'll put it that way. It started in that room as I described earlier.
And you don't know what happened in Australia also between March 5th and March 8th, correct?
The 6th, I left on Friday the 6th was when I left for the weekend.
Okay, so between Friday the 6th and when you got to the house on March 8th, you don't know what happened.
I wasn't there.
And you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
Sorry, say again.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, correct?
Beyond sort of finger prodding and violent, I didn't see either of them be violent towards each other.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
I didn't see her be violent, depending on your
I can show you a witness statement where you say you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time.
violence. If yes, I didn't see violence per se.
All right, thank you. I have nothing.
All right, read it.
Thank you.
Mr. King, have you ever been employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
So in each of these situations where you've been around Mr. Depp, you've always been employed by somebody else?
Correct.
All right, how's the status of leading? Strike the answer. Next question.
Are you based anywhere other than the UK? Where do you live?
I live in central London.
Have you ever lived anywhere else?
Sustain the objection. Next question.
We heard some discussion on cross about photos, which I suspect you remember. Why did you take the photos of the property damage in Australia?
As I do, and a lot of my jobs in various assignments and jobs through the years, I take photos as points of reference for whatever reason. I mean, if I'm packing suitcases up and they're going to be in transit and I'm not with the suitcases, I'll take a picture of contents, and when I send stuff so I know it's gone and what's gone, I take pictures as points of reference. I sometimes take pictures of table settings that I've done or which I know I can use later on as reference.
Were the photos of property damage in Australia the first photos that you had taken in the course of working with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
All right, how's the status of leading? Next question.
Had you ever taken photos before?
Yes.
What kinds of things had you taken photos of?
In London, reference points and dinner table settings. Sometimes Mr. Depp would write notes for Miss Heard. He'd leave notes on the sort of kitchen table when he left for work. I believe I took pictures of those. They were, there, things like that. Just setups of, once I set up houses, it's always good to take photos of rooms so I can cross-reference later on if I need to.
Did Ms. Heard or her counsel ever ask you for photos of any of the photos you took in Australia?
No.
I'll stay as the leading. Next question.
Can I see Plaintiff's Exhibit 159? And I think this is a multi-page document. Can you scroll through? We have 3 pages here. Mr. King, do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's the floor plan of the house in Australia.
And do you recall on cross-examination, you were asked to kind of describe where some of the property damage was?
Yes.
So right now, on the screen in front of you,
Yep.
Which floor would you say this is?
This is the top floor with the master suite and 2 other bedrooms.
Okay. And I believe counsel asked you if there was blood in one of the bathrooms or one of the bathtubs. Do you recall that?
Yes, they did ask that.
Would that have been on this floor?
I think they were referring to the master tub. I think that's what he said.
Okay. So can you mark on the screen where that would have been?
The master tub? It's over here. Can I just dot it? How
You
does
can
that
just
work?
dot it, yes.
Okay, so that looks like the master tub to me.
And just to clarify, did you recall seeing any blood or damage there?
In the tub, no.
Okay. Can you mark for us on the screen where you did see the damage that was discussed on cross?
With the mirrors, can I dab on here again?
Sure.
Yeah, so these are the sinks. The 2 mirrors were above each, the mirror above each sink.
Okay. Can we scroll up to the page prior? And can you point out for us on this page, well, first of all, which floor is this?
This is the main level floor, essentially the second floor if you want.
Okay. And can you point out for us here on this map which of where the property damage was?
Yes. How many dabs am I allowed? Around here, kitchen area. This was the TV, the wall-mounted TV on. I ran out of dabs.
I apologize, actually, Your Honor. Can we move this into evidence?
Any objection to 159? All right,
And
159 in evidence.
can we publish this to the jury?
Okay.
So, Mr. King, I apologize for interrupting you. So you were just pointing out where on I think this is the second floor?
Yes, essentially the main level, yeah.
Okay, so other than these 3 dots, do you recall any other places where there was damage?
Yes, where it says family room, there was the TV was wall mounted on that wall in between family and lounge. The sofa was approximately where you've got the red square, red rectangle now, facing towards the TV. The lounge, sorry, too quick. The lounge was essentially the art studio. And the bedrooms over to the left there, where the damaged lamp and shade, blood on the duvet, etc. that I described.
Okay, and then let's go to the first page. And which floor is this?
This is the lower ground floor.
Okay, and can you point out for us, did you find the finger on this floor?
Correct.
Can you point out to us where you found the finger?
Yes, I can. Right here. Ah, there we go. It's the end of the bar. It was on the tiled floor below that end of the bar.
Okay, and any other significant property damage that you want to point out on this floor?
Yes, as I said, this was the, can I dab again? Yeah, so that was the most part of the broken glass. That's where the Stolichnaya bottle was, below that bar, by the bar stools. There were 3 bar stools that you could sit at there. On this back wall here, there was plaster damage. Over here above the sink, or to the side of the sink, was more plaster damage on the walls. Behind the bar, that mirror was cracked, broken. Ping pong table was around there, collapsed on the floor. And around those 3 dots there, I'm going to put another one. That was the spillages as well, that smelled like alcohol to me, the puddles of alcohol.
So,
I mean, that was the most part of the damage around that area, in front of the bar especially. There was, I mean, as I said, there were blood drips around that white cream-colored tiled floor in the games room. And this is the staircase down. It was this side that the chip was out of the stone step. And if I can get another dab in there, right about in the center of that bar, the chunk out of the side of the counter, bar top.
Okay. How many exits are there on the ground floor?
Well, all of these were exits. You know, all these. My office was off over here. I think you can just see out. It says study. Big glass sliding door. The gym had an exit up here. This went into the garage. There was the button you could press for the automatic doors to come up. The laundry area, which is right here. This is actually an exit out into the yard, essentially. The gym. All of those rooms had an exit.
Other than Mr. Depp's counsel, did anybody else ever ask to see your photos?
I'll allow it.
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness subject to recall? All right, so since you're subject to recall, it's important that you do not discuss your testimony with anybody and do not pay attention to the trial and don't watch anything about the trial, okay?
Of course.
All right, thank you.
Certainly.
All right, you can step down, sir. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you.
That's it. That's it for another day. Oh, fucking hell! Everything's dropping here. Spidey, 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 Spidey. That was a. I'm still shocked that by the pictures, mind. But if no one's asked him, I'm glad that they got the last couple of questions in, as in about did Amber's team ask you, and he said no because they were objecting to all that all the time. So
I
you know,
can't wait until you hear her talk about what happened in Australia, hear the damage she says is in Australia, and then see the pictures of the damage in Australia.
all right, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, I look forward to that. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, I will look at the evidence tomorrow before I come on a few of them just to accustom myself to everything. Try and keep off Discord because it just pings all the time. So I try and keep away from it.
Well,
And
that's
also
why
it's
you
your
mute it.
yeah, I'm not well, I think I do. I think I do. I think it's yeah, I think it's our one is fine. I think it's David, but also it's your domain, so it's your baby. Do you know what I mean? So uh, I know it's in good hands with you. And same with you know, yeah. I like to go in there and just see what's happening. But I did post a video yesterday and today in there. Did you see those?
I might have. I don't know.
No, you didn't. So
I
liar,
was
liar,
busy
pants on fire.
working. I think I saw them in passing.
Right, fine, but they were in there. They were in there. Um, what's Young? What's wrong with you, Young? Why are you crying for? So yeah, I do like to go in there and look at the evidence. But we need to get a trial now. Do you know what I mean? We need a trial to get going again. Um, so this week, if we get this out the way this week, that's good. And then hopefully next week there might be trial. But the thing is, everyone's going to jump on trials next week as well. So I don't know. It's this is a funny trial for me. I'm hated it, loved it, hated it, and so I'm up or down with it. Do you know what I mean? Um, I just wish Johnny's testimony had been less. Um, oh, young, you won't be this good. I will be. I mean, I know the MLS one is just it pings all the time. You guys talk so much shit in there. I just can't keep up with it. Um, so I like Spidey's one, so I try and keep up to date. This is why. Right. Also, Spidey, I'll answer me a question. Right. So you said about Johnny Depp. I I see on Discord whenever there's one that's highlighted, that means there's a new post. Um, so I always go into that one, but then I didn't see any of the like it doesn't show up again when you post your evidence. So that's why I never knew there's anything in there.
It does. It's just it doesn't show where you think it would be. It says Depp v. Heard because it's a thread of Depp v. Heard.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. So I always try and keep an eye out on that. Do you know what I mean? So we're a good time. Yeah, you are a good time, but just, you've got too many tabs, Farrell. There's so much going on there. I don't know. You've got a thread. Young's got a thread. Jamie's got a thread. Lefty's got a thread. Sal's got a thread. David's got a thread. It's just like ping, 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 ping. So I can't keep up with it. I'm a simpleton.
Okay.
As well.
Oh, I was gonna say for an easy way to find it, if you're on your computer, just at the when you open up Depp v. Heard, look at the top part. You see the hashtag with the comment box.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
That's the threads. That'll show. That's where all
fine,
the evidence is.
fine, fine. See you, Farrell. But see you later. See you tomorrow. Hopefully, send our love to Sal. I'll probably just yeah. English chaps are simpletons. Erin, fuck off. Fucking hell. So we're lucky again. Hopefully tomorrow we got Heidi again tomorrow. So we got the mouth back. Um, but yeah, hopefully pop back in again tomorrow, Erin. Thank you everyone who supported. I don't know. What any questions from the chat at all? Young stuff all the Niffatha. I love seeing Niffatha in here. Love seeing Niffatha around. Hope the new house is doing well, Niffatha. Um, it's weird because now it's like 5 past midnight. Hey, watch it. Hey, just speaking the truth, Heidi. Just speaking the truth. Wouldn't change you for the world. Love it as you are. You know what I mean? So the only thing, Spidey, you need to get on Heidi's back to get on Discord. Get her ass in there. Um, I'm not sure she'll enjoy it, but you know she needs to go in there. Um, hello, I had to hear FO one last time. Thanks, man. No worries. Fuck off one last time. No worries, Erin. Love you as always. And you are not that bad, Heidi. I exaggerate, but I love your um, how what do you call it? Tenaciousness to say it as it is. So I love that. Also, Spidey's different. Spidey's the knowledge. She's the brain behind all this. Um, it's always good to have insight on what's going on because I know I'm a pain to ask who is what, but I like to know who's asking questions, who the lawyers are and stuff. So there's that. Have you got anything, Spider?
No.
So who have we got tomorrow then?
Oh, oh, let me look that up.
You look that up. Erin Hack, you missed my nieces earlier on. My nieces were online. They came on. Oh, no, I thought you missed them as well. They were on screen with me earlier on. I introduced them to the chat. Because there's only like 5 of us here, so I wouldn't introduce them if those are here. So but yeah, they were here. They loved it. Little one loved it anyway, that's for sure. On the way home, on the way out, she wanted to come back on. I was like, no, get out, get out.
What are the
So yeah.
chances that Dr. Muffins tomorrow?
Damn. Well, I mean, you tell
You're
me. I
doing
have
two,
no idea.
right?
2, yeah.
I gotta wait till
Oh,
this ad ends.
a what?
I have to wait till an ad ends.
We got ads.
Yeah, I'm on Long Crime.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, of course.
Sure. You missed them too, did you? Oh no. I'm not sure. Hang on. Let's see if I can play them here. There's not many people here, so I don't mind playing them again. I'll get them on here again, then present. No worries. Love you too. Love you too, Niffatha. I'll show you now. They're from 3 to 16. If I just, if I just,
Oh my god.
what?
We have Doc Muffins tomorrow.
Cool. I don't know who he is, so that's fine. That sounds good. Right, YouTube.
And then one of the, oh man, we're at that point. More depots coming up. We're going to finish the day out with Officer Signs depot.
No,
And then we're going to have at
I'm.
least 2 more cop depots. They're the boring ones. The worst ones. They're worse than the whatchamacallums, the nurses. But at least you get body cam footage.
Yeah, that's fine. Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find this. Right.
Yes, we got Doc McMuffins. Mommy Muffins, as they called her in Nick Arcada's chat.
What's
Dylan's
this?
gonna love Mommy.
I'm not sure about that. YouTube there. Dixon. No. Skip to depots, you're saying?
Oh God,
It's
I
the
wish
one.
we could, but
Oh,
there's the body cam. Oh,
yeah, everyone's like skip to depots, skip to depots.
okay.
Um,
They actually split it, so we're getting 2 cops. We're not getting all 3 of them, and then we're getting. Oh wait, no, there's the third one. I missed him. He must be just a quick one.
oh, hang on, I got the wrong screen up. That's why. Stop screen. It's not that one. It's the next. It was the earlier one, wasn't it? So this one. Do, 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 do.
Hey, chat. We get Alejandro tomorrow.
Right, hang on. So this is them when we get here. Present, share. Where is it now? No, 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 no. Hang on, I need to hold it. Hold it. Where the fuck is it? Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Hang on, I got it here. Verdict watch for Peterson and Depp. Share. So this is the first one. And this is when I want to get them. So this is the first one, all right? What's the noise? Is that you?
What?
Yeah, it is you, yeah. You got background noise for some reason. Here they come. They call me just Uncle Dulls or Dull. I don't know what it is. For some reason, Spidey, you got background noise.
All I have is my fan going.
Ah, that's the fan then, because I can hear it.
It's weird. Can you always hear it?
No?
Hmm.
But maybe because it's quiet now. Right, cool, here they come. Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry. She's ill, so she's trying to sleep, and they don't want her to sleep until her mother comes to pick her up, which is literally now. So that's why you put that in. So oh, hang on. We missed it. Right. Nah. That's on there. See the for that. Here we go. Here she comes. Now, on. The little one is here. Oh, here she is. Was you there? Were you there? Yeah. Hi, you know. But mother. Ond i stybennen, dwi e? Digwydd y tai pobl de? Tata, gwy wafo? Tata. Yeah. Tata. My mum now, is it? Oh, here we go. We missed a little bit of it. Here they come now.
I'd like to direct your attention here to the text message from the 90
You get them at the start now,
text message
and
from
then
you, Dr. Baker, March 24th.
Do you know what? I got all 4 of them on in a second. I'll show it to you. I'll go through the names then. I literally get all 4 of them on, but I'll show you the little one now. She's come in somewhere. I don't know where the fuck she is. She's supposed to be on. Here he is. Here she is.
Your Honor, I would move.
Someone there. Hey, well, no. Oh, well, hello, you know. Well, hello.
Hello.
Hang on. Hello.
Hello.
Just Flynn. You don't remember now?
Hello.
Did you hear? Good. I think I'm on a big screen now. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Oh. Well, hello, over there.
Die.
Don't you hear? Hey, ti questa sai non è?
Tata.
Bloody secret. Yeah, cool. That's so. She spots herself in the TV. That's what that is. She spots herself. So she wants to obviously see herself then. Hwn. Was you hwnna? Pwy hwnna? Hira. Right, I'll go to the other one now. But ma fe. Ma'n ista benne, on'd yw e? Ti'n gweud ta-ta i pobl de? Ta-ta, gwewafo? Ta-ta. Ie. Ta-ta. Ti'n gweld mam nawr, wyt ti? Right, there we go. So, Erin, I'll go. Some of you early doors will remember a little girl. I'll go through them. That used to come in here all the time. Her name was Margot. Do you remember a girl called Margot? Hang on. You'll see them bigger picture now. I'll go through them for you now. Remove that one. Make this one. Oh, remove that one. Wow, what a. And here she is. Yeah, bye bye. The one that used to teach me TikTok. Oh, hang on, she's shy now. Come on. Beth ti'n gweud e? So, on the left in the red, her name's Margot Jane. So you guys won't remember her, but when I very first started YouTube, she'd always be in YouTube. She would always be one of the first people to like and stuff like that. Right, okay, yeah. So that's Margot, Erin. Um, so essentially, what she would do is she'd teach me how to do what do you call it, TikTok and stuff like that, essentially. Um, so she's a bit of a madam. She's also a teenager, so she's a hard one, but she's probably the one most molded into me. So yeah, her name's Margot Jane. Then next to me in the Real Madrid and ginger hair is Jan O'Reilly. Her name's Jan O'Reilly. She's the third eldest. So Margot is 12, Jano is 11. They go a year and a half between them. Um, so that's fine. Hang on, just go up here. Then she's the SWAT of the family. Like she's a quiet one. She's the one that is the most diligent. Then Aaron is here, the one with the glasses. She's the eldest. She's just finished her GCSEs, which is 16-year-olds have to take GCSEs for exams, and um, she's going on to college. Well, she's going on to do her A levels next, and then go on to college. And then obviously Radhi Voyn. This is Radhi Voyn, who is 3 years old. So she was with us today because she was sick. So she spoke with us once today. So thankfully, the eldest is on holidays now, and the youngest, she can look after the youngest when I'm on here. So that's the four of them. They'll speak a little bit now, but you can see from the one in the red, Margot, she's got a proper teenager attitude, like, you know. But everyone thinks me and her are very alike as people, and that myself and the little one are very alike as well. So
Good morning.
here you go. Good morning, beautiful people. So these are the family. I do it because there's not many of you here. So hello, can I take this order?
Hello.
Mm, yeah. So we got this is Margot, this is Gianno, this is Aaron, and this is Radhi.
Daddy Boy David.
She just says her name there, Radhi Fwyn Dafydd. Da iawn. Ti'n joio, ti? So Radhi is, oh yes, she's tired. She's a little bit tired today. Sick. She was sick of her. Oh. Maen nhw'n gweud, very cute, hello. Oh, hello, nieces. Oh, look at this was the one that always says, good morning, beautiful people. This was too cool for school. Oh, she's shy now. She's normally the mouthy one. Can't even talk. And this is a quiet one, but she's the well-behaved one. Gianno. She loves football, but not football like you know it. She likes football like soccer.
The correct.
Soccer, correct football. Real Madrid. Big fan of Real Madrid. And o di, pa becso, mae'n iawn. Mae'n iawn. And Aaron's just finished her exams. 16, teenager. The two grumpy ones. And then the little one. Beth oedran ti de? Beth oedran ti? Gianno, Jano. Radi fwy David. She's 3 years old. She remembers her name. Un, dau, tri. Counting in Welsh now. Pedwar. Beth wedyn? Pump. Chwech. Saith. Deg. She counts up to 10 in Welsh. Beth ti'n gweud? No, it's not live, David. It's not live. It's talk back. Oh, Shelley, does she? The little one looks like me. Well, this one they say looks like me a lot as well. Oh, no. So I used to be cool at Gydalan, but not anymore. Not anymore. This one gives me hugs all the time. And yeah, to be fair, she does as well. But and then she goes £30, 30 quid. Did course So then yeah. Oh, so this was going on the weekend to look at some colleges, universities. Oh, and then she's over here now. So these two look like each other as well. And these two look like twins when they were younger. This was the hardest baby. No, she was. She's lovely. Hello. Oh, hello. This one was the hardest baby. You couldn't even look at her. She screamed the house down. But it's better now. It's better now, isn't it? Right. You had enough now? Ti'n go now? Sa ti gweud lot. Oh, she's shy, you see. She's shy. Da, gweud. Cari ti. Cari ti,
Reit.
love you. Chi'n gweud ta-ta, de? Right, I can close that down. That's... Ta-ta, gweud. Ta-ta. Margo gweud ta-ta? Ta-ta. Eiro gweud ta-ta? Ta-ra. Right. She's 11, so it's fine. She's 11. I'm allowed to embarrass them for now. So yeah, David, welcome. So just show the family because there wasn't anybody here. It's only Erin and Young and obviously David now. But so those are the nieces. Those are a main driver for me. So yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah, so Aaron's the eldest. Margot is the teenager. Janno's the shy one, and then Radi's a 3-year-old. So, they just at the end we were just saying there, "I love you," and they count up to 10 and stuff like that. So it wasn't anything major. You know, they give you the large one until they come on screen, and then they're like, "Oh my god," uh, they're a bit shy. So yeah, I've also because Mago J, Jano, Ryle, Radi, Fwyn. So yeah, they're all Welsh, proper Welsh names. Do you know what I mean? So um, almost sounds like Erin. Her name's Jan O'Reilly, so they've all got sub names, but there's no point putting in here. Uncle Dell's, yeah, Uncle Dell or Uncle Dell. Um, so yeah, those are when people say why do you do things, well, that's my why type of thing, you know. So they're great. Um, Spend a lot of time here every Wednesday. I have to pick Radie up from. So when I say I've got to pick Radie up, that's Radie, the youngest one. I have to pick her up, and from nursery, she's going to. Oh, I'm not sure what you call it in America, but when she's 3 or about to turn 4, she's going to the first level kindergarten, is it? So she goes to kindergarten half a day a week now, and then she starts in January. So until then, I pick her up every Wednesday, bring her here. I have her until I stream, and then my mother has her, So, um, yeah, children are great. Just they grow up too quick. That's the only problem. I just remember them when they were, tiny. Do you know what I mean? So, 5 in America. Yeah, I think I'm sure it's kindergarten level. Um, because we got differently. So Aaron, she would be a sophomore now in with you. Um, don't worry, David. It's all good. It's all good. We're just chatting shit now. So, um, preschool. There we are. It was preschool then. Sorry, it's preschool. We're just chatting shit, David. It's fine. Hey, Spidey, if you want to go, we can jump off. It's all good. I'm not. I'm just talking shit now. So unless you want to talk shit, that's fine as well. Um,
No, I need a nap for work.
cool. You enjoy work. I'll see you tomorrow, right?
Enjoy work.
Well, I mean, you got to earn some money, don't you? Do you know what I mean? Uh, like I'm trying to do here, you know? Bryn 20. So thanks, Spidey. I'll see you tomorrow, right?
All right. Bye.
Right, ta So your daughters are Bryn 20 and Macy 13, and the lights of my life, Dylan. So you got 2 daughters and a son. Oh, I do. I could take them off now. Spidey's gone. Um, so when I was whoa, hang on, was Margot was probably 5. Oh, so sorry, I'm with you. So you got Bryn and Macy. I'm with you. Sorry, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I thought that you had Dylan as well. Sorry. Um, I'm sure John appreciates that. Um, so yeah, it would have been 2016, 17, 19, 20, 21 to so yeah, when Margot in the red shirt when she was 5, they had to tell her because we were besties that I was moving to Scotland, for work, and when they told her, she was in bits. Um, she just couldn't stop crying. Jan know then she was okay. She didn't understand it. She was 4, and then Aaron was fine, and I remember having to go for dinner and having hugs from them and stuff. It was heartbreaking having to leave them. Do you know what I mean? Because they've grown up with me, and I remember I had to as soon as I got to Scotland, the day I got to Scotland, I had to buy. Um, I had to go and buy. I promised her that I would buy headphones so that we can FaceTime. So literally, as soon as I arrived, I had to FaceTime her, and she's like, "I can't hear you properly, so we need to get headphones." I said, "Okay, which ones?" And she's like, "These ones," and she made me buy Apple ones, and do you know what I mean? So yeah, I was like, Jesus, that's like 100 odd quid. But I did it for her. She loved it, and yeah, and in a way, it was good because it it gave them distance from me a little bit. So I think they appreciate me more. I appreciate them more. Um, well, we all appreciate each other anyway. But it was hard. But you know, I think like my sister was over reliant on me with them and stuff like that as well. But we used to go out for like well, not every Saturday, but some Saturday date nights, date days, taking to the cafe, taking for food and stuff. I just loved it. Um, looking back at it, you know. They're not obviously mine, but they're my nieces, so they are basically mine, you know. Um, yes, trust me, I know, Erin, because whenever they're here, they're always like shop, shop, shop. And then their mother, my sister's 3 years younger than me, and she's always like, right, if you're going to the shop, no sweets, no nothing. And I'm like, yeah, no worries. And then I go in there and they're like, oh, please, please. So then it's like, yeah, they get all the magazines, they get um all the sweets they want, and we do everything they want, whatever they want, and then I just give them back then. But my sister loves it. Do you know what I mean? Because it's nice that they have those kind of treatments, you know. And Margot then I took her to her first ever soccer game. Wales were playing, and so we had a date. It was her like birthday treat to go and watch Wales play against Holland. I think it was Holland, no Belgium, and she was like 4 or 5, and it was too much for her. She had a like a mini panic attack and stuff because the crowd noise was too much for her. So I remember taking her out then, she was crying, but everyone was great around us. We got to go to VIP. Everyone's just hugging her, making sure she's okay. And then yeah, we went back and she had we got stickers on her face, you know, the painting, but they had gone because of her crying. So I had to take her to Starbucks for cake and she got all the treats. But there's little memories like that. She still remembers it to this day. She still remembers it. Yeah, Terry, honestly, she's embarrassed still by it, but I always bring her up to her, but she still remembers the day we went to Cardiff, and went to football and things like that. And she remembers the whole thing about it. And the rest of them remember our dates and stuff like that. So it's good. They do pick up swearing, um, but I'm not too bad around them, if I'm being honest. Like, obviously, I slip up, but my father is the worst. And my sister, she's bad as well, I swear it. They're actually probably worse than me, to be quite honest with you. Um, I let rip in this kind of environment, but around kids, I'm pretty careful. I did swear. I remember swearing in front of Aaron. She was only like 2 years old. She's in the car with me. My next door neighbour had parked near my spot, so I was like, "Oh, fucking dick!" And she picked it up. So as I was talking to him outside, then she was like, "Fucking dick," like, but not quite as. She was like, "Fucking dick," like that. And I was like, "Fuck you now," grabbed us, like, "Alright, see you later, mate. Yeah, good." And then we went. Um, yeah, no, they're pretty good. They pick it up from my father and my sister, but it's funny at that age. Now they don't, to be honest with you, they're pretty good. They don't swear. They obviously watch some of this, and they obviously watch my TikToks. They love my TikToks. Um, so I swear a little bit my TikToks. But no, apart from that, they're pretty good actually. They're pretty yeah, slip-ups happen. They're pretty good to be fair. So I can't yeah, they're actually quite good with swearing, surprising. Because as I say, I'm not the worst in the family by far, actually. I'm actually pretty good. I My father's like a match, and my sister's like a match as well. So, they go off on it really quick. Um, but yeah, I'm a bit more calm than they are. But when I do go off on one, I go off on it. Do you know what I mean? So, um, but yeah, it's a little bit funny, and it is good. Um, yeah, you just got to teach them. Do you know what I mean? It's different for me. I don't have to um, I can I give them back at the end of the day. Do you know what I mean? So it's a lot easier for me. So that's gone there. Open this one up now. So yeah, I don't know what else. Don't think there's much else now. Hang on, let's go there. No worries. I don't tend to share them, Erin, but like I know pretty much everyone that's here. Do you know what I mean? It's not something I'd want to do in a big stream or anything. But thankfully, I'm still a small channel, so I think we can share it now. There's too many weirdos out there that I don't. I'm a little bit more careful now sharing stuff on Twitter and stuff. Do you have more than one sister? No, only one sister. She's 3 years younger than me. My sister is. So yeah, we're just two of us, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us, you and I. So yeah, so it's nice and snug. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, she's got four kids. It's one of these things that she's more bright than me. She's got the brains and everything. But then I got like the degree and the masters. She didn't go to college and stuff. She didn't want to do it. So and that I was the one that everyone thought would have all the kids, but she ended up having the kids. So it's a little bit funny. But there we are, you know. It doesn't matter. I love them like they're my own anyway, so they get spoilt. They get spoilt like anything. That one there, that one there. Um, just checking there. Right. I could still have kids. You're right. I wonder if you were the oldest child. I was. I am the oldest child. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I could still have kids. I'm 41 now, though. Do you know what I mean? Getting a bit old now, Erin, for all that. But yeah, you never say never. Do you know what I mean? Never say never. Obviously, but my sister's quite young, having children. She was 18, having the first one. So my sister and her fiance, they've worked hard. Um, have swimmers. They do have swimmers, Erin. They do have swimmers. You're right. Um, but yeah, I mean, look, I'm happy whatever happens in life because you know when he got we needed some grandchildren for my mother and father. Do you know what I mean? My mother's a sweetheart, so you know she's practically helped my sister bring them, raise them all. So and the kids, the kids are really good because they make sure that like my mother and father, they are always on the bout, always walking about, keeping themselves fit and stuff. So it's good. I've been married 24 years and still happy. It's gonna be happy days. My parents have been married 40, I think 41 now, going on to 42 years now. So, oh yeah, no, actually going on 43 years now, actually. So yeah, that's great. That's what you want to hear, finding that one. Do you know what I mean? So, Jesus, getting tired now though. Um, well, these are streams I like. So I'm thinking of I'm revamping the stream a little bit as well. So to what I'm not sure, but I want to be different. So I'm gonna be doing this and then rethinking what I do in the future with the channel. So um, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Watch this space, I suppose. Um, but yeah, I just enjoyed stuff like this, just chatting normally with people. Do you know what I mean? But gotta grind it. Do you know what I mean? Gotta grind it for now and see what happens. So thank you. No worries. Thank you very much. Appreciate you both. Two of my favorites. I thank you for that. Um, yeah, so I'll be here tomorrow. Because I gotta be up early in the morning, so I better go to bed. I gotta be up in about 6 hours. Actually 6.5 hours I need to be up. So by the time I decompose myself now, and everything. So right. Thank you. Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Cunt. And whoever else is here. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate you. Got end broadcast. I think Sal's going, and I know Nick is going as well. Nicholas is going as well. So, Terry, lovely Terry. Terry, you never know she's here. Same as Sarah. Sarah, we never know when she's here. Thank you, Terry. Hopefully, see you tomorrow, Terry. Thank you as always, everyone. Take care of yourselves and good night. Ta